comes in colors everywhere. She combs her hair. She's like the rainbow. Coming colors in the air. Oh, everywhere. She comes in colors. You've seen her dressed in blue. See the sky in front of you. And her face is like a sail, speckled white, so fair and pale. Have you seen a lady fair? She comes in colors everywhere. She combs her hair. She's like a rainbow. Coming colors in the air. Everywhere. She comes in colors. Have you seen her all in gold? Like the dreaming days of old. She shoots colors all around, like the sunset going down. Have you seen the lady fair? She comes in colors everywhere. She combs her hair. She's like a rainbow. Coming colors in the air. Oh, everywhere. She comes in colors. She's like a rainbow. She comes in
All right, everybody. Tonight, for the third appearance on Talking Watches, we got Pete Mitchell back.
Hey,
Pete,
Tim.
Pete, somehow every time you come back on the live stream, the collection continues to evolve into something even more ridiculous. We've got FP Journe, Chopard Insanity, some rare clocks, Monaco Adventures from the overseas, jewelry, Ferrari tailor-made. What is even what is that even? And maybe even potentially some secret purchases that we don't even know about. So Pete, welcome back. What's life been like since our last stream?
Thank you, Tim. Thanks to all your incredible viewers and family, your growing community. Everything's great. First of all, thank God we're all blessed, healthy, happy. Tomorrow's Memorial Day. We want to honor all those that have served and serve in uniform, from nurses, doctors, police, fire, military. So I'm suited up, got to, show a little American pride, USA, a little Ralph Lauren team jacket. And, my dad was a World War II vet, came through Ellis Island, as a boy. And, it's a great time. You and I are positive. We got to send a lot of love and a lot of energy. Life is great. But I'll tell you, as long as we have our health and happiness, we're good. But I'll tell you, it has been batshit crazy how good it's been the last 2-3 months on the fun side, Tim. It's been crazy.
Hell yeah. Health is the most important thing. I've been working very hard on my health right now. I've been focused and locked in. So I'm trying to fix that, and really looking forward to the Memorial Day tomorrow. We're gonna go with the roommate, honor the people who make this country so great. Speaking about patriots, we got Mike Lewis joining us tonight. Mikey, Mike wanted to be here on tonight's live stream because it's always fun to talk with Pete about
Of course.
cars, watches, and life.
Wine. Don't forget the wine.
And wine, of course, because look, we're gonna talk about some wine tonight, and I'm not a wine expert. I am a student of wine. I love my wine. I've got some wine at home that I've been quietly accumulating in the background. And you know, with Mike's education, I've been able to expand my knowledge. So it's going to be great to have him here tonight to talk
Can
about.
Can I say hello to Peter?
Of course.
It's always an honor to have you on, and we always enjoy your company.
Mike, you're the sweetest and the best, brother. Thank you so much again to you and Tim and to the whole community here. I'm really honored.
Thank you very much.
Pete, before we get into the nitty gritty, can you just give us a little update? Have you been to any major adventures or any major life changes that happened to you?
Yeah, so absolutely, Tim. So, you know, April is kind of that time of the year, and to be able to go first, we always stop in Paris and France first before Watches and Wonders. So to do 3, 4, 5 days, whatever it is, in Paris, and then you take the high-speed train, TGV or Très Grande Vitesse, you know, and then you go into Geneva. Then you do the full week at Watches and Numbers, and boy, do I have some stories there. And then we said go big or go home, and Nikki ran out of personal time off, PTO, but she went to the max. She's, you know, doesn't need anything from me. She's better. She's smarter, more beautiful. She's her own self-made global exec. And we went a full week at Monte Carlo in Monaco. Every 2 years is the very rare, not just F1, which is coming up next week. It's the Formula One Historique race. It only happens every 2 years. The greatest older cars that participated in F1 in the world come out, sometimes never seen for decades, and they're raced with the legends, all the global businessmen and women, all the racing community. And Tim, I think you and Mike know this, but my number one hobby is, believe it or not quite yet watches and cars and jewelry and fashion and Cuban cigars. It is wine. So to have the wine intersect with the watches, with the jewelry, with the cars, with the people, I almost spark out. You know, I'm a lot older than both of you, and I don't think my brain can handle it anymore, but we had a great time. And we'll get into it however you want to go, bro. You know, however you want to go into it. It was amazing. Amazing trip.
Fantastic.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I did see some lovely pictures that you took when you were on your trip to Paris, and I saw that you had a nice bottle of 82 Calon Cigar. So I was wanting to ask you, how was that 82 Calon Cigar?
You're so good. You guys don't miss anything. You're so funny. Well, it was fantastic. and you know, Nikki and I are both son of Greek parents, both sides, full-blooded Greek immigrants. But, you know, France, Italy, and now Switzerland and Monaco, we're kind of adopted kids. And, you know, I don't speak perfect enough yet French where they don't always speak to me right away in French. But when I bring out the wine, they figure there's got to be some DNA in my blood that's French. You know what I mean? Because they go, this guy's okay. You know, and so the 82s are just fantastic.
Yes, yes, great vintage, you know. Absolutely. I think the last time you were on, we were talking about wine, and I had mentioned that probably the best bottle of wine I had ever tasted or drank was an 82 Chateau Margaux. So I know what 82 is all about. So when you mention 82,
and you know, Mike, you know, 82 is just one of those top 5, 6 vintages in my 40-year journey in wine. But I will tell you, the wines for your viewers, Mike and Tim, you know, they're so big that I don't drink as many of my first or second growth or even third growth 82s. They're so big, they will last another 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years. They're built like a shit brick house. And so I'm trying to drink 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s. And boy, do I have a treat for what I took over there. So we bring 10 or 12 wines.
Wow.
And we literally, so a little tip for your viewers. See, if you bring wine, customs think you're selling it. And last year when we flew straight into Geneva, and I'm a big law enforcement consultant, and I make sure and healthcare doctor and all that stuff. So all the first line people, I try to honor and support those that support and protect us. So I protect and serve those that protect and serve across the board. And so, you're going to the airport and Nikki looks like $1 million all the time. So they think like you're bringing in all this shit and you're not declaring it in customs. So they roust you in Geneva a lot. Where did you come from? The United States. Go over here, open your bag. So last year, they gave me my brothers and sisters in law enforcement there. They gave me the 10th degree and they're like, you're selling these wines. I'm not selling these wines. You're selling these wines. Why would you you can't even find these wines in Switzerland or Paris. I'm not selling them. And finally, I told the guy in French, I go, tell you what, I love all of you. Here's my law enforcement card. I said, all of you pick a place. I'll take you all out to dinner and pick any bottle in the case and I'll drink it. And the guy says in French, he goes, shit, this guy's pretty good dude. Let's go out to dinner with him, So I only paid a small amount of tax. Thank God they didn't understand what those vintages were, right? But so this year we bring the case, go into Paris, easier to come into Charles de Gaulle, and they keep cool on the plane, in the belly of the plane. And you pray to God they don't get thrown around too much, but they're secure. So I brought 10 wines, and Mike, do I have some wine stories for you? So the Salon Ségur. And I didn't want to burn too many because, you're like, oh, my God, I'm in Paris. Let's drink them all. You know what I mean? You got to chill. Sure. And so, for your viewers, I have always plugged the Chopard family. And the Schäufele family is incredible. And they have a boutique hotel. And for their customers and friends, they have a 15-room ultra private in the middle of the shopping district, Place Vendôme. And nobody knows, mostly it's there. And so 15 room, each room's named after a gem, ruby, emerald, sapphire. And it is, and sorry, I wanted you to show Maverick. Everybody would rather see the cat or Nikki than me. And he is the cutest little guy in the world. My son, this is the real.
Aw, look at that.
And so
Maverick.
So since I'm Pete Mitchell, you got to have, the top. I was so nerdy and stuff in high school and college, so they called me Maverick. It saved me on my dating scene, and so this is the real Pete Mitchell. This is the real Maverick. And can you believe he found us as a kitten a year and a half ago, and he'll be 2 in July. And so he's so fast. He literally, I have to keep an air tag on him because the guy, if he gets out, you'll never catch him.
Oh, he's a climber.
He's a good boy. Nikki just took the hard treats out and she shook the bag to get him out. And so you see how and he's such a joy. I'm such a dog and cat lover, but we try not to mix them too much because they fight. So anyways, so in Paris, everybody shout out, Chopard family, boutique hotel, Michelin chef on duty all day. And I ordered room service. The food came in 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Wow. That's quick.
And the boutique is below. And guess what's across the street? Patek Philippe corporate store and Rolex and all the fine jewelry. So shout out to that part of Paris. And we have a lot of dining tips for the viewers. And we also drank the 2 more crazy wines over there, Mike. So it really, Paris really warms you up well. We just didn't want to burn through the whole allocation of what we brought because wait till I tell you what happened in Geneva. Oh, God, the dinners are.
That'd be great to hear that story.
Shout out to John Richard for the $2 super chat. He says he's fighting a cold with a Barolo and already likes Pete. Nice.
He's Barolo, my man.
It's best medicine.
Let me tell you what, we went out off topic. We went out last night and we don't do crazy dining. I'm just as good with an order of fried chicken and I'm a Greek kid, so we eat normal food, like diner food. But there's a 3-star Michelin restaurant in North San Diego, and it's Addison, and it has become maybe the best 3-star in the state, and they just reopened. They did a remodel. So last night we took a nice little 62 Barolo there.
Look at that.
That wasn't a bad drinker, and there's still a little bit left, and I put a little bit of the inert gas and stuff. And then I brought a nice little easy drinking 1954 Smith Eau Lafitte Glen from our, I mean, not a bad night, right, guys? So when the shout out to the world, I'm telling you, like, people think I'm only like watch or car or whatever, Cuban cigar or fashion. I am a wine dude, and wine. Yeah. I love it when people go, "Oh, I don't like wine." Oh, no problem. Tell me what you don't like about it. Oh, it's oaky or something. I go, oh, this is a simple problem. You're not drinking the right stuff. So I'll find a $40, $50, $60, $70, $80 bottle, crack it, and then people are hooked. Because I respect the communities out there going much more to champagne and tequila, but I'm really here to support the brand because wine is an everlasting drink, and it really binds somebody when you think of the terroir. And again, buy it at auction. You buy it for a fraction of the price, and you can enjoy it and drink it right now.
Peter, do you mess around, or do you get involved with futures at all?
Mike, I used to, but my formula is different. Like, I have some of the greatest collectors, and I'll tell you the greatest wine story of my life. My whole career just happened in Monaco. But, I don't have unlimited money, time, and storage. And so futures really require you. And I'm a little older than most of you. So I prefer not to drink something 30 or 40 years from now. I hope Pete Mitchell's still around by then, okay? And so my formula is, I saw the inverted curve, thanks to my friend Daryl, who's one of the great wine tasters in Newport Beach. And he says, hey, man, I think the wine industry is going to be upside down. He was way ahead of his time. So I took all 8,000 or 10,000 bottles, whatever I had at the time. I sold it, made a lot of money. I go to auction. K&L is the best in California and the most affordable, and you can buy auction or ready to buy. They inspect the wines. Most stuff doesn't get through. That's not a good provenance, and the bottle's been carefully inspected. So you just don't buy seepage, depressed cork, or nicked heavy nicks on the capsule and things like that. So no depressed cork, seepage, or low shoulder. So mid or high shoulder, no leaks. You're probably 98% good. And like, to give you an idea, this 54, if you were to buy it at Addison, where we were last night, or if you were to buy it in France, I have no idea what this would go for. Let's just say it's got to be $4,000 to $10,000 somewhere, depending upon how hard they soak it to you. I think I got this bottle for $470.
Wow.
I mean,
that's great.
That's the way to do it. That's a great tip. Pete, that's you right there. You just saved our viewers thousands of dollars.
Yes. I school everybody on that. And you could buy a fantastic white Burgundy. White Burgundy's become kind of the go-to wine of everything, red or white. And, white Burgundy is really Chardonnay in America, and red Burgundy is Pinot in America, and white Bordeaux is Sauv Blanc in America, and red Bordeaux is Cabernet. So now that we know the differences and how they line up, most people don't drink a white or red Burg in a Pinot glass, and you should. And then, a proper, like a really good, like a 19, 20, 21, 2019, 2020, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, like a Matro, you can buy for probably $120, $130. I can get you recommendations way cheaper, but you're talking about a wine that tastes like $400, $500, $800, and you're having a proper bottle of wine. So I'll change. My goal is to change people's lives in wine, because you're now like, wait till I tell you what we drank in Geneva. Like, I don't want to jump the gun. I know we're still on Paris, but I got to tell you, they froze in the room. They're like, Peter, are you sure you want to drink it? Oh, hell yeah. I don't want to die tomorrow. If I die tomorrow, I don't live on my knees. So we popped the bottle. I would guess the market value of that bottle would be $20,000 to $30,000 alone. What we popped, I didn't pay that. I think I paid $1,300, but
was it a Romane Conti?
You're very bright, very, very bright. You are truly a par excellence. And if you want to melt your credit card and your wallet, you buy DRC, Domaine Romain Conti. And nobody knows that the importer for all of Switzerland for DRC is Carl Schäufele himself, the Chopard family. So he imports it with his cave. Now, DRC runs $5,000 to $30,000, $40,000 a bottle or more. So I brought a 1928 and I brought a 1924 bottle.
Wow.
Where do we get into that?
Wow.
It was people, and it drank perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. The 28 still had 15 more years.
It had the fruit, it had everything there.
It was full fruit when we get into it.
Wow.
It was a freight train. And that's why So when I say, like, oh my God, we don't have unlimited storage or means, I just want to educate our beautiful community here. K&L is the real deal. Just look out for the 3 bugaboos, buy a couple wines and try. It's literally changing people's minds. People are now buying like 20, 30 wines, drinking them over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. And then when they're out, they go order another nice shipment from K&L. Think about this. And then you bring it to a restaurant and you pay whatever $50 or $100 for corkage. And if you bought the wine over there, it could be thousands and thousands of dollars.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tim, it's cool. That makes you want to be a bigger wine guy now, right, Tim?
Well, I am learning from Mike. And in fact, Sundays have always been more about wine and cocktails. Our friend Kojak, he's educating us about the cocktails, the history behind them. And Mike has been instrumental in helping me and our viewers explore different wines. We've been really, like you said, wine expresses terroir, unlike any other alcohol. That doesn't change with time, right? No other alcohol changes with time, but it has every vintage that is so different, right? It doesn't have this human imperfection that can affect the flavor. And also, it's a ritual. Wine is a ritual. The stories become part of the flavor. When you drink in Paris after walking all day with friends, right? After Watches and Wonders, we have a bottle of wine that we always order in Geneva with our steak, and then that becomes a story. When I try to get this bottle over here, I almost feel like I'm transported back to Geneva, and no other alcohol would do that to us. You sent me some pictures here of like an oak room. Is this? Can I bring this on?
You can, but that's for the last part. I think we should show those in Monaco. Wait till Mike see this. Here's Mike's head before we show that and tell that story. Here's Mike after when I tell you that story. Hey, Mike, that's why I was like, Nikki's saying, stop saying hope I don't die tomorrow. I'm like, well, when you reach the epic of the best thing you've ever done in your life in wine, we just had that happen in Geneva.
Wow.
I mean, in Monte Carlo.
I've never had the opportunity to try or drink Domaine Romane Conti at DRC, but I got close. The closest I got was La Tâche, and La Tâche is a fabulous Burgundy, fabulous Pinot Noir. So I've really appreciated that. But I'm more. I don't know. Are you more of a Burgundy or are you more of a Bordeaux? You lean towards that part of the world.
So, Mike, I drink all New World. In New World, I drink very old Cabernet, and I drink very good white Bordeaux and Chards. But in Old World is my love and joy. And so, to answer your question, in France, I absolutely adore red Bordeaux, and I drink white Bordeaux too. But white Burgundy is more special. I mean, it's either 100% or 120%. I mean, I don't want to lead people down astray, and do I love red Burgundy? Absolutely, I do. But old Bordeaux to me and white Burgundy, and I got to tell you, like one of your viewers is correct. Some of these DRC bottles go more, but one of my friend, I don't want to give his name out because he's very private, but he's the biggest probably Burgundy collector in the United States and maybe the world. So he spends millions per year on Burgundy. And when I get him a little tipsy, he'll open his cellar up for me, and we had some white Bergs, and he invited me to the wine dinner in New York last year. And let me tell you, these are all, centimillionaires, billionaires, sons of billionaires, and they love to spend full value. They only buy their wine from the winery, untouched in cases, unbanded, perfect labels. And they enjoy spending 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 a bottle, guys. And so I'm like, and I knew who these guys were. And, I buy from K&L mostly and stuff. And I get those things so cheaper, but my labels are not as pretty and blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not bringing 50 grand in wine. Your idea of 50 grand is like one bottle. I go, what's the ticket price? 10 grand. I'm in for 10 grand. So we did 13 verticals of the greatest white Berg in the world. And I'm going to guess between that and the red Berg we had there, 25 tastings. I'm going to guess that was a million, 1.3 million. night.
Wow.
And to be one of those, you know, I'm protecting people's privacy, but I just sat there and I lined them up, and it was, I can't tell you, if you're buying pristine bottles straight from the shed, you're paying to the nose. I mean, I think watches are big. Oh, guys, I gotta tell you, ladies and gents, the wine community is crazy. It's like artwork, you know. That's what we're seeing. So many people left art also, or are still in art as an asset class, but now they went into watches like FP Journe or rare timepieces, or they're in the old wine. And the old wine is just a crazy journey, Mike. You know, and so do some of your viewers. I see those.
Big time.
It's crazy.
Tim, Le Montrachet is considered the top of the top when it comes to white wines. It's made of 100% Chardonnay, coming from the Burgundy region, of course. So it's like the creme de la creme, as Peter would fully agree with me. So,
I agree. And Corton Charlemagne.
So when you talk about white wines, you want to drink the best white wines in the world, you drink a Le Montrachet from of course, from Burgundy. You know, there are some fantastic Chardonnays coming out of Napa and Sonoma. Like Kistler makes good Chardonnays. Farniente is pretty good. Gurgish Hills is pretty nice also. But when it comes to white wines, nobody can touch a La Montrachet. It's the best of the best.
I agree. And Corton is absolutely crazy. Let me give you a tip. So one of the great French families collabed with a wine, believe it or not, out of Willamette Valley, not in California, but up north, you know, towards Oregon, Washington area. And the best white wine I've seen out now is Double O. It's 00. And they make a red Pinot, and they make several versions, EGW, and 2 other vineyards of the white. It is so beautiful. If you can find them, it's probably $140 to $250 a bottle, so it's not on the inexpensive side, but it's the best. It's the best I've seen. And then, of course, when we're going back, let's go back to Old World. Old World means, you know, for the viewers, Spain, France, Italy, etc. And New World is United States, Napa. And if you don't want to go crazy, like on some of those prices on white, again, the Merceau, Matro, or we had a PYC last night. That's an abbreviation for the French name. And you can get those for $2 something a bottle, or 300. Of course, it's triple at the 3-star Michelin we went to last night, because they had a high corkage charge. So I'm like, I ain't buying no $400 bottle of wine and paying $200, which they still let us bring in 2 bottles. That was very fair for a 3-star. And I'm like, so you bring the crazy stuff. But then we bought the PYC, and PYC was off the chart, the 2019. That was, you know, drinking a good white Berg, everybody. I got to tell you, our house has no food in it. It's all wine in the fridge, not just the wine fridges. I'm talking the fridge because we drink so much, it's like ready to crack. So people come over, we have no food except for Maverick. There's nothing to eat. You know, it's DoorDash. But literally, you just literally go in there, grab a champagne or white Berg and crack it. And everybody now is turning into that, and they realize white Burgundy, you could drink lunch, dinner, fish, chicken, meats. You know, there's this old perception that white was for lighter and reds were for heavier, and we're just getting people off that. Mike, don't you agree with that? You know? Yeah,
I mean, I still enjoy my meats and steaks with a nice bottle of Bordeaux or a nice cab. That it complements very well. But as you said, you know, a Pinot Noir is you know, if you want something lighter, and if you don't want, but has a lot of complexity and has a lot of depth to it at the same time. Of course, you drink a Burgundy. But yeah, no. I mean, you have some of these, as you said, the Merceau, that they're a big wine, and I would still lean towards red though with meats. I mean, that's my preference. Maybe because all these years I've been in the wine industry and in the business for many years. Prior.
I'll lean with you, but here's the thing: I don't sacrifice. You know, we're doing 2 or 3 wines. Let me tell you, today's a special day. Today's the 50th anniversary of the Judgment in Paris wine competition.
Yes,
and so yes. This is when in '76 America did it was with Stephen Spurrier, the Parisian wine store owner from Britain, did a competition, brown bagged it, went to America, brought 20 wines, but one was in both the red competition and the white. Only one of them from America. So he had 19 reds and whites, 10 reds, 10 whites. They went up against blind competition, and I am humbly, I think, one of, if not the biggest judgment in Paris collectors. That's my thing, in the world. And so it's very hard in the American Smithsonian Institute. It's very, very hard to find this 1973 Stag's Leap. So last year in Geneva, I brought from, this is an example, there's one in the Smithsonian. This is the 1973 Stag's Leap Cabernet. And I brought it up against the 1970 Chateau Mouton. This was first, Chateau Mouton was second. So we did a head-to-head comparison. I brought it on the plane. It transported fine. And we had it with the Scheufele family in their cave. And I'm there with 6 French, Switzerland men. And I'm like, they ain't voting for the American wine. But, I'm authentic. I just go whatever's the truth. And on the first tasting, right out of the bottle, this could have gone 20 more years. And this beat the Mouton. And I'm a Mouton of the 5 premier Grand Cru First Growth. I love Chateau Mouton very much. So it wasn't even close. I had 5 votes for this, 1 vote for Mouton. At 30 minutes, 5 votes for this, 1 vote for Mouton. At 45 minutes, all 6 people in the room voted for this. At 1 hour, all people voted for this. It wasn't even close. So Stag's Leap, the old wine. America used to make lower alcohol. They used to make it the old way. Now the American wines are much too high alcohol and built to pop instantly, instant gratification with high labor, high real estate values, high insurance costs, difficult challenges with production. New wines are going expensive, which is what we detected 15 years ago, and old wines are dropping. And it should be the exact opposite. So people die with these wines in their homes and their cellars, and they go for a fraction because the kids or the families auction them off. And yet you should be able to buy new wine inexpensive, and old wine should be valuable. So I wanted to share with the viewers, this is my greatest joy. And the judgment in Paris is a big thing to me.
Oh yeah, big time. We did actually a focus on that one Sunday, and I opened up a bottle of Chateau Montelena Cabernet.
This is
for that
this
event.
Is 70 Mouton. Look at her.
There we go. Look at that. Yes.
I don't want to say anything inappropriate, but I have a way to describe this. So look at this baby. She has, she had a rough time.
Wow.
Great time. All old bottles. I keep some of the old ones here so I can share with many of you. It's super great stories because again, those are memories, right?
Absolutely.
Right. And we haven't even gotten to Geneva yet. And this is pretty lively for Paris, right? And then, you want some of the greatest food. It doesn't have to be Michelin, just the average bistro. When we're leaving Paris, you go, there's a couple of great places. Le Procope, oldest bistro, oldest restaurant in France, in Paris. I believe they started in the late 1700s. Napoleon's hat is there. Napoleon Bonaparte's hat in the restaurant.
Wow.
And we just do like beef bourguignon, coq au vin, French onion soup, something classic. And I love it. You bring one of these crazy wines, and we brought a 65 prowess, and it's just like the greatest thing in the world in Paris, I mean,
so Peter, they'll charge you what? Normally $50 corkage fee.
Yeah. Last night I didn't argue because Michelin's usually very particular in bringing wine, but absolutely, there it is. That's in Le Procope, and that restaurant is packed. And what I did was I kind of scooted down because I wear a hat because being in business and politics, you lose your mind and your hair. I try to help everybody. So I just kind of ducked down and I went right under that. Nikki came up with the idea. So I have Napoleon's hat on. Like from a distance, it's a cool shot. It's super bitchin', and you do like, Napoleon, like a crazy look, But isn't that cool? Like, Tim, isn't it? It's amazing.
That is amazing.
That's incredible.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's a great restaurant. I love giving those tips, because food and wine, but I'm telling y'all, if we can move your viewers more and more into wine at whatever price point, it will bring more joy, and champagne. It will bring more joy, and the dessert wines, the sauternes, will give people more joy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's why we're doing these Sunday live streams, and we opened up with wine instead of going straight into watches. We've got a lot of watch talk coming up, guys. Some really interesting watches. But let's keep going here with the wine. You picked up any bottles in France?
I didn't, and this might be a good occasion to blend and to stick our little toe in the water. One of the best wine stories, and talk about day one in Geneva and Watches and Wonders. Does that sound good, Tim?
Let's do it. Let's transition.
So we didn't want to leave the Chopard Hotel. You know, they have to drag us out. Like Maverick and I stick our hands in the ground. Like, you know, you have to drag, because it's like the greatest hotel, the greatest people. And so we get on the train, and I'm like, honey, we have to go earlier because everybody struggles. Remember, the employees and the presenters are in the hall at Watches and Wonders Monday through Friday. So you have to have an exhibitor or an employee credential to get in, because the public days are after the first 5 days. So that is Saturday, Sunday, Monday. At the end of the show is the public days when you can buy the tickets. So Monday, nobody's in the hall, and we had to get there. And sometimes the planes are late, because guess what was day one? It's my dream. It's one of my greatest joys. Francois Paul Journe, FP Journe, has a private event on Monday with Pierre and the entire team, Moser, at the manufacturer, and they have the private showroom. The actual boutique is about 10, 12 minutes away. This is at the manufacturer. And again, I told you last time we did the show, you know, we did the private tour after Watches and Wonders last year, and to see Francois Paul, to see Pierre and Moser and the entire team. And let me tell you, Francois Paul, you know, you're always dying. Like, you know, the thing about, you know, and all your viewers know Journe, they know how incredible, but I always get a little emotional. I don't want to be, you know, I'm not too a crier, as you know. You got to know me. I was raised by some, you know, very sturdy, hardy chaps. And, you know, every time we see him, he's young, he's great, he's going to be around for a long time. But when you think about you're around like Thomas Edison, Louis Breguet, Elon Musk, you know, you're around somebody of that caliber, and he's not just solving a complex problem, he's making it happen or more efficient. And now his finishing, fit and finish, are second to none. So this year, to see, as you remember, we showed my vertical tourbillon boutique edition, the black with the rose gold, I believe last time, Tim. And this was, of course, from the previous year, but we didn't take a lot of pictures this year. You know, they're very private. So this is from the previous year. But I wanted you to see that clock behind, you know, and Francois Paul will intellectually take things apart. He'll collect some of the great timepieces to have that clock with the moon phase, you know, in his private is incredible. And this year I said, Francois Paul, what's new? And he said, just a lot of little stuff, you know, and then he shows the vertical tourbillon in all ice, all baguette. So to see, remember, traditionally the boutique edition is black with red. Their red gold, their rose gold is called red gold.
Yes.
And the black edition is mostly only black with platinum. And they usually only deal with the two metals. Yes, they do tantalum. Yes, they've done a few other things, but for the most part. And so to see the vertical turb and to see it in ice, this I do not have the ice version, but to see it in the biggest baguettes is just, if you go on to Chrono 24, there's one listed for 3.5 million, just to give you an idea.
Wow.
Right now. And I don't know, I'm going to guess it gets, you know, 2.7, 2.8 million, you know, I'm going to guess. And then they showed the new 4 series of vertical tourbillons Francois Paul did. One in emeralds, one in ruby, one in blue sapphire, and one in diamonds.
Wow.
The 4 set. Incredible. I mean, I didn't want to be the guy that had his face pressed against the glass, you know, in the display cases. That's an example. That's an example of one from the previous iteration. And you can see how incredible that dial is. Now imagine the new iteration, and it looks somewhat similar to that, except the face will be red now and the subdials will be different colors. So imagine you're very close. Good job, Tim. You're the fastest, but I'm just telling you. And if you look at Chrono 24 and you look at the listing for and then they came out with a 9 watch collab. So to see that. And, I'm, as you know, I like gem sets. So it doesn't mean I don't love the oldest of oldest wines. Watches. I do. But I think gem sets give me a lot of joy. They're so bright. It's not about bougie. It's not about money. I love an old Paul Newman. I love an old Patek Philippe more than anybody else, or just as much as anybody else. But when you see some of this stuff with that bright set work and the way the gem sets are doing and the fit and finish, and my favorite movement is Grande and Petite Sonnerie and Minute Repeater. And it's my opinion that Journe will have something in a year or so to announce that's a tribute to a watch they stopped making. They do make a Minute Repeater right now, but I think they're going to come out with something that's going to knock our socks off. And I can't wait. I can't wait. And then after this show, I think Tim and Mike, you're both familiar. We talked about it last time that Francois Paul, he's such a creative, artistic genius too. He got Chef Gauthier and they collaborated. There it is. Yeah, that's the one. That's,
wow.
And that's it. And Francois Paul, over a year and a half ago, opened up Le Restaurant FP Journe. And Le Restaurant FP Journe has his dinner after the boutique. This year it was Monday. And to be able to go there and have dinner and to meet only all the, collectors and friends around the world, and great people like Waco was there at the boutique, who does an amazing, that incredible series. He's just an incredible man. And we love him a lot.
The man of the hour.
He is just, he and I had chats, and he just incredible. So guess what I cracked out to honor Francois Paul? The 1928 Chateau Lafite.
Wow.
And Francois Paul is such a man of impeccable taste from what I've seen, along with, again, Pierre and Laurent and Massa and Kenny. And at the actual restaurant, you have Chef Gauthier and you have Pascal, the GM. And to have the 28, and Mike, it had 10, 12, 15 years left in it, full fruit, no degradation. 10 minutes out of the bottle was incredible. Then we opened a Poiforet. Then we opened a 78 de Cru. And that's one of the pictures. That's the Somme on the right. And one of the great friends of mine who's on the staff there serving. And as you know, all the staff have to wear the Élégante FP Journe. And it is only offered at the restaurant to only their finest customers. And this watch may only be given by Chef Gauthier, and Pascal assists with giving that out. It is not done through the boutique. It is not done through Francois Paul himself. It is not done through that. So think about it. If you want the red Élégante, I have no idea what it costs. I'm going to guess 25 to 35,000. And there's Pascal, and one of the finest men, kindest man you'll ever meet. And I'm going to guess a red Élégante from Le Restaurant FP Journe has a secondary market value of priceless. If you said, what do you think? I'd say 400 to 550,000, kind of like the Geno's Dream, the rainbow Élégante.
Now,
there's no way to price it. There's no way to price it.
Peter, would say you're as a customer and they know you have a history with AP Journe, they would never offer that to you?
So I don't kiss and tell, and because I'm a gentleman.
I mean, you're bringing some great wines to the restaurant and sharing it.
Absolutely, and I did it 3 times last year, and we did it 3 times. We went almost 3 days in a row to the restaurant, and I just like to share and I just give. That's the idea. Drink these wines, have a story together, bond together, enjoy the incredible food. And everybody knows I'm a rainbow guy. And so I love rainbow, from my Rolex to my Bindi Zenith, the rare one I've shown you, to some of the others. Myself and Nick Cage, remember, got the first one from Zenith, the rainbow last year.
Yeah.
And I just absolutely love the rainbow. And so this is the FP Journe, the Geno's Dream, honors one of Francois Paul's and the family's legendary original founder, helpers, friends, collaborators, Geno himself, who ran the London store, the boutique, and now his son runs it. And when he died at a younger age and recently, you know, that was a watch to commemorate Gino. And so, and the Élégante, you know, I'm a red guy, you know, I'm a Ferrari guy. I race, collect anything I can get my hands on that I can afford and I can drive. And so let's just say, I think in a year, maybe with a little prayers and a little luck, maybe I'll get the red Élégante. Because, you know, I'm an old restaurant kid. I'll go serve the food there and let them sit down because, you know, I like service. I always serve the wines, and the staff know that. I like to get up. I like to properly honor people, let them taste. I serve the whole table. I serve Francois Paul the whole time, and that gives me a lot of joy. And at the end of the night, they take the watches off and put it in a little cardboard tray. And it is so funny. And Nikki walks up to him and she goes, "Oh my God, I think Peter will have a heart attack if he sees 6 of them, you know, in a row." And so that Élégante watch is really special. And since you mentioned it, Nikki got the first Journe.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Wow.
And this is not just the Élégante
in
light. This is I'll take it off. This is not just the 12 row. This is the 12 row diamond with the bracelet. And so you can detach it here and put different color straps on. And can you imagine if you had to replace the diamond strap with another diamond strap every time you go? Like you're like, hey, I ain't into changing. So you can detach it here, the pin, and keep the diamond. So we bought Nikki pink, blue, white, but then you can also detach the whole bracelet and just keep the 12 row. And to think like at 400 diamonds, VS quality, and this thing sparkles. And guys tease me because, you know, there's a slightly bigger version, right, for men. And Nikki
48.
Correct, exactly. And Kenny's the one, you know, at the LA boutique, along with Laurent. They're like, yeah, we want you to have the dark face really juxtaposes the Titanite, you know, on this better than the white, even though they're both. I mean, you know, which one of your children do you love more? You love all your kids. But I mean, I'm just saying this is, and I mean, this is in the 40,000, you know, American dollar, US dollar, you know, new. Say, I don't remember, say 45. And I don't even know what this is worth. I'm going to guess this is probably worth 280 to 350,000 on the secondary market.
Yeah, probably.
If you had one watch, and we both get to share, sharing's caring. Men should be able to wear too, you know. So I always wear this one, but I thought to have this in the family along with the red restaurant watch, I think it's just super cool. You know,
what an easy wearing watch. And then the restaurant one is 48, right? So it would be perfect. Yes. Then Nikki can have her own watch back. You can get the one on the red strap. By the way, I just want to
get crazy on me. Don't get crazy on me. She ain't getting off that easy. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
She'll have to get you a nice bottle of Bordeaux to go with it. Kaslowitz, shout out to Kaslowitz. He says, shout out to Pete Mitchell, a true collector who I had a pleasure to spend time with at Happy Jewelers. Shout out to our friends at Happy Jewelers. Also, Daniel Katz in the super chat. He says, how about frozen wine grapes? Niagara, Canada.
I'm good. You know what? I'll almost try anything. I'm good with that. And thank you to Jordan for the wonderful shout out. Thank you to Danielle for that. Daniel for that comment. You know, Happy Jewelers, as you all know, you've seen on YouTube, it's Pete Mitchell YT. On Instagram, it's Life with Pete. And you've seen that the collab, you know, Gabe and Danny Eric are truly, I have one sister. I don't have brothers. So they're truly my brothers going on 30 years. One of their original customers, the dad was a legend. They carry the tradition. There's no better secondary watch store in the United States. They sell 20 watches a day, plus or minus. They sell 600 a month. They're a global superpower. If you ever have a chance to buy, FaceTime them, go in there. Jordan was somebody of impeccable taste, the whole staff. It is a true joy. Gabe taught me everything and then taught Danny, and now Danny's exceeded. You know, he's a master Jedi in watches. And so Gabe will handle on the the jewelry side, and Danny's the master Jedi on the watch side, and they are truly unbelievable. I got to tell you, they do more sales tax revenue there than Costco in the city of Fullerton.
Wow.
That's crazy.
They're like I think I heard that they were like the biggest taxpayer in that, possibly in the entire California.
I don't know. I'm not going to mess with Tesla and Meta and some of these global trillion-dollar companies, but let's just say in the city of Fullerton, the mayor gave them the key to the city, and Gabe and Danny, I just can't shout out enough for all the viewers. You know, to have that secondary store, they will locate everything. They do it with excellent provenance. They give you the love. They give you the care. They give you the time. They give you the service. They may remember every piece you buy, and they will also then, well, do you want to trade it and go something more? And this is something we'll get into with gold and materials being so expensive. People don't want to sell a new piece, of course, and don't sell a new piece from a boutique without their permission. But if you have something from the secondary market, and not a lot of people can afford an initial price point of what watches are coming out with right now on their starting prices. And so people want something they love. Remember, always buy something you love and you wear. But then if it has some value and it doesn't lose, a lot of people I'm witnessing, and a lot of my viewers and your viewers that DM us, they really want to be able to take that next step, because people are not unlimited made of money. Let's face it, the economy is tough, and the ultra high-end collectors are buying everything. But all of the rest of us at, not the tippy top, the middle and the lower, we're looking for value, and you can only buy so many new. So I think why Happy plays a very special role in the global watch and jewelry community. And that's not to say there's not many more incredible stores. I buy from about 9 boutiques around the world, maybe 15 when you include new, and not just secondary. But Happy's the one I do 85% of my business with, other than
Peter, they only have that one location, right? Or they,
that's right. That's right. Let's just say they do over 150 plus million a year from one desk. Incredible. And they're a global superpower. My goal is, I want to transition out of just a little bit of politics and finance, not 7 days a week, maybe 5. And then I want to do 1 day a week, so I'll be a waiter at Le Restaurant FP Journe, and I'll get my red watch on, or I want to work for Gabe and Danny 1 day a week. When I go there, I get behind the counter, and it's so fun because, again, I'm a nobody. I'm only a steward and a voice with all of us. But because of your show and because of Happy Jewelers and my great friend Nate, who taught me a lot, and other stuff you're going to see us be doing in social media, which is really incredible. We're going to be really scaling. We've never boosted. We don't pay for anything. It has to be authentic. But you're going to see us get a lot more adoption on the stuff we're doing now in content, because my goal is to really reach more people and to just be an authentic, credible voice out there, and get more messaging out there, because we don't have kids. So someday I can look back and say, hey, we helped hundreds or thousands of people, on anything, and Gabe and Danny, I love selling over there. And it's so funny. They're like, what can they pay you? They could just give me watch credits. That's all I care about. I'm the cheapest labor they'll ever have. Right. I love them.
It's about the passion. Right.
Yeah. And then so I wasn't left alone. So this year I got the new FP Journe boutique edition, also Quantième Perpetual, the QP.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Now, that watch is really special. It's got multiple hidden features. Would you like to tell us about them?
I will. And to have a Perpetual or Quantième Perpetual, and again, it's not just solving a problem. The fit and finish is unbelievable. And on this watch, a couple of things, the genius of Francois Paul, he really wanted to make a perpetual watch that, the zone of death, whether it's 10 and 3 or 9 and 10 and 2 or 9 and 3, you shouldn't set a perpetual during certain times when the gears engage and lock. So Francois Paul solved that problem. You cannot damage this watch. And then number 2, to have a hidden a lever, a clutch that pops out, and a hidden lever pops out. And you can set this watch. It has no pusher holes. And this watch you can set in 30 seconds.
So So when you engage, when you use the crown normally, you'll set the time. But when you engage the clutch, it goes into setting day, date, all the other functions of the perpetual calendar.
So it's even easier when you pull the position, correct position out, Tim. You can go up and do certain movements of day, date, and bottom can go month, and then whatever's left, it does one movement up, one movement down, and then the clutch takes care of the last movement. So you hit all three movements immediately with those positions, and to have it in platinum, to have it, and again, what I love is all the FP Journe straps are interchangeable, except as you saw for the Élégante. So that way you can just, have 4 or 5 straps. They all share the same. And you can, like this one was purple. I'm a fraternity guy. I love all fraternity sorority houses. Ours is royal purple and old gold. So it's kind of cool to have that on there. But you can see all the straps are really the same. So the legendary chronometer blue, the CB on an orange, I'm an orange guy. And then all the straps interchange. So you can literally take anything off. And again, this is tantalum, one of the most special pieces, multiple coats. When you see it in the factory, they don't all make it to the end. They have to be perfect. The bone dial, the gorgeous movement on this simple gentleman's watch reminds me of an old Rolex or an old Patek Philippe. And you wear this, and this is a very important watch. It's not maybe the most important, but it's one of the more important watches to the boutique in Francois Paul, because this is really a special piece on the aesthetics.
I think the chronometer blue is really what put them on the map, and it's kind of is the most understated, like one of his simplest creations, seemingly on the surface. But because it was one of the first watches in tantalum case, it had this blue dial that you only understood how special it was when you seen it in person. And when that watch caught fire, I feel like it pulled the entire brand up out of kind of obscurity and made it what it is today.
Certainly. And it's hard to know, from the great master. Francois Paul's also Rembrandt and Picasso on the finishing, not just the genius on the inventor, engineer, and his incredible, but I think probably the piece that the resonance, the chronometer the resonance is probably his most famous piece, and then optimum, and then to have, to your point, Tim, the chronometer blue, the CB, and then the vertical tourbillon and some of the other older pieces. I mean, you're seeing the prices. Everything's 50%, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500% on the secondary market. And they're showing no signs of stopping. The art community, the finance community globally came into it. It's almost its own asset class. And I know it bugs them because their job's not to drive the prices through the roof, but they make 1,000 pieces. Francois Paul could double, triple, quadruple whatever he makes per year. But he is such a beautiful man, and the team. And their focus is just on 700 plus automatics, 200, 250, quartz movements, and the Élégante. And that's what he wants to do, period.
Peter, how do you feel about all that? I think it kind of ruins the whole beauty of collecting watches when it gets, I consider it almost like hijacking the brand when this happens.
Mike, your point is well taken. Let me offer my opinion to all of you and the viewers. And here's my point. Where do you get I disclosed the Nikki's Élégante was like in the low 40,000 range. I mean, they could have charged 200 and you may still, if you could afford to pay it. How beautiful is that to be that valuable? And I get it. You might be like, well, I can't get it. Look, there's nothing in life that's good, that's easy. If you truly love the brand and you're willing to go in and see them once or twice a month and be patient, months, years, you're going to eventually get a watch. I just believe that because they're fair. And then you're getting one not at these crazy prices where everything starts high, and they can't help it that they're so successful and beautiful.
No,
I know what you're.
I don't blame Francois at all. Not at all.
No. I absolutely. I know what you're getting at, but I'm just giving your viewers my perspective that it's the unintended consequence. They shot the pinball, the ball bounces and comes over here, and the unintended consequence is that it's so valuable, the secondary market. It is what it is. And I don't see it changing for a while, Mike.
No.
I'll defer to you. You have an excellent insight, but at least their starting prices are so fair. I mean, where do you get a minute repeater for 400 or more thousand? The starting minute repeaters are 500 plus thousand. The Grand and Petite Sonneries at Patek are $1.1 million.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed with that formula, but I couldn't believe the last year and a half, the jump in the secondary market for Journe. It's staggering. It's staggering.
The thing is that yes, the brand have maybe been a little bit hijacked by the people who are investing into the watch, but also the brand has to be worth something to be worth hijacking. And what happened was, I think for a long time, people didn't understand how important FP Journe is in the world of watchmaking. I mean, he was making watches at the same time that George Daniels, right? He was one of he was just developing his skill when George Daniels was like highly regarded back in like the 80s. And then he developed, Pete pointed out, resonance, which is one of the few modern watches that have two balance wheel and that use the resonance phenomenon. It's one of the most important phenomenons in the universe. This idea that resonance, that objects synchronize um, uh, through contact. And he was able to make a watch that takes advantage of this phenomenon. He created one of the world's first tourbillons with 1 second remontoire. He's done so, and countless other inventions. So he's not just a watchmaker, kind of how a lot of because there's a lot of watchmakers out there, and they have many different complications. But their complications, they're like, oh, they'll do a perpetual calendar. They'll just do like their own version, or they'll get a perpetual calendar movement from some other manufacturer and stick it into their watch. That's very different from being a genius inventor.
That's
like
right.
The way FP Journe is.
That's right.
There's two aspects to it. There's a reason people investing money in it, because they realize that this guy is a modern day Picasso. Whereas, you know what? In 2019, I think 2019, everyone could have went and got an FP Journe watch for 30% off, but they didn't.
Right.
So kind of complaining now that they're so expensive, you know what? You should have.
No, I don't.
No, I'm not talking about you, Mike. I'm saying just, there's people that generally kind of complain.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what I love? When there's demand and love, people are they're flocking to it. And I'm just, like the smallest little piece in the world. I'm just glad to be a small piece in it, because like I said, every time I see him, I can't thank Kenny, Laurent Journe, the brother, and the team at the LA boutique, and to meet Francois Paul and Pierre and Massa and the marketing and the entire team. We just love them. They couldn't be more authentic, right? And like you said, remember I started by saying he was Ben Franklin and Elon Musk and Louis Breguet and then now also Picasso and Rembrandt. I mean, he's all those things in one. He's so intellectually curious. But finally, for the 1928 Lafite to make him happy, I'm like, shit, I don't know how I'm going to make him happy next year. But I got to tell you, I think better than the 82 Chateau de Cru. I think Chateau de Cru and Chateau and one more, I think, should have made the Premier Grand Cru First Growth, and they didn't. But we found out the 78 de Cru, Mike, was better than even the 82 vintage. Wow. So I brought that last year to Francois Paul, and you know what his reaction was? He was like, "That's pretty good, pretty good." Like you're like, I just want to honor him because that's my stuff. How do you honor the guy? You know what I mean? He's so authentic. So I'm glad we talked Journe a lot, because that trip with the restaurant and the wine, isn't that make like a crazy? And that was just day 1 and 2. And I kept going to the boutique, and then we should probably cover a little more at Watches and Wonders. So Tuesday, day 2 there, I thought the crowd was a little muted. I thought it was not any more energy than last year, 2025. So I know the global economy and trading and tariffs and things. And I thought there's some nice Rolex releases. I thought that the releases were a teeny bit better in 25 from Rolex, or more, wow. But they still did their usual wonderful job. I think Chopard did a wonderful job. And, we'll talk about them in a minute. Obviously they won with their Alpine Eagle. And I was the one that asked for the orange strap. Not everybody can get the orange strap, not the black one. So I think this is one of the better watches, and Carl won, one of the awards from the Grand Prix of Horology this year for the sport watch, which was incredible. But DQ to have, I thought Patek Philippe really hit it out of the park this year.
That's so nice.
I think the 2026 Patek was just as strong as 2025, or maybe more. I was just, congratulations to Patek, and we got to hang out with Matt, of course, from the Tiffany Patek, the only salon left inside a Tiffany store in New York by you all. And I was just really proud. I thought the Pateks were off the chart. Didn't you, Mike and Tim?
Yeah, yeah, without a doubt. Peter, close to my heart is JLC, Jaeger-LeCoultre. How's your feeling towards that brand, and what do you think of it?
So I've always loved it. Nikki, besides being smart and hot and not needing me, she people forget she was 30 years ago selling watches and jewelry. Nikki's a gemologist. Nikki's rated. And thank God for Gabe and Danny, because she was like, what do you mean there's a store called Happy Jewelers? How about Frederick H. Rubel and Traditions that she worked with? And then when she got to know Gabe and Danny, she's like, wow, so I didn't look like an idiot, because she really knows her stuff. And that's a beautiful picture of her. Like, that's just how she looks normally. Her mom, her sister, her nieces, they're all like doctors and supermodels. So it's cray-cray, the gene pool in that family, and Nikki really knows her stuff. And I'm just telling you, like, she was impressed with a lot of the releases and stuff going on this year. And Jaeger-LeCoultre, the Reverso is one of Nikki's favorite watches, Mike. She loves the Reverso. We love it.
Here we go. We got Daniel joining us. Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
How does your mind work? Is it unwound?
Yeah, it's complicated. Anyways, nice to meet you for the first time, Mr. Mitchell. I'm just observing right now. So.
Okay, Daniel, if you got any questions, you just chime in. We also got a super chat from Sean, $20. He says, great to see the Super Pete and the marvelous Mike on the panel with the Titanic Tim. Thank you. We'll be sinking like the Titanic later.
Yeah.
But Pete leaves the show. I'll jump on later if Tim allows, of course. Cheers.
You're always welcome.
Gents, thank you so much, Sean.
It's more of a statement than a question. I love storytelling, and Peter, can I call you Peter?
Yes, sir.
That whole FP Journe story stuff, his little restaurant, the idea of serving people, Peter. I love hearing that. I'm sure others did too.
Daniel, you're a true gentleman. It's also my fraternity motto. So thank you for the kind words. It's how I was programmed. I don't care if you're one way or the other way on philosophy or this or that, or people like all of us started with nothing or whatever. I view mankind as just beautiful. The world, I don't play to the negative or it'll drive you crazy. Serving people is an honorable thing, and being humble, and my dad taught me that in restaurant service. You ran to greet the customers with a smile and a handshake. And if you make, at my Greek dad's, he's been long deceased, World War II vet. If you were in a diner, coffee shop, or a fine dining, to make people feel like $1 million is a really special thing. And that's just in my DNA. There's a lot smarter people than I'll ever be, but at least I bring good wine to dinner every night when I entertain, and that helps. The wine really helps.
Well,
philosophy.
It's an inner health. It's an inner health, Peter.
Peter, how can someone not smile when you bring great wine to the table?
I've had some pretty colorful metaphors when people get mad at me because I'm not partisan. I help everybody try to solve a problem, big or small. and execute well, with a little small venture capital, private equity, and do things and or be a team member, and I like to be and I usually am, by the way, the dumbest, oldest, and poorest guy in the room. And then you learn the most. And if you do the money or raise the money and do the work and give away the credit and take the arrows and the shit, usually something gets done. And so I think it's an important philosophy in life to do that, and I found it very meaningful. When my family, I didn't know I was, growing up with parents who were challenged with mental illness. And so, what doesn't kill you makes you strong. And so I've had great mentors in my life. And my goal is that we give back as much as we can, all the time we can. And if you can influence one young person or help some old person or person in need, I think it's a very noble cause. And I think food service, hospitality, we're starting hospitality. So I hope to have some exciting news to share with you. We're doing something transformational in the hospitality space. And if we can do that, that means the world to me, because when you really serve and make people feel special, it lifts them up and empowers them, and it gives them hope, especially if they have a bad day or week or months or years. And making sure somebody can go one more step and not giving up, I think is a very powerful thing in life. And wine plays a role in that, believe it or not. It's crazy,
It's true. It's true. The wine, nothing connects people. No other beverage connects people as much as wine does.
No,
I've experienced it.
Absolutely. And besides LeCoultre, I need one more hobby like a hole in the head, but I got to tell you, I'm just a real fan of Cartier. I think they're killing it. And I think just a stainless clean. You didn't know, Tim, I picked up this little gem.
Wow.
And, I got a shout out to Valerie at the 1916 company. She, as you know, helped me, introduce me to Jessica from Zenith when we started our collab and got them to do social media last year with my watch. I picked it up there. And to be able to get this, and you can have a store credit or something. And that brand is so big and they have such a big secondary market. But I think buying it in stainless and not precious metal and clean, I think this is a great watch, and they're killing it right now when the market's really tough out there.
Yes. What an iconic design. That watch got serious history. It's got some serious spec. This could be a great watch, for a one and done watch for many people. There's hard to find a better watch. Like Rolex Submariner, I think these two are like the two perfect watch. Either a Rolex Submariner or that watch. They're kind of interchangeable. One has advantages over the other one. I think even in the modern day, the Cartier Santos would be even a more relevant watch. It's a little bit more dressy, and it's got that quick change strap system. You can put it on the rubber strap. You can put it on the leather strap. And it's got the water resistance. It's got the really robust movement in there, and timeless design. I mean, it's just.
Pete, is that your first Cartier?
It's not Nikki's. So she's got Cartier. She's a at least a 3-stripe sergeant. So she knows her Cartier. But for me, it's my second, but only the first one I have now, Mike, in the collection. And so I was thrilled to get back, and I just love it. Clean, simple, doesn't need to be. And I love solid gold. I mean, just the prices are so high for that to be. And we had a little bit of a credit from something else. So to be able to get that like 8,000 or 8,000 new, I mean, with an extra, and Tim, you, of course, as usual, said it perfect, to get an extra strap in there and having a brand new, it's a fantastic piece, and it holds its value. So we really shout out to people when you're looking for value and a piece, if you love it, don't look to make money on it. But if you love it, guess what? It's going to hold its value, and you'll always, in my opinion, wear it. And so we got some other little gems. Do you want to go to Patek next? Do you want to go to Chopard next, or do you want to go to Rolex next?
Let's take. Oh, you know what? Let's take a look at Rolex, and then we'll take a look at Chopard. How's that sound?
Yeah.
A little Rolex in between here, just a little spice. Thank you, Sean, by the way, for another super chat. It says, Daniel, here's an opportunity to improve your resume. Just include Mr. Pete Mitchell called you a gentleman. Yes, you are one.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
There you go. No, you're muted, Daniel. You muted yourself.
What if I'm auditioning to play some horrible person in a movie, and then I put in there. Well, I guess it'll work. But he said I was a wonderful gentleman.
Perfect.
Yeah,
That's a perfect role, Daniel.
So we'll go into a couple pieces we covered before, but I got to take all this stuff back to the bank on Tuesday. So, we're going to just cover a couple of my favorite gem sets, because I think Rolex does some of the greatest gem sets. So, let's talk about, the Saru. The Patriot is just a great watch, with the diamond, and Saru is sapphire and ruby, SARU. So to have the white gold and the sapphire and ruby, I think in the GMT, I think this is one of their more stunning depictions of a watch. I hope you agree. I put a little light on it so you can see it. I think this, and to have this with the Memorial Day, I think is a real special thing. But those of you know me, I think my favorite watch in the world, or one of them, is the Meteorite VVIP Sky Dweller with the pave. And this is the this hit 450 plus during COVID, and to be 160 if you're a higher end collector and can get into that, and it's holding 150, 160, 170. This is one of the nicest. So you have Meteorite, Oyster Flex, and you have, I think, one of the best combinations, but I haven't shown this yet. And so you'll be the first, the off catalog President Day date diamond pave with the Roman numerals and the ruby. So
holy shit.
This is ruby's miserable on prices right now. Diamonds are bad, blue sapphires are worse, ruby is extremely hard, and the worst is emerald. When I say worst, I mean with love. But this is a stunning stunning piece on
the color combination, the contrast, that the yellow gold against the rubies, and the pave on the dial.
Wow.
And each one of those Roman numerals are made out of ruby.
Yeah, Peter, I'm sorry to be a bit of a pain. Could you bring that a little bit closer? I'd like to see the dial with the multi-diamond.
Just don't lick it, Daniel.
Yes.
Look at that.
Lovely. Yeah.
Wow.
It's a special watch. And to think they made one years ago with emerald. Can you imagine what that goes for on the secondary market, or Daytona with an emerald? The aftermarket blue sapphire Daytona now is going for 1.2 million. And I hear the emerald's like 1.8 to 2.5 million on the Daytona. That's what I hear. I mean, insane is the right word, my friends. And then I'm excited because, I didn't get it last year. Rolex is so hard to get pieces. They still don't roll them out, but I really like stainless steel. As you know, there's a lot of value and clean, and I really like the Sky Dweller. And even in 36, I think the Sky Dweller is pretty, but what I love is there's only, I believe, 5 pieces that have the open back. So to have a Rolex with the open back is really special.
Mm-hmm.
I think the 36 is the model to get, because they both use the same movement, and in the 36 model, the movement really fills it out to the absolute edges, and it just feels like a more authentic Rolex. You put it on, and it really feels like a vintage, like 1980s, 1970s, like jingly Datejust. Such a light watch. They've done a fantastic job with that. With the Land Dweller.
Tim, I agree. I like the Land Dweller. I think it's good. And again, those of you know, I mean, do I love Daytona? Of course. Do I love my Rainbow Daytona and all the other versions, the Simple Panda? Love it. But, I love a simple, clean Oyster Perpetual. 36 or 41, clean. I have most of the color dials. And I didn't know. I always bought the 36 pink. Nikki and I fight over it, and her family are big, like I said, medical family, breast cancer survivors, and started the amazing survivor walk in Redlands. Over 15,000 people show up, so they all want to wear the pink. I didn't know they brought back the 41. They brought the 41 out now in pink. They never had the 41 before. So newsflash, you don't need to buy the 36. You can get the 41 now. And I love
what? This is breaking news. I didn't realize it.
Yeah. Did you know nobody knew it? I went, and I'm sitting there arguing with a guy. And he goes, Pete, I know you keep up. I'm just telling you, they slid in the 41 we all know the dark green. We know the Tiffany blue was iconic, and you can get it, of course, in 36 or 41. But I didn't know, and I have pistachio. I love my fraternity, like the violet. I love the 36 in this. This is beautiful. But I did not know they brought for the first time the OP41 pink. I did not know, and it's out. It's out.
Wow.
Because
I love the pink, and the fact that they didn't have it, the pink was like was the only one that they didn't have in 41. I thought it was a little bit strange. Like,
I love the Tiffany blue.
Tiffany is such a lovely color.
And my favorite, people go, why are you wearing an old 36 on Jubilee that's had a little staining and discoloration? Because this is the Tiffany co-stamp Rolex.
That's beautiful.
So now, when I wear this, people don't understand, and then I go, well, there's always a meaning with me, so this is that's a cool watch. So I really love the coral, the traditional Rolex green, but newsflash, 41 OP, get it in pink, right?
Available now. What did you think about the new 100th anniversary Oyster Perpetual with the gold bezel and the 100 years?
I like it. I absolutely love a Le Mans Daytona. Also, I love the Tiffany blue, the stone Daytona on Oyster Flex. Of course, it's crazy. Nobody's seen it. I'm just glad I finally got the Land Dweller. Nobody's seen it. You can barely get some of these unless you're a major, customer. So I'm just glad to finally see it. But I just kind of wanted to share. I think, we all love Rolex to death, but I'm just a real fan of the OP. There it is. Right there.
There it is. Proof, guys. Nobody has mentioned it to me ever, and I totally missed this. But there you go, guys. Solid proof. It's available. Pink dial. There's
who told me? I got there it is. Okay, I love the celebration. That one. I think that's one of the coolest pieces. I'm gonna pray and keep my eyes out for one if it ever pops up. But shout out. Ron Bindi from Bindi Jewelers got me the pistachio, and he told me about the 41. Oh, that's awesome, Tim. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, where did they get that? Oh, you got it obviously from the dealership or what? No.
No, I got this at Watches and Wonders. I love the pattern, what they've done here. I think Rolex is testing something interesting. I think they might be expanding their offering. Maybe they're going to be going, making more than just watches soon, because I've seen already a lot of Rolex merch that utilizes this pattern on the inside, on the outside. There's all kinds of stuff. Maybe they're just going to keep making these as freebies for their collectors, but I think there's a market for it.
Hey, it may very well be, but I'm glad we covered. So I thought Rolex did their usual fine job. It's just I thought Patek, of course FP Journe, of course Chopard, but I thought Patek hit it out of the park again. And we can do Patek whenever you want. But the anniversary of the Nautilus, those 3 versions, was crazy.
Wow.
The Tiffany blue, the parabola. Complicated watch with iced out. There's only, I guess, 8 of them, and Mr. Stern's going to get them all. So, we'll go wherever you want next, Tim and team. Whatever.
Let's talk Chopard, because I think that's extremely relevant. This is something very different, but also you couldn't have picked up a better timing to get a watch like this.
Yeah,
and I think this is something that's going to really blow a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, and what a fan I am. The Scheufele family, Carl, his son Carl, his wife, his sister, co-presidents with Carl. Caroline does the high jewelry. You couldn't have a better family involved. The parents bought the brand, and look where Carl and Carolyn have taken the company. Shout out to them for their gracious hospitality, and Maxime, the chief of staff, Jean-Baptiste, the U.S. president, Marcello, and Jean-Louis. So we really spend time. And guess what? This year, I brought out the 1924 Chateau de Cru for them when we drank it. along with the 1985 came a Special Select and a 1938 Barolo. To sit there and break bread with them. And I dragged them away like on a Thursday or Friday. And I know it drives them crazy. So Thursday, they had us in the factory near the FP Journe factory also. They had us there for a sit-down dinner with the family. And then Friday, I dragged them away from the boutique. I'm always a little like, I'm like, I know how much. And they're worker bees. That family works their, off. They're so hardworking and kind. But their pedigree, Carl is a car guy too, as you know, and he's the one that got me in with Jackie X. And Carl does the Mila Miglia, and many of the Chopard does Mila Miglia. And remember, Carl brought back, Caroline's done unbelievable at Con in the high jewelry. Carl brought, as you know, Ferdinand Berthoud brand back, and he's now won 2 times one of the categories at the horology. And we showed you this before. I think this is one of the watches that won, but. Talk about a testament. One of my favorite watches of all time is the all-in-one Chopard. And this is piece 1. I have piece 1 out of piece 15, and this is white gold. And they have 3 15-line pieces, one in the red rose gold, one in the yellow, and one in the white gold. But this is the only one that has the diamond. So this is 14 complications, more complicated than the Grandmaster chime. So this has on the 2 sides. So on the front, you have the tourbillon, the perpetual calendar, gorgeous. The family took it back. This has over 500 parts, serviced it, polished it, made it like new, and brought it back to me before Geneva. And on the back, equation of time, sidereal time, power reserve, sunrise, sunset. This is absolutely, I've shown it before, but this feels, I call it the hamburger. Jean-Louis and I call it the hamburger at the South Coast Plaza boutique, because this wears, you really feel like you have a Grandmaster chime or better on your hand, which is crazy. So, shout out to the Chopard family for this. And I'll wear this in my vertical tourbillon. And then the new addition to the family is a watch so crazy. So if I may, Tim, share a story of Jean-Louis, the general manager of the South Coast Plaza boutique in California. He had me there to show me the new minute repeaters. And I fell in love with them. And at the end of the show, and he was one that tasted the Stag's Leap the year before the judgment. And, we did our mini reenactment of the judgment of Paris.
Yes.
And Jean-Louis is one of my great friends. He used to work at Journe. So he's one of the 2 people that introduced me to Laurent and to Kenny. And he is a gentleman's gentleman, Jean-Louis. You couldn't find, along with Maxime, Jean-Baptiste, Jean-Louis, Carl, other Carl, the son, Caroline. I'm telling you, that family's first class. And so he says, hey, we found a watch. I'm like, okay. He goes, it's sitting in the safe brand new, and it didn't get sold. I'm like, what do you mean it didn't get sold? And he goes, and we found it. And we think you're going to love it. And he said, we would be very honored if you wanted it. And so I thought the other one was big. This is a 49.5 millimeter. And this is a very special Pont de Genève certification. We all know what that means on the finishing and the bridge work. And you might say, Pete, it looks a lot like the other one. It's big, it's huge. Why is it so special? So it disconnects. And this is, in my opinion, the only watch that becomes a pocket watch in the world.
Look at
and
that.
Look at the finishing.
Wow.
On the Point de Genève, on the white gold, on the incredible Grand Prix and the enamel. And it comes up with the solid white gold chain. And I take that off, and I call this the Optimus Prime watch, because it transformed from a watch into a, and I wore this and the all-in-one that I just showed you when I had dinner with Carl and the family. And to have both of these pieces, he couldn't believe it. He was flabbergasted. He goes, I'm so glad you found one. I can't believe you have it. So tell me, this isn't like, have you ever seen something like this, Tim?
No.
Anybody? Mike?
Peter, so Peter, did you wear it as a pocket watch or as a watch?
So I started off with a watch, and you're so smart. And then I took it off and wore it as a pocket, but then I didn't want to be, not without another watch. So I had another Chopard in my pocket. So I had triple Chopard on that night, and I wore a Chopard hat, and they're like, you're such a good brand ambassador. You know, when you're with the families, you know, what an honor. You know, we should be an ambassador. We should show up. We should try to buy the brand, try to support them, try to promote it. And you're just not going to get, in my opinion, a better watch. And for the money, I mean, look, all solid stainless, the pink, and you can take it off and put it on a pink strap.
I love that one.
I
Yeah,
love
the
this one.
pink.
And this is the Maritime Blue limited edition
Oh,
stainless. I took it off strap.
Ooh, that's
Took
pretty.
it off strap, and look at the blue.
Gorgeous.
And they're
This-
giving me the pink strap for them. Isn't this a great watch?
This is like the perfect Miami colors.
Yeah, yeah. And
Perfect beach.
of course, the contrast, the pink strap's going to be great too.
Oh,
Exactly.
Yeah,
Isn't that? I
Isn't
mean,
that wonderful? Yeah, yeah.
and look at this. Even just the sand, and this is a very simple stainless, but
Oh,
the Alpine with that beautiful sand, like the sport watch, and look at the open back, just very clean and simple. And I try to always tell people, it's not when, it's not if. When Chopard has a watch such a hit, let's say you buy it for 10, 20,000 and it becomes worth 30, 40, 50, 60 on the second market. This is going to be another Journe moment where people will be like, oh my God, I wish I'd have got in, because they have the movement, they have the gem setting, they have the pedigree, they have the financial horsepower. And, you know, I really want to promote them to your viewers because I think they're just a world-class brand, you know, worthy.
we already have a lot of viewers
Yeah.
who've been discovering Chopard, and because, like you said, it's one of the few brands that has their own manufacturing. They're capable of doing high-end complications. They're I think what happened is they were more known for their jewelry. 'Cause their jewelry is division is so big that I think it like overshadowed the watch division.
Yeah.
But they've put so much effort, so much investment into developing their wristwatch collection.
Yes.
And they have an incredible heritage in watchmaking. So the timing is perfect, and I think they seized the moment at the right time.
Personally, even though I don't know what I'm talking about, Chopard mentally to me, I think of it as a watch company, even though it's an all-encompassing area of jewelry. I just, they did their work, and so I'm emotionally invested in the idea of them being a watchmaking group.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you, and that's why I'm glad. You know, them and Zenith and IWC. You know, they really deserve an extra. You know, because Vacheron and JJ have been around a lot longer, and they're a little bit more, in a sense, established. But with Ferdinand Berthoud on Chopard, with what Zenith's trying to do, being part of LVMH family, you know, and we did a lot of content over there and we got to meet one of the Arnault, the sons who runs the division. It was a real honor. Couldn't have been a finer man, coiffed, professional. And the Arnault family's putting the money in on the métier d'arts and all that. They are hiring the people, putting the money the old school way, just like Carl is with his brand. So watch, everybody's coming up and doing it the hard way. You know, really, you know, hiring the artisans, bringing back the long lost crafts, you know, Pont de Genet certificate, cost certification, Grand Fear, enameling, you know, Hermes is doing it. LVMH is doing it. So I'm going to tell you, watches are going to keep getting better and better. The scary thing I have is I'm always trying to find value for people because it's just so darn expensive. You know, that's the one thing you can't avoid right now. And that's why I hope we see stainless steel out for a few more years, because that's the only way to get people out of these massive costs. You know, stainless steel, you know?
Yeah, I feel like for a while there, these big designer houses, they were outsourcing the watchmaking to, like they would just, you know, buy generic watches and then just put their name on it, and that was it, or have somebody else completely do all the work for them, and they would just put the branding on it. But now they're taking the manufacturing in house. And with what LVMH is doing with this prize for independent creatives, that's going to make the competition in watch space even greater. And competition is good because it raises the bar. And now we saw, and then now I'm gonna tie it all to the AP Royal Pop release, because that watch that you bought it before the Royal Pop was released, and we can see the similarity in between the watch that you got and what the AP has released. And AP has announced that they're going to take all the profits that they make from the making of this watch, and they're going to reinvest it into helping educate watchmakers in some way. So that's a great thing. It's kind of like what LVMH has done with the prize for independent creatives. And we talked a little bit about this Royal Pop before we started the stream, but you want to share your thoughts on the release?
I love it, and I love seeing lines out the door from a boutique, new, because then it's going to be worth as much or more for collectors. It inspired people to be even more excited. I commend AP for being willing to do that, because they're such a storied house. I had a beautiful VIP tour in Geneva of their incredible setup. And one of my friends left one of the other storied houses and works there. And so they're lending their horsepower. I bought the case of all of these, the full set, and
wow.
and I love that they have I bought the carrier strap, so you can stick it into one of the matching straps and put it on your wrist. And I'm a rainbow guy, so right there, the Hoop Blanc, the Feet Blanc is killer, and they're all $400. So just so you all know, if you bought 8 times 400, it would be 3,200 plus tax if you're in the United States. So you're not getting that box under 32. Like when I hear people like, oh my God, it's going for 35 or 4,000. Well, that's what it costs. I mean, so I'm just happy for them. I'm happy for Swatch, but I really admire AP for lending their horsepower behind this, because people could argue, oh, it makes AP blah, blah, blah less valuable. It doesn't make it less valuable. It drove the watch world crazy. Have we all seen the lines the last 2 weeks? Good for them.
Pete, 11 billion social media impressions was generated out of this release. There is no doubt that a number of those impressions will translate into customers of AP. It just has to, because that's more impressions than there's people in the world.
Hey, bro, 11 billion. They're almost coming up to your show following, baby. So, good for them. Good for them. But as you know, I try to always talk up brands because I know how hard it is. So you know what? Whether you love it or not, I just commend them. It created so much fun. I have younger friends, kids, sons and daughters, and younger collectors that are DMing me, and they're super excited that this is their first watch that they could afford to get. And you and I will cover a new brand that's killing it for $700 to $900 later. And this is an example of a cool thing.
Yes. Hey, Sean, welcome to the show. Do you have any comments, reactions, questions to Pete?
Tim, I just wanted to say, Mr. Mitchell, I have a lot of admiration for you. I have a lot of respect for you. And if I knew Tim was going to talk about AP, I would have changed my name, the tag thing that I put on there, because it just, listen, just take it as my ignorance. Don't mind what I have on there. If I knew, I would have changed it, just put my name on there.
John was playing devil's advocate, because we were debating the release.
And it's just, there are always two sides, maybe sometimes more, and I was on the opposite side. So but that doesn't mean that I don't respect what the gentleman says. Obviously, he has a lot of knowledge, and his roots in the collection and the knowledge of watch collecting goes a lot deeper than mine. So when it comes to it, Tim, as much as you're trying to steer shit, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut and not say anything about Royal.
Well, to be honest, we still don't know where this is all gonna end up, Sean. So
it's good. And listen, I like AP. I don't want just like Pete said, you don't want to wish anybody anything awful, because it is tough to run a business, especially at that level, and it's tough to stay where they are for so long, and it's a slippery slope when you get up there. It's really easy to come down, and they've managed to do a great job. And as much as I may not be a fan of the collaboration and the pieces that came out, again, some people, there are different tastes, and but I definitely don't want anything ill for them. It's just a difference of opinion.
Yeah, it's okay, but that's what makes the world great. Potato, Rolls, Bentley, VW, BMW, Cadillac. It's okay. It's all different. It's okay.
And Pete, if we all agreed on the same thing, it would have been a very boring world, right?
Absolutely.
It's actually, the contradiction in taste and opinions is what brings zest to the world. Otherwise, it would be boring. With that being
By the way,
said,
Sean, I don't know.
I
don't know what.
Two questions.
No, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Please.
No,
I
I
have
was just
two
going to say, I
questions
don't know
for-
what you mean by your name. It says that AP rocks, but I don't know.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm glad you changed it.
Okay, go with your question. Sorry.
AP does rock. I don't know about the pop, but anyways, with that being said, I have two questions for Pete. One is auto related, because obviously you have a lot of passion for the automotive world, and the other is for the timepieces. But I'll ask you the automobile question, because I think the other one, the watch, regarding the watches, I think that's a little bit more meaningful to the audience than perhaps you can elaborate on it. You were talking about cars earlier. My original question was, have you been to Villa d'Este? They just had their Concorso d'Eleganza.
I have, and Villa d'Este is now tied with Hotel de Paris and the Chopard Hotel in Place Vendôme is our favorite hotel in the world. And so the concourse there, or the concourse in Pebble Beach, it's truly a magical experience. Incredible.
Yeah. No, I'm totally with you. I've had the really I've been fortunate to be able to go to Pebble. The first year I went there, I was 27 years old back in 1989, and for a year. And not as often recently, but a wonderful weekend. The whole weekend, obviously, with the parade, and of course they have the historic races and so forth. But even from LA to Pebble, just the drive there is fantastic, because you pull over to a gas station in the middle of nowhere and you see a bunch of Ferraris, Alfa Romeos, a convoy of Lamborghinis pulled over to pull off gas. So it's just absolutely wonderful. Did you actually drive at the Mille Miglia from Brescia and back to Brescia? Did you participate in that race?
So I have not done Mille Miglia yet. I want to one day. It will happen. Time, money, effort, but that's on my list, as are a couple other. We've done many of the Ferrari driving experiences. Tagliaferra and some of the others are really cool as well. And so we were doing the cavalcades.
Sure.
And so the cavalcades are super fun. On another show, we'll cover those. But hopefully, who I want to do it with? I want to do it with Carl Schäufele from Chopard, because he has the old 34 Bentley.
Yeah, of course.
It's crazy. It's crazy. That would be great.
It would be that would be wonderful. And do you yourself have a car that's pre-1957 to participate, or you're going to be tagging along?
I would
not
be
yet. That means you're looking for one. That means you got the itch for one. You got the itch. That's fantastic.
I'm looking, my friend. I'm not. Wine is my best hobby. So I am a small fry potato in the global car world, but I will one day. One day.
Absolutely, and you're more than a small potato. To us, you're a giant when it comes to cars and watches. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Peter, question for you. I know you have the Cylindri and you have the Puro Sangue. Which one do you prefer driving? They're both V12s.
So it's a great question. So the Puro Sangue, Nikki's car, this is tailor-made. So you can 100% custom any Ferrari, which is perfect. You can go Atelier, which is a little bit more crazy and custom. But then tailor-made, you actually have to have a build slot. And the build slot allows you to do almost anything. And Nikki's we put on there with like the Hermes Louis Vuitton orange inside. And it has the carbon fiber. It's the perfect rare gray. And it has the 599 GTO stripe. This car is amazing with the suicide doors and the sound. It comes off the pedigree of the Lusso V12. It comes off the pedigree of the 612 Scaglietti. And so the sound on this car with the 8-speed is fantastic, but an unknown mic piece that makes this car unbelievable. This is one of only 2 full-time all-wheel drive. The Lusso had partial all-wheel drive and it disconnected after 55 miles an hour. This has the new hypercar F80 transmission. So this has the full-time all-wheel drive. This car feels like it's on rails. So this car drives a 10 out of 10. But I must tell you, now let's talk about the 12 Cylindri. I have the coupe, as you saw, but I have the Spider coming in 2 months. So I have the tailor-made Spider coming.
Wow.
The 12 Cylindri is so spectacular on the engine and the feel and the stiffness. It's supposed to be just a GT, a brutal big cruiser like Enzo drove for his life. But to have that car, it has the Competizione type engine. It's only 10 horsepower less, but it actually revs 500 more. This revs to 9,500 RPMs in a naturally aspirated V12. This car is so spectacular, the sound and the feel. And this is that rare orange, so it looks like a Daytona, but it has that chocolate Patek Philippe. So if you made me, I prefer them both. But if you said you have to pick one, the Puro Sangue is 101% and the Cylindri is 110%.
Okay.
So the Cylindri is the beast. And then when you have a convertible with the sound, I can't wait for the convertible. But the Cylindri is an unbelievable car. 820 horsepower, V12.
Amazing. That's an amazing car.
Can I say, I don't know, does Ferrari, do they call it an SUV or what do they call it?
They do not prefer it to call an SUV. So this is the new.
How would they categorize it?
They would call it as wonderful, Puro Sangue, and they would just call it the successor to the Lusso. So they definitely, and I love the hand-painted shield. Yeah. We usually do it in the V12, but the first time my 12 Cylindri Spider coming, which is Atelier, the black leather has the horses in the stitching, and it has a special better than launch green with a white stripe, and we did not put skills on the car for the first time. The factory loved that it was a clean palette going all the way down the doors. So we're really excited. But I will tell you, that car is fantastic. That car is fantastic.
No, I would go beyond it. I would say, even if they called it SUV, I would call it sex on 4 wheels. It's just such a sexy car. There was one
and to be able to have
curbside on the radio today. It's just wonderful.
Exactly, Sean. And to not just have, we've had 2 back seats before in several of the Ferraris, but to have the first 4-door 4-seater and the suicide doors, many of you are very tall. And you can get 6'2", 6'3" in the back seat easy. It's almost like an executive package in the back. It's a fantastic car. Fantastic car.
Yeah. Peter, what's the horsepower?
So
what's the horsepower on the first?
This one is 720-ish, 710, 720-ish, and the Cylindri is 820.
Okay.
Fantastic. We were talking about vintage cars, and by the way, if you ever or you narrow down your list to a few, may I beg you to share it with us on Tim's stream that day and tell us what's on your wish list or the buy list, so we can have we can drool over it and have a discussion on it. But since you brought up the vintage cars, my question about the watches were, and again, I know some of these.
So
and people that are. I just want you to know that the way you share your timepieces with us, it's pure passion, it's clean, it's wonderful, and it gets all our juices flowing. So please keep doing what you're doing because at my age, I get excited. I can just imagine somebody that's 20, 30, 40 years younger than me,
That's
how
me.
much they get out of you
Yeah,
doing this. So we appreciate that.
yeah,
You're
30,
too
40
kind.
years, that's me.
Yeah, I'm with all of you. We are all brothers and sisters in this wonderful community. So thank you for the compliment. We try. I'm a stick shift and I race a little bit, and collect and road rally. So I will be wanting a V12 stick Ferrari prior to 1968, 67. And I can see myself, and I'm also gonna be proud soon to show you some. I've been offered some cool Porsches too. So we're going to be adding some cool stick Porsches to the collection.
Yeah,
and they're great.
I got 2
Or
points.
maybe an Alpha, maybe a vintage Alpha perhaps, right? Quick question for you regarding the watches. Do you have any vintage pieces? And if yes or no, and what you have, and also in case you do have vintage pieces and you're interested in it, if they would tell you going forward, you can only acquire vintage pieces, or you can only acquire the modern pieces, which one would you opt?
So I would break the mold and not let myself fall into one category, and I would still find a way to do both because I find joy in both, and I love the old.
That's cheating.
It is, and I love the old Patek Philippe's.
That's cheating. That's cheating.
It is. I love the old Calatravas. I love the old annual calendar and perpetual calendar. I love an old Paul Newman Rolex Daytona. I love some of these vintage pieces more than I can express to you. But I find joy in a lot of the new stuff too, and we might as well, cover, Matt from the Tiffany Salon. Obviously, it's been great. I got the first zebra, which is high jewelry, and a rare handcraft gondola. So this is a very special, one. And the enameling and the Grand Fear and the rose gold. This is just a great piece. And, I've always loved my Tiffany co-stamp Aquanaut in the orange. I wear this watch so much, I think I'm going to wear it out. This one is a really rare bird. Both of these watches, and I have a lot of humbly Pateks, and you can't keep, hundreds of watches with you every day. So you have to go to the bank or where you store them, but also one of my favorite is also, the 5961 baguette platinum with the Tiffany co-stamp. This is
very nice.
I wear both of those, pretty regularly. There's so many. And this is the problem where, I try to be very authentic always, and I just don't want to buy watches and keep them in the vaults.
Yeah, can I see that zebra again?
That's actually Daniel's favorite watch.
Yeah, because it survived the crocodile. It's an inside joke there, Peter. Don't worry.
Yeah. And when Matt let me have this at the Tiffany Salon,
bring it closer to the camera.
And this watch is simple and clean, but it's also in the Jolière and also in the handcrafts, rare handcraft type category. And what's cool is, you could put the two women's straps, which are smaller, but what I do is put one side the woman's strap and one side the man's strap. So Nikki and I both share this piece, so we can get it on its same look. But yeah, I mean, it's really a special. But my favorite thing is I would only do this for Tim. This one I had to get out of for you.
Let's go. This is the most special Patek of your collection. The rare craft.
This is something I get sad. It sits in the vault, and I almost want to give it to Matt to show it in the store because Matt thinks to Matt's, beautiful mentoring of me with Patek Philippe and knowing the Tiffany and Patek family. I have over 15 Pateks, and this is an example of I didn't get first year the rare handcraft, but they put me in it. And so just to think last year that I was able to get this watch, and this is a real special case. And these, I don't know if you all know, but the papers are signed by Mr. Stern himself on the rare handcrafts.
Wow.
And so I'm gonna show you this.
That box itself is something.
Yeah.
And look at the size of
It's a
this.
special box.
Yeah.
It opens up like a little closet. Or what did the armoire? All right.
It does, and it comes with. I keep the Patek gloves in here at all times, so it doesn't get. There's so many meters of gold, and so much enameling and fire process. This is one of 10. There are pieces that and pocket watches and clocks that are actually one of one. This is one of 10, and we try to order like McDonald's or Burger King, and then we stick this on the table so we can have a hamburger and to watch this, because you can't bring it to a restaurant. But tell me this isn't stunning, and we don't let Maverick, my beautiful kitty, run around with this thing, because Maverick will go after it. And to have this, look at this.
Unbelievable.
Absolute piece of art. It's incredible.
All of those flowers, they're gold wire, assembled by hand by a master enameler. And there's the mechanism on the back to set it. It comes with the key, right? You put the key in and you set the time. Oh, and it's a manual wind, right? You wind it up.
This is battery driven.
Really?
And so this one is not the key. And so this one will go, and I can set it right now to the correct time. And she is just, tell me how special. And then when Matt came down and did the presentation, I love this so much. And if you see the smoothness and the amount of firing over 8 times in the oven and how much gold wire, the papers is like a book, 8.5 by 11. And for Mr. Stern to sign it, this is one of my most special things ever in my life. And they're so expensive and so hard to get that, I don't have unlimited means, and I can't stand keeping it in the vault, but I was really, really super happy today. I brought it so Tim, you and the viewers could enjoy it with me together, because this thing is the bomb.
Oh my God.
Hey,
really
Peter?
thank you so much for doing this for us.
Peter, thank you for showing this. It's a stunning piece, absolutely stunning. How many variations did they come out with this particular?
Yeah, as usual, great question, my friend. So if you look at the rare handcrafts from 2025, you will see, I believe, 10 clocks. And if I'm wrong, it might be 8, plus watches, plus the pocket watches. And so you will see one of ones. And I'm sure there are some that are 800,000, $1 million, $1.2 million, $1.5 million. This was not inexpensive for this working guy here. So this one was over $220,000. But to me, it's just priceless. And to have, because again, I'm a nobody, but to have this on your profile, and Geneva knows when we walk into the Geneva Patek store or Paris, they know you have a profile. They know you're a good customer of the New York Tiffany Landmark store. And, to have this is just such a incredible piece. I get emotional when I think about it, because but I'm struggling with, we have so many pieces and they're stored in so many places. So this gives me a lot of joy to show you. Isn't it bitchin' though, having gloves? This is so like James Bond, it comes out of a little vault,
So you don't put this on the mantelpiece ever?
I want to, but then I have to take it in every night. I don't want Mavi to get it, because Mavi's a kitty, and we love our kitty cat. And he jumps on the bar and he tries to knock over bottles, so we have to protect everything at night. And then just for common, obviously Southern California, Newport Beach, etc., is very clean and safe. Laguna Beach, but I wouldn't keep this out unless it was in the bank or the storage place. Just for normal precaution. it's not replaceable. You know, that's the problem.
Yes.
It's not replaceable.
Those are extraordinarily difficult to do. There's only a handful of craftsmen capable of doing such work. And like you said, it takes 8 firings to do that type of a Grand View enamel. And if something goes wrong in between one of those, then the whole thing has to be scrapped. And it takes an extraordinary amount of labor to put it together. As you guys can see, the mosaic that's created is like super
Incredible.
complex.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And that and some of the clocks have 10 firings.
Yeah.
You know, which is even crazier. And there's some stuff not even some of my friends know we have, but I just, you know, we don't show it all the time, but we even have some really vintage you know, Pateks too, and some really crazy stuff. So we have some really amazing stuff here. You know, I have stuff that even the dealers don't know I have. You know, I keep it. So, you know, I tell them I have over 14 or 15. We have some really cool, memorable stuff. And that's the problem, you know, and I have to keep track of it. There's insurance. And remember, I'm not that big of a collector. I have a friend that I went on a tour with. He has 500 watches, and the other gentleman lost track at 900.
Wow.
So I'm Sideshow Bob, SSB. They are like, think about it. There and like you've seen on all of our high end, there's the gentleman from Indian descent. His father's one of the richest men in the world, and you saw his collection of high jewelry pieces. He has such stunning watches, or Jay-Z, or Mr. Mark Wahlberg. I mean, you know, it's crazy what some people have, and that's the struggle we have. Keeping track of them, making sure you wear them. And so Nikki and I really become much more focused. You know, we want to only buy the best ones we love from the boutiques, and the secondary market. You know, we try to always strive. It's better to have less and better pieces, in my opinion, than just more. You know, I think it's very hard to insure and to keep them, because it's not fair. Somebody might love one of these watches and wear it every day or every week. And you got to be able to wear it. That's my opinion, you know?
Yes. Yes.
100%.
By the way, Pete, we reached the 2-hour mark. Let's and sorry guys, because we got a big panel here. I'm not ignoring you, Brenny and Manny. Welcome to the show. We have a very limited time here with Pete. He went out of his way to pull all of this stuff out of the safe, brought it to show us on the stream, and he's got maybe a few more minutes to share a few less stories with us, and we want to talk about Denison. You guys feel free to chime in, and when Pete leaves, we'll continue our discussion. So
yeah, that would be great. I'm going to go super quick if you don't mind, and if you want to mute, we'll go quick so people can hear. I'm going to talk about a little bit about Zenith. I'm going to talk a little bit about Denison. So I want to shout out to Zenith, Jessica, Peter, the entire team done another amazing job. Please, you know, they're just like my other passions. They're turning out incredible products. They're part of the LVMH family. They're doing super good stuff. So I can't say enough about them. 7-8 months ago, Tim of course is the master Jedi, so he beat us to it. But I saw in my journey, when I have insomnia in the morning, I mean, we all love malachite, we all love lapis lazuli, we all love the stone dial. You know, you can barely get a Rolex with the tiger. You know, I've never even seen one, you know, probably since last year. And so for a company that started out making dials for Rolex, you know, I can't say enough, and I'd like everybody to buy a Denison. You know, I bought 4, and then I bought one more. And I got to tell you, to have the malachite, you can get it in a gold or a silver finish, and they are quartz. They're gorgeous. They feel like a vintage watch, and you can get it with 2 time zones or 1. So it's a little GMT, and you can get it with just 1 face or split down the middle. And so you can get it with 2 or 1. And you just, it's so hard to see that this is the 2 that has the malachite and the lapis lazuli in one. I mean, think about this. And this is under $900 for the watch. Wow. And they started at $700. This is one of the finest watches, comfortable, you will wear. And then if it didn't get any better, then they said, oh, you can also add diamonds for only $4,200 total, or you can add 3 rows of baguettes, which means savorites, rubies, or rainbow, and you can get that for $12,200. And so to look at in I literally, they let me go behind the counter in Geneva. Nikki found them where they were at, and they did a Tiffany stone type turquoise blue, just like the Rolex Daytona that we all love.
Wow.
And this is VS diamonds, FG, incredible quality. And to think this is $4,200 total. And I bought the turquoise blue strap. Unbelievable. And Tim, you want to show some of those designs I came up with? So you can either buy something non-gem for under $900 US. You can buy something with diamonds for $4,200, or those are the big baguettes, and those are $12,200. Look at those dials. Like that watch looks like a $100,000, $200,000 gem set. You know, agate. Or I can't see enough of this.
And there's no reason why they can't become a brand that is extraordinarily desirable, because they have amazing team, the Stefan and Emmanuel duo. What they're doing with this brand is like watchmakers, new watchmakers should take out a notepad and start taking notes, because the way they're developing this brand is a master stroke of genius.
Yes.
Number one, Stefan, he's an incredible entrepreneur and is extraordinarily passionate about the brand. And he has this passion, the drive to push the collection. And he's got the best partner, Emmanuel, the designer behind Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore.
Yes.
He's also contributed to designing Rolex 1908. And he's been associated with a lot of recognizable watch designs from 2000s, and he's back and he's on fire. And they're building this brand in the right way. And we've seen the steps they're taking. They started out with the base collection, and then they added layers, expanded it into a ladies collection, added diamond versions. They created one-off pieces for auctions. It's a master stroke of genius. And I had an opportunity to be literally the first influencer that was invited to promote them.
Yeah. Tim, I'm taking steps too, backwards.
Oh, Daniel, we're trying to move forward here on the show. Okay. I've been telling you, we need to publish your poetry book.
All right.
I'm not going to stop, Daniel, until we make it happen.
All right, okay.
I thank you, Tim, for promoting that and you being such a visionary and pushing it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a new watch collector, if you're a vintage, if you're a seasoned pro, buy Denison. You will never go. You will love the watch. Go look at the different dials. I'm getting a rainbow baguette meteorite dial in July.
Wow.
And go ahead.
No, I was just gonna add that I think this is a brand that it's going to have residual value. It's like it could be your money. I think is going to be very safe with these guys, because they're growing the brand really organically and they have genuinely good product.
Hey Tim, do they make both quartz and manual, or just quartz?
Just
quartz for now.
Just quartz for now. Yeah, and they're killing it. The thin, for happy jewelers, people literally looked at it and they go, this watch is incredible. Like it, and imagine with those gem sets, where do you get a gem set watch, solid, quality for 12 something thousand? Like,
True.
I mean, so, hats off to it. And then I've got a few more minutes. If and you can keep that up there. They do the two faces, they do the one. We just can't say enough. So that's an insider Tim and Pete tip. And then if you'd like, I'd like to cover a couple of minutes. Besides the dinner we did with Matt from Patek Salon the last night there in Geneva which was fantastic. And we really covered Patek well. Nikki and I went to F1 Historique in the country of Monaco, in the city of Monte Carlo. And if you haven't been for a bucket list, there isn't a cleaner, safer, more beautiful place. And there he is in the F1 Historic race. Jackie gave us time before he drove his winning car in the 60s in F1. They restored the Ferrari and Chopard car, and he came out to say hi to us.
Wow.
It was such an honor. And I have his custom watch designed after it. And you see there's a legend there. And there were over about 200 historical cars. And these could be 4 to 30 million or 40 million a piece. Several of the cars exceeded 100 million in value. The one Prince Rainier had. And so I can't tell you about the pedigree of this and the quality of the hotel. Hotel de Paris and Hotel Hermitage are two hotels that the service, it may be a small country, no personal tax, no corporate tax, no entity tax, no cap gains. You ready for this? All the watch and jewelry boutiques, 80% of them don't put the jewelry away at night. They keep it in the windows.
Wow.
There's 61 police there. The country is beautiful. There's a reason why Monaco is the best Grand Prix, in my opinion, in the circuit every year. And historic only happens every 2 years. So, get it while it lasts. And then to tell you the greatest part of our tour, sweet Nikki booked for me at Hotel de Paris. They booked a cave tour. Wine caves are the biggest always at the wineries, but a non-winery location, President Putin built one in Moldova for 3 million bottles, and you can drive a car down there. Number 2, based on bottle size, and that's 3 million bottles. Number 2 is Bern Steakhouse in Florida with 600,000 bottles. Number 3 is this right here, under Hotel Hermitage and Hotel de Paris. This hotel was built in 1865. They added a new cellar to complement the old cellar. This has 300,000 bottles.
Wow.
This is 1.5 kilometers. And they have 2 hotels, 2 more properties, 4 properties, 33 restaurants. They do 100,000 bottles of wine sales a year. And then you walk into the old cellar from 1865.
Yeah.
And this tour was supposed to be an hour and a half, and you smelled the cellar dust, the mold, the mildew, and you realize what you're dealing with here. And this is maybe the greatest wine cave other than at a winery like Chateau Mouton, Lafite, Mouton, it's, all of them, etc. And then the tour became 3 hours. And the greatest honor of my life, I showed them the 28 and 24 we drank. Mm-hmm. And I showed them, and then they said, they have a 50-person wine society, Prince Rainier, some of the great business leaders in the world, heads of state, and they have no American people in the club, and they let me join. So I'm now one of 50 people in the world as a member of Le Cercle des Caves.
Congratulations, Peter.
Wow. And so when we all go, I will host us in a tour with them and a dinner in the cave. And this is the original wheelbarrow that carries the bottles. So this is 50 bottles, 5 by 10. And that's the original 1865. When she had the foresight, the woman, to build the hotel, she built the caves. So I encourage all ornophiles, the wine. This is such a special place. This is like the Arlington National Cemetery almost of wine, to have something with that pedigree. It survived the World War II invasion. They took 5 rows of empty bottles and stacked them. And so when the enemy soldiers came in to try to take it, they got tired after removing 2 courses of empty bottles and thought there was nothing there. And so Prince Rainier's father gave him the Medal of the Honor of Hero, and they have in the cave some of that. So this is the greatest part of my greatest journey, of my greatest thing, and it was all because of Nikki. So this little upstart, they appreciate my authenticity. They appreciate I have as old a wines as they do. And, for a company that has to sell 100,000 bottles and restore 100,000 bottles, so think about the pressure on them to bring in the wines. And their wine events are bar none. They have the families from all the chateaus and all the experience. Either they come to the Hotel de Paris or they go to the wineries. So I want to shout out to the Hotel de Paris and Hotel Hermitage and to the team at Le Cirque de Cave. Then that's the newer part. So imagine we're going to have dinner there, Tim, one time.
Oh.
We're going to talk.
Wow.
This is crazy. Like,
It's gonna be amazing.
That's awesome, Pete. What you kind of touched upon this topic. What did it smell like the new section versus the old?
The new section smelled like Nikki said it was to to resemble inside a wine barrel.
Okay.
And so the architect did an amazing job. And the old part, I love dirt, mold, earth, just the smells. And it is so old in the old part. Oh my God. It's like, and you don't just smell, like in the wineries, you have a more escapement of the wine, beautiful aroma. So you'll smell more of the liquid wine. In this one, you just had these terroirs in there and you're like, God, if the walls could talk in here.
Right.
You just knew it was crazy shit that happened in there. Right. And so I just can't say enough. When you see something like this, you're super blessed, super, super blessed,
Absolutely.
in there, and I wanted to end, because we can talk forever, but at least I hopefully didn't put you to sleep, but what a journey it was to be able to share a few things with you all, And
we can end on this one, on this car here, because this is a very special vehicle that you got a chance to see there.
I think I drove that back way back when.
In the 1800s?
We're chauffeur.
That is one of, I don't know how many, 3 or 4 maybe left in the world, and it's got to be 110 million. Maverick wanted to let you know. Maverick said he's faster than that old car, but and he approves of it because this kitty knows quality, huh, baby?
Right.
Hey, Maverick, thank you so much for your patience, for letting us take Pete away from you. Pete, thank you so much for bringing out all the watches for us, sharing with us these incredible stories, and hopefully people will get inspired to follow in your footsteps, being humble, number one, and then going out there, experiencing the world and sharing the passion, whether it's for wine, for watches, cars, or whatever, with everybody else.
Hey, I thank you. Your show, your people are amazing. Again, I'm a nothing. Together, we teach, we educate, we share, and we go. You can go quick alone, but you go farther, deeper, and more meaningful with others. And I've always remembered that saying. So thank you, Tim, for the time. And
thank you, Peter. Thank you very much,
Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Thank
you, Pete. Thank you so much. And until the next time.
Until next time. À bientôt. Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Incredible. Daniel, you have to reboot your computer, your thing, because your audio is cooked. That's why I keep muting you. But yeah, there we go. Thank you, Daniel. The link is pinned if anybody else wants to join in. Sorry that so it's kind of Pete had very limited time, and I actually kept him overtime. He actually said he only had 1.5 hours. And I said, well, we'll try to go for 1.5. We'll extend it maximum till 2. We went till almost 2:30.
Yeah.
So it was very cool. But great to have you here, Manny. Manny, long time no see. I know, long time no see, bro.
Long time no see. Dude, but I have a surprise for everybody. So I do have an unboxing.
Whoa!
Oh, great. Beautiful.
My friends in the panel know what it is, but don't say it. We'll see.
Oh,
no way.
I do
have an unboxing.
Well, we gotta tease this out. How do we tease it? We need to get Kojak on here. Let me text him. Unbelievable.
And I know Sean could join too. I know Travis is on the stream on the chat.
Yo, Travis, hop on the stream. The link is pinned. Travis, hop on. Let me just.
That was a great segment, Tim. That was a great segment, Peter.
I watched it on and off. I was at my brother's house.
You covered everything.
Thank you. It was great. Very educational, very informative conversation. I was listening to Mike because they had very very intelligent conversation about the wine at the start. It's very high level stuff. Hopefully, people will be able to learn a lot from that. Let's see here. I sent that out. Let me send.
All right. While we wait on that, obviously everybody knows I'm in Miami now.
Yeah. Okay.
Miami Manny.
Yeah, and jewelry wise, you know, obviously the Cuban chain is kind of like a staple. So I kind of just bit the bullet and actually bought my own Italian made solid gold Cuban chain.
Nice.
See?
Nice.
Wow.
And then last Saturday I had a bracelet made from the same exact chain.
Wow.
So I could have the set.
That it's
Wow.
beautiful. I would never get one for myself, man. And Manny, that's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But
Thank you.
not for cats, because if he was wearing that chain around his neck,
Uh-huh.
he strangled going to rotating doors in Dubai. He
Right,
gets
right.
And then
It
So
would
you
get
bought-
caught in the escalator.
or that.
Manny?
Yeah.
You bought that as a pair, or you bought them individually?
No, I bought them individually. Like I said, I bought this one about a month ago.
Mm.
I wanted, you know, I sold all my jewelry when I left Miami,
Mhm.
and I stopped wearing all jewelry except watches. But when I came down, you know, this is kind of like a tradition, and you know, I didn't want the big, hollow, gaudy chains that you see on people sometimes.
No, oh, those
You
are
know,
ugly.
I wanted something that was thick but not too thick,
Simple.
and it had to be solid gold.
Yeah.
So this is very heavy.
Yo, we got Red Shovel on
Is
the
that 18
stream.
carat or 22?
18, and then I also got a saint that the Cubans,
Okay.
you know,
Oh,
look up to
yes.
as well. So this is
Is it Mary?
no, it's not Mary.
Oh, which
It's,
saint?
La
No, it's a
Virgen de la
saint.
Caridad.
Oh, it's like a Cuban saint
It's a
or
Cuban, so like all of the
American?
Cubans, like this, she protected the Cubans that came on the boats in 1980.
Okay.
And there's an actual church dedicated to her on the water, on the beach, beautiful in Miami.
Really?
So I've been meaning to get one, and
Yeah.
and this is gorgeous. I don't know if you can see.
It does.
Big
Yeah, maybe you can take a picture and I'll blow it up. I'll show it full screen.
So, man, is
If
that what
possible,
the
just for
patron
the
saint
beautiful
of
design.
Cuba?
It is. It's very well regarded in Cuba. I mean, they even have a festival every year.
Okay.
You know, they kind of take her and walk her through the streets. They basically, her favorite color was yellow, so they do a lot of yellow flowers and the sunflower.
Mhm.
Sunflower is one of it. So again, I am Catholic, but I've never been hugely religious. But this kind of spoke to me, you know, and it's something that I wanted to get. But
Yeah,
no, I
good.
bought them separately. I bought this one first, and it was expensive because gold is very expensive now.
Sure.
And then I said, you know what? I used to have a set, so why not, while I still can, get the exact chain as a bracelet. So, but I like it. I like it a lot.
You know what? I love the symbology of it
Mhm.
because you moved back to Miami. This is where the church is. It's this is like an object that symbolizes a new chapter in your life.
Yeah, exactly. And then this other bracelet I bought it in Biarritz. Right.
What is a Biarritz?
Biarritz is in France, where I was. Remember?
Oh,
What is
wow!
vacation?
Yes.
Yeah.
France is where you were inspired, and hopefully we can go to France sometime again. It would be
Yeah.
very cool. We didn't meet in France. We were planning to
I know. I canceled that.
catch up
That's
there.
right.
Well, it's okay. Look, look, plans change. You have to do what you need to do.
Exactly.
And there's nothing like, dude, how many plans did I ever cancel? Like I say so many things that I'm gonna do on the streams, and it doesn't come through. Then people come back and they bash me over it. Oh, Timmy, you didn't do this. It's
I
like,
know,
yo,
but life happens.
Yeah, life happens.
Life
Life
happens.
is like that. You know, one day you're saying, "Hey, I wanted to go to the London Watch Week." It would have been insane, but life is not so simple as as it looks. And then doing it on the show, it makes it it's tricky. You know, sometimes we just need to like not say anything. You know,
Right,
have
right, right.
our plans just in our head
I
because
know.
it's strange how it all works.
I
Hey,
know.
we got a massive
Humble
super
Pine.
chat here from
Hey,
Humble
Humble
Pine. Cheers, great panel. Mike, Manny, Red, and Daniela Cat out with the family now, so can't stay. Hey, HP, you joined just in time. Manny has got an unboxing.
I
He's
got
got
an
a double
unboxing.
unboxing.
Oh yeah, we sort of saw. I think that's the one I saw on Instagram, Manny.
You did, but don't say anything, Daniel.
Yes,
Keep
yes,
it
boss.
quiet, Daniel.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, boss. Okay.
Yeah, so you know, I mean, like I said, my close friends know what it is already.
Yeah.
I did pick it up on Sunday. It wasn't planned, honestly.
Your close friends and your frenemies, Manny.
But it wasn't planned. But you know,
Okay.
you'll see in a second. I'll kind of give you the story behind it. But
Actually, can you delay it just for a few minutes? Because I have to just be away from the shoot for just a few
okay,
minutes.
sure.
In a
sure.
bathroom break.
Yeah, we'll wait for you.
Okay.
Take a little moment. Daniel has to go replace his hip.
Stop it. I just, you know,
The
use the
interchangeable
powder
hip.
room, whatever you
Just
want to
go,
call
just
it.
go. So you can
He's got
come
one
back.
hip
Yeah, you go.
for sitting and one hip for standing. So before he got on the stream, he had his standing hip installed. It's a quick change hip system, by the way,
Yeah.
guys.
So anyway, this thing in here, if you notice, there's 3 crosses. See that?
Mm.
So Biarritz
yeah.
is
yeah.
Basque country,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that is basically the Basque cross.
Oh.
So that is very specific to that part of France in Biarritz.
Oh.
You know, and Biarritz it's a very hot surfing area.
Uh-huh.
So that's kind of what I got it, kind of like a surfing, see? Bracelet with the gold, right? With the gold medallion or whatever you want to call it. Looks like a washer, but
Yeah. And it's symbol of the sun, right? It looks like the sun, Miami,
A little
symbol of
bit.
life.
yeah.
And the circle is like a symbol of unity and cycle of nature, right? The
Mhm.
cycle, how life goes in these cycles, you know? There's ups, there's downs, and just the wheel keeps turning, right?
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah.
See,
But
I don't have any
any
like
jewelry?
like
No, you got a chain.
I have
You
few
have a chain.
pieces. I have few pieces. I don't
Yeah.
no chain actually. I don't own
Okay.
a chain. In fact, I was saying as a joke on the stream that I wanted to buy a 1 kilo Cuban chain, like this thick one. I don't know if you've seen me a picture of me with the Cuban chain. Did you see
Yeah.
it? In
No.
fact, if I bought it back then, the gold has doubled. I would have made
I know.
$60,000.
I
was
know.
an
So-
idiot.
I know. I sold all my gold and platinum and silver, and it doubled. But you know what? You can't predict what's going to happen. You know.
No, it's impossible.
I
Unfortunately,
sold it for a good cause. I paid a lot of my 9/11 with it, so it is what it is.
Yeah, yeah. We gotta do what we gotta do. Humble Pine, $50 super chat. One more and out of here. Cheers to
Cheers,
the
Humble
one
Pine.
and only
Yeah,
Humble Pine.
I miss you, brother.
Humble Pine is the legend. I had a chance to hang out with him last week. We went. Oh man, we had good time. I
Yeah.
gave him the rock. I was with roommate in Etretat in France, by the way,
Yeah.
and I picked up a rock for him from the beach.
Uh-huh.
Now, look, I'm not wealthy, to give away wristwatches, but I thought it was very special. It was Manny who inspired me because Manny got me some rocks from the beach. So I picked up 2. I still got one here for oh my god, my brain is completely scrambled. All you guys have named
Just
it
pause,
that sounds
pause
the
for-
same.
Buy from
pause for a
Nikki.
second.
Mickey, yeah, for Mickey,
Yeah.
Manny. It's my
Simi,
brain is
Simi,
messed up.
please, I don't
Simi.
want one. Thank you.
You sure you don't want one?
Timmy, I appreciate it, but
I got Mickey's one here.
I'll be okay.
I'll get you something else. I know I have an idea of what to get for you.
Okay.
Yeah, next time we hang out, I'll make sure to have something for you. And Manny, you too. I mean, yeah. And we got Speedy Hernandez in the chat. $2 super chat. Daniel's more hip than all of us. He's got more. Oh, he's more hip. I got it. Nice. No pun intended there, of course, from Speedy Hernandez. But this is really cool. I like how you're getting these kind of accessories that are that have meaning in life. Well, you got the Daytona when you were in Dubai.
Yes.
I hope you never sell that Daytona because man,
No,
Daytona
no.
is such a great piece.
No.
I'm not. It was very special, right? That was a great trip. It was 18 of us. Right?
Yeah.
We had dinner at our friend's house, which was lovely with his family.
Shout out to Bufaris.
Bufaris, absolutely.
Bufaris, yeah.
Shout out to Bufaris. Great guy. And then I hung out with Mike for most of the week, and we went shopping, watch shopping, and I bought it with him.
How cool was that? You guys went to the Gold Souk?
We went to the souk. We met Khalid at Luxury Souk.
Luxury Souk,
yeah. So we went to all those beautiful retailers, all those
car dealers.
Cars.
Yeah.
Was it your guys' first time in Dubai?
Yeah.
Nice. Right now, and now you can't go there because
because of the war.
Yeah, that's why it was such a great, thing that we went there. We went there for the watches, but we got a chance to experience this incredible culture, incredible people, spend time together. The food, how amazing was the food there, huh? In Dubai.
It was great.
Yeah.
The food, the service, everybody was so polite.
Very nice.
Everybody was very nice. Now, really, the only negative was the traffic in downtown Dubai.
Yeah. And the distance, and it's far too. And it's far.
Yeah.
I mean, Timmy, I actually, because Anna Maria from London moved there.
Really?
Yeah.
Anna Maria moved to Dubai?
To Dubai, yes. So I stayed in touch with her, and I had dinner with her the last night.
What the lady that we met in London?
In London, remember the two ladies?
Yes, I do. They were big Trump supporters, which shocked me. I was like, "Whoa, these ladies are big Trumpsters. This is amazing. I've never met somebody that and they were so enthusiastic, so fun."
Yeah. So anyway, I went and we had reservations for, I think it was 7:30, and I said, just in case, I'm gonna leave at 5:30.
Yes. Oh yeah.
To leave downtown Dubai, which we're talking blocks, right? And get on the highway, I spent over 30 minutes on the Uber. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'm going to be late. And I left 2 hours just in case. Eventually we got on the highway and we sped up, and I was there, 30 minutes before she was, which is fine. And we had dinner at the, what's the name of that hotel, Mike? The
Burj Al Arab. That's the sailing ship.
Yeah, the big cell building. Remember when we went on the boat? You see it from the water?
Yes, they saw it too. Because you guys went on the water too.
Yeah, they did. So anyway, we actually had drinks upstairs together, and then we went downstairs and had dinner. The place is absolutely gorgeous.
Amazing.
It's amazing.
Wow. I mean, was it this building?
There, that one.
Yeah, my God.
Yeah, it's the only 7-star hotel in the world.
Yeah,
it's shaped like a sail.
Like a sail.
What an incredible property.
No, and inside, I mean, you don't know what to expect. Let me go grab my phone and I'll send you some pictures on WhatsApp. Because I have it charging in my room. But the interior, the inside of that building it's amazing. Because basically, it's like you're underwater.
Wow.
The inside of the building where the restaurant is on the first floor, is full of big fish tanks.
Really? So there's all these pools inside.
Yeah, no, there's walls. I was literally sitting on my table, and Maria was next to me, and my view is the water.
Mhm.
You know, because
Oh,
basically
wow.
it's a huge saltwater fish tank.
Oh,
It's amazing.
that's so cool. I think Dingo Dave would love to see that.
Yes, he would.
Dingo sent me a picture.
Uh
It looks like he's drowning. I don't,
huh.
I don't, I, I don't know. Was he inside one of his
No, he's
tanks
on the
testing it
edge.
out?
It looks like he's coming out of the water, but that's one of his fish tanks. That's funny.
He should be hired to install the fish tanks there. Oh, I think he could be really successful actually. Moving to Dubai, he could do fish tanks for them. He's gained so much skill making these. It's incredible. I think he sent me somewhere a video of like the tour. He's got like 10 fish tanks in the house.
He does.
Wild.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
Let me go get my phone really quick, and I'll send you the pictures. So
Yeah.
we stay on topic.
sure. Sure. That's so cool. Our Lady of Charity of El Cobre, right? That's the patron that he got the
Yeah,
medal of.
I don't know the patron saint of Cuba, but yeah,
Mhm.
almost every country has a patron saint.
All right,
I mean,
let's
you have, like Ireland has Saint Patrick. You got England's Saint George.
let me put it
So
here.
that
Are you gonna do a pilgrimage? Is it possible to do the pilgrimage?
To where?
Well, for the Saint pilgrimage, right? The set in what are they do some kind of a long distance pilgrimage to honor the saint in December. No.
No, because I'm not allowed to go to Cuba.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Even though I was born there, I'm a U.S. citizen, and due to the fact the restrictions that Trump set up,
Uh-huh.
I am not allowed to travel to Cuba.
But what if you go to Canada and from Canada to Cuba? I don't know. You
It's
can't go
risky.
directly.
It's risky.
You think
It's risky, and the alternative, and I actually looked into this
Mhm.
because I have a friend who has family in Cuba.
Just because you're Cuban, because then it's gonna be you're gonna look like a suspect, right?
Yeah,
Some kind of a
basically,
spy or something.
when you become a U.S. citizen,
Yeah.
you resign all other citizenships.
No, no. When you become
Well,
the-
yeah,
it-
there's workarounds, but in that case of being a Cuban citizen,
uh-huh.
I resigned that. My
Okay,
passport still says I was born in Cuba.
so if you're a Cuban citizen and you get a citizenship from another country, you resign Cuban citizen. I know the same thing in Korea.
Yeah, I mean,
but
like I thought about getting a Spanish from Spain citizenship.
Hey,
My
Travis.
family's originally from there,
Mhm.
and I
Hello,
think
Mike.
you could have dual citizenships because I knew people that did,
Yes.
but you got to go through I think an approval process, right? To do that. Yeah, there's people that have dual citizenships.
I
But
have a
again,
dual citizenship. Technically, I'm a citizen of Ukraine
right?
or whatever is remaining of it, and of United States. Hey, Travis,
Travis,
welcome to the
Hey,
show.
guys.
long time no see.
Long time no see. I had to jump on for Manny's unboxing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did you see his Cuban chain that he got with the
Oh,
bracelet?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
So cool.
With the matching bracelet. Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks great.
So Timmy, I'm sending you the pictures right now. Eight pictures.
It's
There they go.
quite a long chain too. It's not like a tiny short one.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's a proper chain. And I was doing some research regarding Cuban chains,
Mhm.
and I was I think it's like 14 karat is what usually is recommended because like
It's
they're
harder. It's harder.
yeah, because it's harder, but also it's like it's less gold. 14 karat, that's like 50% gold. Whereas 18, that's like what 75%.
78%.
Yeah, 78. Yeah, that's the real deal. That's what
Yeah.
I was thinking. Like if I was gonna get one, I wanted something more, something 18. But it's
Yeah.
actually very hard to get them as well. It's not.
It is. And
It's not as
expensive.
simple as that.
And expensive. I was shocked,
Yeah.
when I found out what this cost. I'm like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, But again, I didn't want anything hollow, right?
Yeah.
I wanted the authentic, even though it's made by Italian,
Yeah.
right? So this is an Italian
They
brand.
make the best.
They do. They make
chains.
the best jewelry. I mean, the finish and everything on this is just gorgeous,
Look at that.
See,
Wow.
absolutely.
And you
gorgeous.
know what? I like it. It's not like rapper, rapper Cuban chain where it's
No,
just
and that,
ridiculous. It's
exactly, exactly,
classy.
It's
Yeah.
tasteless. That's tasteless.
Yeah.
It's gaudy.
exactly,
Yeah, that's gaudy.
exactly. You know,
Yeah.
I
It's
didn't want nothing
nice.
gaudy.
Yeah.
I didn't want nothing
But it's not
gaudy.
a cheap ass Cuban chain either. It's not like these really thin ones because there's some really thin
Yeah,
gold chains. It's like,
yeah.
I think the one you got is just perfect. Where you could probably feel it around your neck.
I
'Cause,
do
like,
because it's heavy.
yeah,
It has
like
weight to
even
it.
though it's not massive,
Yeah.
it's not thin either. It's
No,
just the
it's not
right.
thin. It's not thin. It's I could
And what about the pendant? Where did you get the pendant? Was it from the same
same place. You know, by
same
by
place?
the time I went to buy the chain, I knew exactly what I wanted, and they happened to have it.
Yeah.
So, and then this one they didn't have. I had it made right then and there. So they literally, so this is a 22-inch
Oh.
chain. They happen to have the exact chain in a 24, and the owner was willing to cut this one. This is 7.5.
Oh, he cut it for you.
He
Oh,
cut
okay.
it, yeah. He cut it and welded it and did all of this for me on the spot while I waited.
Oh, that's cool.
See? And then he's like,
Wow.
okay, I could do that because with a 24, I could make another one of these and I could make an ankle bracelet and not have any waste.
Okay. So you bought two. So you actually bought two necklaces, basically.
No, not really, because I didn't buy this one. He literally cut what I needed and made me the bracelet.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because I literally wanted exactly the same one, so it match,
Okay.
The same designer, the Italian designer, the same,
Yeah, you wanted it to match. It makes
I
sense.
wanted it to match. I wanted exactly the same specs to be solid. But he made it. He made it because he didn't have this in stock.
And it's a powerful. I really like the, getting that pendant of the Cuban saint, because that is really powerful symbol of national identity, the protection of the Cuban people, and
It is.
comfort during difficult times.
It's
Whenever
it's very highly regarded saint from the Cuban community
yeah,
and the people in Cuba. Very, very highly regarded. And obviously I could relate to it because
yeah.
I came in 1980 on a boat. And a lot of people
In
lost
when?
their lives when I did
1980?
that. Huh?
In 1980?
1980.
Wow, that's before I was born. I was born in 1990.
I was born in 1970. I was 10 years old.
Wow.
So I've always had an attachment to the saint.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably grew up, if you came 10 years old. I came to the United States when I was 13.
Yeah.
So I grew up like in this orthodox, there was my grandmother wasn't really, hardcore religious, but we actually had a painting of St. Peter in our house. St. Peter and of the Ukrainian poet Taras Shevchenko.
I was
Sorry,
born.
Daniel, you were gonna say?
Where
were you born?
1870.
1870?
Yeah, somewhere around 1870.
Not 87.
In Transylvania.
No, 70, because basically we're 100 years apart.
Yeah, Transylvania, to be true. Like I was
Pennsylvania.
part of the Count Dracula.
Oh.
And
the same village. The same village as Dracula.
Yes. So just put the blocks together. Connect the dots. And so I'm here.
That's cool.
Incredible.
So your heritage is Romanian?
My dad's grandparents are from Romania. My great grandparents on my mom's side, Lithuania.
Wait, where were you born, Daniel? Sorry.
I was born. Oh, okay. My illusion is I was born in Transylvania.
Okay.
Okay.
You're a delusion. Okay. But what about where on the birth certificate? Where does it say?
I was born in Canada.
Really? So you're born and bred in Canada before Canada was Canada.
Yeah, yes.
when it was still, you know, the French colony.
Yeah, something like that. But I think there's a number, just to play games, Travis, like other dimensions of ourselves. And I think that I
Right.
was born in Transylvania. Okay, I'm trying to walk my way around this.
What about Travis? Where were you born?
Right here in California.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Where are your parents from? Or they're also American, or they come from somewhere?
No, we're multi-generation American. So
Wow.
my father was born in California as well, and my mother was born in the state of Utah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what?
That's freaking cool.
Yeah.
So do you does the house where you grew up, does it still exist? Your father's house, you still have it?
Oh yeah, yeah. He was born in the city of Orange, right in Orange County.
Really? Is he still alive?
Yeah, he lives in Arizona now.
And what happened to the house? You guys sold it?
No, I mean they moved so much when my dad was young, and then he moved to. He lived in California most of his life, yeah, or all his whole life. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking about my mother. She was in Utah when she was young, and then she moved to California, and she basically grew up in Hawthorne. You guys know where Hawthorne is?
Hawthorne, California?
Yeah, which is by LA. It's in the LA area. So yeah, we're Southern California people. We've been here for multiple generations.
Wow.
Yeah.
How's it like living in California this whole time? Do you understand how special the city is, or like living there you kind of you forget?
Oh no, the state of California is amazing because we have so many different cultures in California.
Yeah.
You know, LA culture is different than it is where I live. I live in what we call the Inland Empire. You know, it's east of Los Angeles. And then Orange County is different than LA. San Diego is different. I mean, and then when you go up the coast, you go up further north, it's different. So California's got a lot to offer. It really does.
Yeah. I mean, GDP of California exceeds many other countries, literally countries. And California is like a country within United States of how much it
At one time,
produces.
I don't know if it still is, but at one time, California had the 5th largest GDP in the world. I mean, as you said, it's almost like a country in itself because because you had the Silicon Valley, which back then, some have left now over the recent years, but back at the peak, I think they were like
Hollywood.
the 5th. It was incredible that how wealthy
you got the tech industry here, and then you have. Then obviously you have the Hollywood industry, film industry. And then you have agriculture. A lot of people forget but most of the food that's consumed in America comes from California.
It does.
The bread
So
basket
it's pretty big. And then we also have a huge distribution network for logistics, and that's where I spent most of my career was in logistics. So.
Yeah, it's all. You know what? This is why California is so powerful, because they connected the entire world. Like the industry that came from California connected the entire world. The Hollywood. Look what Hollywood did. Hollywood created these films that all the people around the world could watch, and they could connect by watching the same film. That's how culturally significant. Everybody around the world watched the Hollywood films, and same thing. What they invented, like the internet, or made the internet popular. That again, that connected people in a different way. And now what AI is doing, it's connecting people in a new way. So yeah, California is huge, and all the highways, right? California was like one of the first states that like revolutionized the whole highway system.
Yeah, Travis, it's cool your family is from Orange, because my last Lotus Esprit, the V8, the black V8 twin turbo.
Yeah,
that's where I picked it up.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Yeah. I flew there, saw the
big-
car, drove the car. I made him an offer, flew back red eye, and wired the money that morning, and then had it delivered.
Cool.
Yeah, there's a huge car culture here in Southern California too.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, let's take
So
a look
look at the
at.
pictures I sent
the
you.
watch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
look.
got them right here.
Oh,
Let's
the
take a
picture.
look at this, guys.
See? So that's the view from my table.
What?
See?
Yo, that's nuts.
It's like you're underwater.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh my goodness! Look at that.
Yeah.
Well, it's a restaurant. I was sort of distracted. It was a restaurant.
It's a 7-star hotel.
Good God. Okay.
And they have a restaurant.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Daniel,
Yeah.
you saw the Burj Al Arab when you were on the water. When you were
know-
doing it.
Oh, I think so.
That building is
like
the
a
one that looks
sailing-
like a sail.
Yeah.
Daniel.
Yeah.
So that's
Sail.
inside there. So go to the next picture. You'll see I have some more pictures there.
Yeah.
So
Look
look,
at
see how everything's fish tanks? So there were 2 set of stairs. You go up that and then get on an elevator to go to the top. And I had drinks with Ana Maria up there. You'll see the bar area.
Oh my God, I don't think we should be showing this to Dingo Dave. It'll give him wrong ideas.
Look from inside. Look at the view. And all those things that you see are water, right?
Oh yeah.
Those little stringy things on the bottom, that's water.
Oh, it's a fountain.
Mhm.
There's no
Whoa.
water zebras in there, are there? Okay. never
Any
mind.
what?
Forget it.
I heard.
Zebra.
Yes, there is,
Oh, there is. Okay.
but they're hiding upstairs.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Live zebras and crocodiles at the
Yeah. You got it.
at the escalator ends.
I'll never live it down just because of you, Tim.
Check if Daniel Katz is moving.
See, that's the other side, the other stairs. See how everything's on the water?
Mm. Wow.
I mean,
Everything is fish tank. This
Yeah,
is like
it's
so,
so cool.
crazy, over the top,
Yeah.
unforgettable experience to be.
Look,
In a
that's
place like
upstairs. That's at the bar area. So I
And
was
that's
there
the
with
view.
We were having drinks before our table was ready.
Wow. Look
So
at
we
that
went to the top.
view. That is incredible view.
Yeah,
Look at
unfortunately,
this city. It's
The
all lit
reflections
up.
from the glass, but so that was upstairs. And I had a 7-course meal because this is a Michelin restaurant. You remember
These are
this
the
picture?
ladies that we met
You remember
on
this
the
picture?
live stream.
So the one on the
Yeah.
left is Anna Maria. That's in London.
Anna Maria.
Kojak remembers this because he was there with us.
Yeah.
So was Sean.
I think Red Shovel was there too. Hey, Red, are you there? I think he's just listening.
Yeah, he said he was about to jump on.
Oh.
But yeah, this was in London. And I spoke to Anna Maria, if you remember, that day for like an hour.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
that
we-
was great.
And we stayed in touch, and then she came to Miami, and that's me with her in Miami.
Wow.
Last year.
She came to Miami.
Yeah, she came for a conference, and I picked her up at the airport, and we spent a day.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was trying
When
to
was
find-
this?
Huh?
When was this?
That was last year. When was that? I think in April. No, not April. Because April we were traveling.
Wow.
I think it was in June, early June.
This is an amazing thing about the modern world, is that you can travel and you can stay in touch with people, and you can meet them again at different points in life. What an incredible experience.
Yeah, I was trying to find a picture of me and her at the restaurant, but I didn't see it. It's somewhere.
Wow.
But anyway, that was a great restaurant. First time I had a multi-course. I'm gonna call it a multi-course meal. It was a 7-course meal. It's a Michelin style restaurant, and we had a beautiful bottle of wine. We went with an Italian wine because she is Italian. Anna Maria is Italian.
Oh.
Yep, and we spoke Italian. We spoke Spanish because she speaks
Oh,
both. It was a great time.
Good.
So cool. She likes her Van Cleef. She's got some Van Cleef jewelry there.
Yeah.
It's cool.
And Kojak knows, right? Last time I went to London, which was last last November. No, last October.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't make it. Remember, Timmy?
Wait, when?
When we were going to go to the London watch show.
Uh-huh.
And you had to cancel. But I was there. Kojak was there.
Yeah.
Steven was there. A few of us were there.
Oh.
And we went to Duke's, but then we went to the other place. And when Kojak jumps in.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Kojak said, "Don't mention London."
I know when Kojak jumps in,
yeah.
He'll tell you that the other martini place that we went to that she knows very well, and he mentioned her name, and we got a table right away.
Wow. Oh yes, she's got the connection there.
Yes, she has a lot of connections there.
Yes. Yeah. These guys, Red and Malthred and Kojak. Yesterday, they hijacked my show, trying to get me to go to London for the London Watch Week. But it's just I'm not in a financial position like that.
No.
Like I do these live streams to like not just for fun. We joke around about the trust fund, but there is no trust. It's only a trust fund only exists in my imagination.
Yeah.
I could go to London Watch Week in my imagination.
You and I both know.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard.
Be glad you didn't go. I mean, Red told you, right?
Well,
Kojak told you the show was horrible.
Oh, really? The show that you guys went. Well, yeah, that was.
Yeah,
This one should be a little bit better, but
let me pull it up on Instagram because that's the quickest way I can pull it up. But let me see here.
Yeah, that show. It wasn't about the show. It was about going to just like if I was gonna go there to hang out, it would be like it's sarcastic, right? I would.
Not only that. I was the only idiot that bought tickets, and I bought VIP tickets.
Oh, dude, come on.
Right, and I was supporting the show, right?
Yeah, of course.
And then basically, Kojak asked point blank, "Can we get tickets?" Yeah, you could get tickets.
Yeah.
Can that get us into the bar area and get drinks? Yeah, it could get you that.
Yeah.
And then he asked on my behalf, so what does the VIP ticket give you?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Why did I pay for a VIP ticket?
Yeah, it was look.
Yeah, Watch
It's
Pro.
not like they didn't sell out of tickets. Oh,
Watch
yeah,
Pro,
the Watch Pro. Watch Pro used to be so badass.
Yeah.
But they lost all the people that set the show up.
Mm-hmm.
And those people actually left and they created this other show, the London Watch Week. That's the show that's happening right now. That Kojak is trying to get me to. But I've done the fundraiser. I've tried it like twice before, and yesterday was like the third time that we tried fundraising for it.
Yeah. But also Katz is having a procedure on the 1st of June, and Tim may have to run across the border to save me if it doesn't work right.
It's not that even I can't go because I don't have the money. Also, I might have to go and rescue Daniel. I'm on the standby here in case Daniel's operation goes wrong.
Yeah.
And I have to fly out and
there might be nothing left but Katz's soul,
Yeah.
But everybody said the same thing. You're right. That show was a new location, a new venue. And see, exactly. It was dog shit.
Brutal.
Even what they gave you to drink, you know what I mean, was crap.
Dude, every time I went there, they had the most amazing cocktails, unlimited champagne, and then they got downgraded just into a disaster. And I think also part of the reason there was an other competing show that stole all the leads. That's how these shows are. You got these watch brands, right? Without the watch brands, there is no show. And I think somebody created a show that's at the same time, and they took all the clients from there, with better incentives, with better promoters and stuff, and took them there. So they had no funding.
Maybe the rent of the original show was gouging prices for the
Maybe.
rent for the booth.
Well, without the brands to pay
yeah,
for the booths,
exactly.
there
Yeah,
is no funding, and so
That-
they had no funding.
right.
They
I
lost
get
all
it.
their money.
I get it, but when I'm guessing it, I don't know, because that's what happened to Basel World years ago, is they
Yeah.
charged way too much rent in the first place. They were gouging basically.
Yeah.
The brands said "F you" after a while.
Yeah.
So they went somewhere else. So that might have happened here. I don't know. I just don't know the information.
Timmy, did you pin the StreamYard? Is it still pinned?
The StreamYard link is, let me just double check. Yes, it is pinned.
Okay, cool.
Kojak, if you
one
can
day
join
Retro
us.
said link for Mothred.
Link for, oh,
Okay.
I think he's joking.
Is he?
No, link is for Mothred. Mothred, join us. Mothred's always welcome on the stream to talk watches. I just don't want to hear about the London Watch Week.
No,
I don't have personally. I don't have the money.
There was really nothing to talk about. I mean, it was always great seeing all my friends. You know, Steven. You know, Red Shovel was there. Of course, I spent the time there with Kojak. We went everywhere. It was a great trip from that standpoint. But as far as the watch event,
exactly.
Itself, you see, it was crap. It was crap.
You see it for me. This is how I'm able to go to London. Is I go there to do live streams, right? And the live streams pay for me being there to do the coverage of the show, right? And hang out with friends, that's a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't just go there just to hang out with friends. I would love, there's nothing, nothing better in the world that I would love to do than go to London Watch Week and hang out with Red Shovel, with Kojak, with Malthred, with all the boys, with Night Wrist Watchman, Badge Guitar, with all the guys. I would love
Mohammed, all our friends.
Mohammed, everybody, the UK watch crew. I would love to go and hang out with them, but it's just it's not in the budget. I don't have the money to go, on vacations. I spend all my money going with roommate. Vacations. I can't afford these vacations. I'm not making enough money to be going on vacation. I go there for work.
You talked about this yesterday. Let's
I know.
Let Manny show it.
Well, I was just explaining it to Manny.
No, I know. No, and I'm in your same boat too. You know, in the position I'm in.
It's hard. We can't just,
I can't.
As much as I would love to.
Yeah. So, like I said, this wasn't planned.
Yeah.
But I basically, it wasn't a impulse.
Yes.
It was more like seizing the opportunity, is what I'm calling it.
Yes. Okay. Sometimes a watch deal comes across your table that's too good to be true. Maybe once in a lifetime opportunity. Mike Lewis picked up multiple pieces for this very reason, right?
Right. So I'm going to take the outer sleeve off.
Manny, can we guess what it is?
Yes, absolutely.
I can't recognize the box. Anybody can recognize the box?
Is it a Jaeger-LeCoultre?
No, it's not a JLC, even though I went to the reversal event on Friday. It's not a JLC.
Oh. Look at that. What is that box? Anybody?
Actually, it looks like a JLC box. They have
look like a JLC box, but it's
not. Dark gray.
It's not an IWC box. I'll tell you that.
No.
Not a Panerai box.
No.
Here we go. Kojak is joining us. Give him a second. I've never seen a box. It's not a Patek box. It's not a
Patek, and I'm gonna show.
It could be a Vacheron.
But you know what? I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay. In the outer sleeve, there's a symbol.
Can't see it. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I know what it is. It's a Moser.
Yeah.
No freaking way. Let's go. A Moser. Kojak, you're just in time.
Hello.
Guys, hit
Kojak.
that upvote button.
Hey, Manny.
Let's get to 50
Good to see you,
upvote
brother.
fuckers.
Nice to see you too. All right, so now you know what it is.
Sorry,
Go ahead, Kojak.
yeah, I was going to join earlier, but we've had a momentous day today in English football. Tottenham were facing relegation today, and I said to
Hope
the
they
guys, if we win, then it'll be a bottle of champagne. If we lose, it'd be a bottle of Cremant. I have an elitist jerk reputation to uphold.
Kojak's always next year. You can get relegated.
And the bottle of champagne is empty, motherfuckers.
You finished it?
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah,
Kojak
finished
is
it.
like Pete, traveling with wine, champagne.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So
Yeah,
Nubi,
and like-
no, it's not an AP. It's a Moser, H Moser and C.
So I was just going to say, much like my beloved Spurs, my erection, we both managed to stay up. There you go.
All right. So
What
here it is.
champagne was that? Just really quickly.
Paul Roger.
It's a Paul Roger, which is Winston Churchill, which was the champagne that Winston Churchill would drink a couple of bottles a day. Yeah,
Nice.
Really nice.
If you look, Tim, if you look at the bottle, it says by appointment to Her Majesty the Queen.
Yes.
Paul Roger. Hold on, let me take a picture of this. Fuck me,
Let me just zoom in.
Good.
Whoopsie
That looks really good. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. Right there.
Just focus this. There we go. Paul Roger. It was good. How much
it's
does
the
a bottle
reserve.
cost?
I want to say, I can't remember, I bought it for the Christmas show, where we had about a dozen or so bottles of champagne, and this was left over. I would say something between 50 and 60 pounds a bottle.
That's not
maybe
that bad.
45. It's
It's
a very good bottle of champagne.
Yeah.
It's if anyone wants the comparison, it would be comparable to say Bollinger. I have that sort of Pinot Noir leaning sort of blend of that and Chardonnay grapes.
How would you
But
rate
nice.
it?
Anyway, I think it tasted all the sweeter today because of the success avoiding relegation. There's always next year, as Mike said. Anyway, listen, it's not about me. It's not about a stupid game called football. This is more important. So
exactly.
Manny, take it away.
Let's
go. Tell us
very
about
nice box.
I like the box. Nice box.
Very nice box, wooden box. All right, any guesses what it is? Because obviously Moser has several lines. And I know that's...
Is it a Banter? Is it
a
Banter Black?
Tourbillon?
Huh?
Is it a tourbillon?
No, it's not a tourbillon. But which line, right?
I would say I don't think
they have the streamliner, which I love. And
I don't think it'd be the Pioneer because the Pioneer is a lot of dial.
No, it's not.
Mind you, you do have the Code 1159s, which is quite a large dialed watch as well.
It is. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not the Pioneer, and I think the Pioneer is a big watch, isn't it?
It is a big watch. It wears big because it's just all dial. I think Muhammad Ali had one, which he got rid of.
I think it's what is it, like a 44, 43?
No, it's a 40. I want to say 40. You know what? Someone in the chat will no doubt be able to correct me, but it's not that big. It's just because it's no bezel to it. It is just all dial, so it looks a lot bigger.
All right, so let's do this. So it's the Endeavor.
Oh, the Endeavor. Nice.
I originally wanted the Streamliner.
Yeah,
I like this.
And that was because I did not have a Mike Gnosis, a watch with a bracelet. But I bought the Daytona last November in Dubai.
Yeah.
So I do love the Streamliner, but I'm like, okay, well, the bracelet requirement, as nice as that bracelet is, which it is, it's gorgeous. It's really gorgeous. It's not necessary anymore.
I think that bracelet is due for an update with a micro adjustment. That's why I wouldn't be rushing in to get it.
Yeah. So anyway, it is the Endeavor, and it has. I wanted basically trademark features of Moser, right? And I think one of you said what that is.
Banter Black.
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
shit!
Yes. Yep. Good job. And then the issue I had, Mosers are not cheap.
No,
They're very expensive.
it's all in house though. Completely.
It's all
They
in
even
house.
make their own
It's
hairspring.
beautiful, finishing, beautiful movement. I personally know the CEO of US. I texted him from Booker that night. Nice people, really nice people. But I had a hard time justifying the money for a steel.
Yeah.
Because they're expensive.
Mm.
So anyway, I went and I went to go see Booker again. I had no intentions on buying a watch on Friday. And Andrew, who's a friend of mine, works there. He's like, "You want to grab dinner?" I said, "Yeah, let's grab dinner." We went downstairs and had a really nice dinner. We had 2 Vesper martinis, Kojak. And then I basically told him, I said, the only thing I need now is coffee. So he offered to make me coffee because, they have a coffee machine. And I said, bring that, bring the Moser and the Endeavor again with the Banter Black dial, which is in steel.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, I love this watch, but I have a big issue with the kind of money for steel. I mean, you're talking 34K retail, right? Over 34K.
Dollars. Yeah, I think it's a bit cheaper in the UK.
Well, that one was 34K,
27.
and I learned why, Kojak.
Okay.
I always learn something new, right?
What color was the steel, the stainless steel, Manny?
It wasn't a steel. You know what it was, Mike?
What was it?
If you flip both watches, same movement, okay?
Yeah.
But unless you know this, the bridge, okay? The bridge over the what do you call it? I'm going blank.
The hairspray.
The hairspray, the whole mechanism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The escapement.
The escapement. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Basically, is glued.
It's glued.
It has a blue finish,
blue.
like a heat blue finish. And I'm like, what does that mean? Well, he told me that one has a double hairspring. So in Moser world, when you see the bridge finished in a blue, right, like a heat blue finish, that's what that means, and that's why that watch was over 34K. And I'm like, see, I would never have known that. First time I even hear that, right? And then he's like, well, we have one that's in gold. I said, really? He's like, we just got it 2 weeks ago. I got it for a customer, and that customer ended up buying the tourbillon version of it.
Wow.
We've only had it for 2 weeks. He's like, you want to see it? I said, absolutely. And he brought it out, and when I saw it, I said, Jesus Christ, why did you do that? You know? It was absolutely gorgeous. And it basically had everything that I was looking for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was a classic Moser with a Vanta Black dial, which is their trademark. And it was finished in 18 karat gold. So
is it a solid gold dancer then?
Well, no bracelet.
No
right,
bracelet.
It's on a strap.
Okay.
It's on a strap.
Okay.
But here we go.
Oh,
that's pretty. That's a pretty watch.
You can't really. It's difficult to see on the camera because of the
because of the light. Because the top is strapped. I'll pick it out now.
Now,
take it.
You can actually explain somewhere along the line. Because my understanding, it's like the black hole. It's completely absorbs light. So the black hole. So, what is the material? How do they do that?
It's basically it's from the space industry, and it's made with micro nanotubes.
Oh, okay.
All right, carbon micro nanotubes that literally absorb 99.975 thereabouts % of all light.
So then I couldn't see the deflection of Tim's face then. All right.
Right.
All right.
Well, I mean, you'll always see the reflection of the crystal, right?
Right. Okay. Right.
Like I showed
Daniel,
a
you
friend.
can't see past your nose. What are you
Okay,
talking
he had to
about
get back
being me?
He had to get back at me. Okay. So sorry.
So anyway, so here's
It's okay. I'm half
So here's a better
blind.
shot.
Oh wow.
Here's the better shot.
The hands look like they're floating.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
so beautiful.
Mid.
Rose gold.
Congrats, Manny. It's a beautiful watch.
Thank
You know, your code
Congratulations.
1159 is steel, right?
steel.
So you
Yeah.
got a steel code 1159, and then you got this one. And now,
Rose gold, and my Breguet is white gold.
yes. Oh, you got 3 medals plus a bimetal Daytona. That's an ultimate 4-piece collection.
And then if you get
And you got-
if you get 5 medals, Manny, then you're
Uh-huh.
representing the 5 element theory in life.
There
he's
you
got
go.
he's got the
There
5th
you go.
element. He's got the vintage watch.
Okay.
The Tag Heuer
Look
vintage.
at the
Okay.
movement.
So the 5th, he's got the this is
All
the
right.
5th element. You got
All
the
right.
5th element.
Okay.
Look.
Yeah, lovely.
Beautiful movement.
Wow.
Very
Wow.
nice.
Travis
Absolutely.
Watts, $10 super chat. Congratulations, Manny.
Thank you, Travis.
Beautiful piece.
But it really is gorgeous. I mean, look at this.
Wow.
Very classy. It's a very
Yeah.
classy dress watch.
Yeah.
And
Uh,
Vanta
and-
Black is the coolest color they have.
And
It is.
and here's the funny thing. I mean, from my lens, the vastness of dark through the lens, that lens,
Mhm.
reminding us, according to me, it's like that how small we are in relation to the universe.
Mm-hmm. And you know what's really cool, guys? This strap, and he's going to order me two other straps, but this strap is amazing. Okay, you know, normally you have leather straps from calf skin, you know, basically. This is from none of that. This is from a South African antelope called kudu.
Wow.
So I mean, it's just incredible, right? The color combination of the gray with the
Wow.
rose gold.
Hmm.
I like how the Vanta Black
Mhm.
removes those
Manny,
visual
congratulations,
cues.
first
Yeah.
and foremost. I'm really glad I was able to jump on before you managed to unbox it. So you said that you really wanted the Streamliner. I don't disagree with you. I think the Streamliner is a remarkably designed watch.
Right.
If a Streamliner became available, would you consider getting that, or is your heart now taken with this one?
It's done. I've always had a 4+1 watch limit, and Timmy knows this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my last good watch case was 4, and I
Yeah.
ended up giving it to my brother, and I bought the 3. Remember the Octagon, the Q case, Timmy?
Yeah.
But again, when I picked this one up, I said, "Well, I need that case back." And then,
Yeah.
so now the case is full again with 4+1. The +1 is the Tag Heuer. All my other watches, including the Studio, especially the Studio Underdog, I gave it to my brother,
Yeah.
which he loves it.
Brutal. Studio Underdog. God.
Yeah, you guys want me to put it on?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You're right.
I'm gonna just go and grab a cigar to celebrate the occasion. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
You know, five is a really one of the most important numbers, right? Because it's like the star has five points, and human has 5 points. You got the head, you got the arms.
That is true.
It's a powerful symbol of humanity.
Oh,
and
you know
of
what?
life experience.
With all my days of knowing about the 5 element theory, thanks, Tim. I forgot that.
Well, that's where the 5 elements came from. You know that, Daniel?
No, I didn't know that was one reflection of it.
Yeah.
No.
So there we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it is on the wrist.
That's
what a stunner.
Looks very good.
What a stunner. How much did you pay for this?
This watch retails for 34.5, basically like the steel.
Insane price.
It's an expensive watch,
Yeah.
but I did get a 10% discount.
Oh, good.
So I paid 30 plus tax because I couldn't avoid not paying tax.
Wow. Oh, you got it from the boutique?
From Booker, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I got it from Booker.
Holy shit. You know, if they sell you a land dweller, you can make it 6. Fuck it. You know, the number of the Satan. But, you know, it's worth it for the land dweller because that would replace your Streamliner as a new integrated bracelet. Yeah, there you go. You could say, hey guys, throw me in a land dweller to go with this. You know, whatever. Put me on the list.
Yeah.
Just in case. You never know. Because that would, you don't have to do it. But hey, and by the way, if they sell it to you, you could just flip it. You know, you don't have to keep it, but you can ask them to. You never know. You know, just ask them for one. If you get it, if you don't want to keep it, flip it. If you want to keep it as a collection of 6 pieces, fuck it. You know, you'll add the 7th one.
You know what? You know what I had them add on the list.
What do you have? What are you on the list?
Basically, my Daytona, but full gold.
A full solid gold.
Solid gold Daytona.
Holy shit! Which one? Yellow gold.
Yellow gold.
Yellow gold. No, that's
so basically my watch identical.
Yeah.
But except full gold.
They're pricey though now. Are they like about
very expensive, Mike? I know.
They become very expensive now.
That's why I said land dweller.
They've got them very expensive.
Yeah. And it's
and really, I asked myself, can I justify the difference?
I don't think you need it, to be honest.
No, I don't need it. I'm perfectly happy with my two-tone.
Dude, but if they sell you a land dweller, at least you can flip it and you can offset some of the cost.
I know. Here, I have them all here, so I'll bring it up.
Yeah. Let's see the collection. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Isn't that? By the way, my Travis, thank you so much for the super chat.
Of course. Yeah. I lost connection right when he was doing the unboxing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
dude.
Come back.
So that's the Daytona. That's
look at that. It's very beautiful.
Yeah.
As usual.
So yeah, I can't really justify the difference.
No, because this one is actually wearable. It's got the steel surrounded by steel, so you got that hardness, the resilience. You can put a wear and tear on this piece actually, and it's got a little bit of that bling of gold.
It does.
It's actually a chick magnet.
It is.
Right, and actually, most people when they see like I actually prefer the gold bezel. Like if I was gonna do it again, if I was scratch from zero and I had to get a watch, I would just get literally that watch you're holding in your hand as my one and done, or as my first piece, because that is, it's not impossible to get, and
it's not easy
because it's not appreciated. Yeah, but no, it's not easy. Yeah, you have to go over retail. You got lucky in Dubai. You actually got a great deal on it.
Yeah,
I think they went up
right after I bought it. Rolex increased the prices.
Yeah.
Right.
So Goldfinger even told me, he's like, Manny, you did really good with the Daytona. Congratulations, right? And that was because Rolex increased the prices.
Wow.
Sweet.
So here, let me take this one off. I'm gonna put it on the watch roll, and then I'll show you the whole collection now.
Is Kojak going to whip us up a cocktail? How about this, Kojak? Whip up a cocktail, and Manny will get ready, and we'll take a look at his collection. How's that sound?
Okay, let's do it.
I'll give him a little
so
bit.
I'm just gonna make myself an old fashioned.
Okay.
No self-respecting Englishman for trouble without some sugar syrup. So we start off with that. 2 ounces of rye. This is the new ragtime rye. This is from New York Distillery that we talked about last night.
Nice. You said you found it in the dumpster, right?
Yeah. So one-eyed Ukrainian that I managed to wrestle it out from his hands. And I'm going to make it a chocolate old-fashioned.
I've never had a chocolate old-fashioned.
With the cigar, it works very, very well.
Yeah.
So a couple of dashes of that.
I need to find a way to go and see you, and I'm gonna take some of my cohibas with me.
Well, I'm going to have a cigar in your honor, Manny. So I thought a little bit of chocolate helps with the cigar.
Well, maybe for the London Watch Week next week. That would be a great get together. And Malthor's, you could smoke the cigars in Malthor's backyard, and Kojak can set up his bar there.
Okay.
I don't know. It's too short of a notice, maybe.
Yeah, too short.
Am I jumping the thing when I say, what's a dash? Like, how do you measure a dash?
It's just you take a bottle and you just spritz it like that.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, well, this one's got some Manny has a very, very large bottle of Angostura aromatic bitters.
Used to.
Okay.
Yes.
But if you just, it has a little hole at the top, and if you just turn it upside down and give it a little bit of a shove, what it spurts out is called a dash. But this one's got a dropper, so you can be more precise. But a full dropper is the equivalent of a dash.
Yeah, I got a little hole in my head. Maybe it will work too. Yeah.
Well, if we shake it, your brain is gonna come out there.
Yeah, so I was gonna find out. Does stuff come out of it?
Yeah, sometimes. As I was saying that, I thought,
can we make a Daniel Katz martini?
Yeah, that's
with
right.
the dash of Daniel's brain.
Right. As I was saying that line, boy, was that dumb. I was saying to myself.
Let me just get some
brutal.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, you tried.
You throw stuff at the wall, Tim. Some of it sticks. That did not.
You never know when it will stick, when it won't stick.
That's right.
And that's why you got to write all these down, put them in the book, and we can publish it in September.
No, Tim, I was actually working almost every day on something, so dealing with that. But leave me alone right now, okay? I'm working on it.
Okay, we'll take notes. I'll come in September with Red Shovel. We'll take the notes and I'll convert it into a book, and we'll publish it.
No comment. Okay.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yo, so take a sip. Tell us what it tastes like. That's chocolate, yeah? Chocolate infused.
Chocolate aromatic, chocolate bitters.
Nice.
Just reposition it. Oh, yeah.
Were you using some kind of whiskey, or was it bourbon, or what were you using? I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, it's a rye.
Okay, all right.
Ragtime rye.
This one has got 75% rye in the mash bill, so it's quite a spicy one.
Okay.
A bit like that, very spicy.
Now, what about Travis?
Hey, Travis,
what are you drinking?
What are you drinking?
I'm sipping on some Colonel Taylor.
Colonel Taylor's from Sazerac Company, owner of Buffalo Trace Distillery.
Nice.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Buffalo Trace.
Yeah.
Oh, Kojak knows.
I don't know.
He researches all this stuff. It has to be. If Kojak says
bottled
it is,
and bond.
it's a beautiful bottle.
Yeah. It tastes really good. Yeah.
Were you recommended this, or this is your go-to?
I recommend this. Yeah, it's very good. I like it actually better than Eagle Rare, which a lot of people love Eagle Rare. I think the Colonel Taylor's better.
Well, and how you drinking it?
I just drink it neat with a little bit of water. Just a few drops of water in it.
Yeah.
To cut down the proof, get it closer to. It's 100 proof, so I add a little bit of water to make it more like 80 proof.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're drinking it there with a fine cigar. What kind of cigar you got?
Well, it's almost gone. This was a Elegancia. I'm trying to remember the name of the maker. It's a San Cristobal.
Oh, nice.
San Cristobal Elegancia. That's what it is.
Nice.
It's a nice Connecticut
Nice.
Is that
Nice.
Cuban?
No, I think it's Nicaraguan.
Oh, okay.
Nothing like smoking a nice cigar, having a glass of whiskey, with a beautiful view on the balcony. You know, from that balcony, you got some fresh air circulating. Beautiful weather in California as always.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice here today. It's in the low 70s.
Fuck yeah, living the life, man.
And congratulations to Manny for that Moser. Beautiful piece.
Thank you. So here's back with my old watch roll, Timmy.
Woo!
Which is a very nice watch roll. I mean, and it was expensive.
Oh, it's an Everest watch roll.
So let me open her up.
Let's see the collection now in its full glory. Oh,
look at that.
Wow. See?
Boom.
Look at
Perfect.
that.
That's a perfect collection. There.
All right. So we have white gold, rose gold, steel, and gold and steel.
And look at the variety of dials, right? You got this looks like a skeletonized type of dial. Then you got this Vanta Black, which is a perfectly smooth texture.
Yeah.
Right. Then you got the Codalam 59 with that speakerphone texture.
Yeah, I kind of call it a record.
Like a record.
Vinyl record. See?
Yeah. With those sports hour markers loomed up, right? So you got like a dressy strap watch, and then you got sporty strap watch, and you got really dressy, and then you got right. There's three very different looks.
Yeah, so kind of like sport.
Yeah.
Sport, and then classy, kind of dressy.
Yeah, and then fully dressy with the
breguet. Fully dressy with the breguet.
Yeah.
So Manny, the marine is gone and the Tudor's gone.
Yes, Travis. I sold the marine. I sold the Tudor. I sold the Blancpain.
Okay.
So I've sold a bunch of watches. Yeah.
Oh.
Nothing wrong with that. Kojak needs to learn from you, Manny. He
Your
needs to
collection's
sell his
beautiful.
Monacos, but unfortunately, they're not worth anything, so you can't even sell them.
Yeah, they'll be worth something to somebody.
I'm joking. They're great.
Given that,
hey Alex,
I'm going to give
them the piss.
What does he know? So I need advice from.
Dude, I'm stuck with the Moser. That's completely worthless. I mean, fuck.
No, the Maurice Grossman. So just to go back to Travis.
Grossman. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. Maurice Grossman, that's fucking worthless.
The Colonel Taylor is actually Buffalo Trace. It's using the same mash bill that is used for Buffalo Trace and Eagle Rare. But I think they do sort of more, it's a higher proof. So it's 100 rather than 90, which is what Eagle Rare is. And I think they do a little bit more selective cast management that Eagle Rare do. So it's the same recipe, mash bill on that one.
Yeah, I noticed that Eagle Rare has more of a cherry flavor. This Colonel Taylor's a little more nutty. Has more of a nutty flavor, nutty notes. A little more honey and nut.
Yeah. That's more, the juice itself is the same. It's the cask, it's the maturation process and the cask that they use.
That they age it in, yeah.
Yeah, so Jaws, like Stag uses the same mash bill. Buffalo Trace, Eagle Rare, Taylor, George T. Stag, Stag Jr., Benchmark, and Old Charlton No. 8 all use the same recipe. It's just different concentrations, different maturation processes, and cask management as well. But, Eagle Rare is a little bit more flavored from the cask than most of their other expressions. Manny, I need your help, mate.
Yeah.
Given you just shared with us your watches, can you help me decide what cigar I should smoke to celebrate your?
What do you have in mind? Trinidad?
I don't have Trinidad.
What is that one on your left hand?
That's the Nate Chapman Connoisseur B.
Nice. And then your other hand?
Monte Cristo.
Monte
too.
Cristo,
okay.
number 2.
Yeah.
My vote is for Monte Cristo if I can vote. But what do
Let's see
I
what
know?
else you have.
I
Is
would
your
love
name is your name Manny, Tim?
No, I'm just chiming in my 2 cents.
Shut the fuck
I'll
up.
be quiet.
Stop hijacking the stream. Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
it's okay when you guys hijack the stream, but it's
I
wrong
had
when I
nothing
do
to do
it.
with it. I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, you guys
I've
planned
had
it all out.
I've had
Totally
both of those,
scripted.
and they're both great.
Yeah. And I've also got
Let me see.
a Juan Lopez Selection. I think that's number 2.
Uh-huh.
What do I have? El Real del Mundo. I think that might be. I don't know what that is. Is that Schwa Supreme? I'm not sure.
I can't see. It's blurry. It's blurry.
Bring it close.
So, Alex, you brought all these damn cigars with you on the trip?
Yeah, because I couldn't decide
Bought
which
those in
one.
Spain, right?
That's a lot of cigars.
I couldn't decide which ones to take, so it was just easier to take my travel humidor with me.
Oh.
And I've got
a regular humidor and
what's
the
that?
travel humidor.
It's the Hyatt Monterey number 2, and also
That's a good
Special. So I'm going to leave it to Manny's choice. Bearing in mind, I've got a chocolate old fashioned.
Exactly. All right,
Which
hold them
one?
up.
And I do have a Siglo. I have a Cohiba Siglo as well.
You have a Siglo? What Siglo what?
Yeah.
Which
I
Siglo?
think it's 3.
You know what I would tell you to smoke. Yes.
Cohiba.
You know me.
Fuck yeah.
So I'll
Right.
smoke that because
Yeah.
you asked me to. Okay.
Yeah. And you know what? Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Oh. Does he have a Cohiba as well? Does Manny have a Cohiba?
Manny's a Cohiba nut. Don't you know? He's all about the Cohibas, baby.
The Oeil de Monterey is really good too.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to smoke one, but I cannot do it in the house again. That was a bad idea last time I did it. So here's my nice humidor.
Ooh.
I don't think you guys have seen this.
No, wait. Let's see it. Let's
Yeah,
pull it up.
Pull it up, Timmy.
Pull it up.
It doesn't seem to be that deep.
No, I didn't want anything too big because I never really thought I would have a big collection anyway. But this is a very nice piece. This is handmade in California.
Looks nice.
Yeah, it's super nice.
What's the capacity?
It holds, depending on the cigars, it holds, I think, about 12.
Oh, okay. It is small.
And it's really nice inside. Look.
That is very nice.
Sweet.
And it smells amazing. But let me see how can I do this without the stuff falling out. So
you got some Cohibas in there.
There you go, baby.
They're all Cohiba. So here, Timmy, you're going to remember what this is. Where did this come from?
Oh, did you get that from Goldfinger?
No.
Or was it Jay?
Jay in LA.
Hell yeah.
So this
That's
is a
an
mini kit.
expensive
Very
cigar.
Wow.
Was that the 50, 52, 54?
54.
54.
Yeah, he can
Wow.
big boy. Look.
Fuck, that's massive.
It's
See,
a
I
big
have
boy.
a Cohiba over here. Look at this one.
Let me see.
Mine looks like a cigarette.
What is that one?
What is this?
It's a
Siglo 2?
Cohiba Habana Cuba. It doesn't say actually what Siglo it is. Oh, wait.
it's a
No,
Fugazi.
it does. It says here on the. No, it doesn't say. Does it
All
say?
right.
How do I know?
It would say it on the label. Oh no, they doesn't always say it. No, it doesn't say it on the label. You would have to just know. It would
have to
come in the
measure
box and it'll tell you what it is. Like I know what all of mine are, but because I bought them
Yeah.
in the tubes. All
How
right, so
much does it
then,
say?
so Kodiak, I have 2 of these.
Siglo 2.
Yeah.
There we
Siglo
go.
2?
Siglo
Okay.
2. There you go.
So I have 2 of these,
Yeah.
and this is a Siglo 6.
Oh, they're rare as hen's teeth, the Siglo 6.
Exactly, very expensive, very rare. So I have 2 of those.
Wow.
So to share. This is my last one that I have. I smoked one of these for Sean's birthday. Robusto. A beautiful Robusto.
Is that a short Robusto or the Robusto?
It's the short Robusto.
Short Robusto.
Yeah, the short one.
Is it worth getting those ones? Because
I liked it a lot. And they're very difficult to get. Like last time I wanted, either a 2 or a 3 pack Kojak. I couldn't even. I think at the time I could only buy one individual or buy them individually, but they're very difficult. And this is my trusty one. I've smoked a lot of them.
There's a place in Switzerland that has them.
So this is a Siglo 4.
Which one's that then? Siglo 4?
Siglo 4.
Yeah.
It's a Siglo 4. So if I'm gonna smoke one tonight, then this will be it. Because the other one are
I'm gonna.
Shall
we just all be bowlers and just smoke our Cohibas?
Yeah, of course.
Timmy, you got a Cohiba.
I need to take the laptop outside because I can't smoke this inside. Because last time I did that, the whole house.
Can you take the laptop outside?
I am. So just give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a second. Let me get the cutter and let me make sure the lighter has. I have
baby. Let's do it.
Nice lighter.
Fuck yeah. Oh.
What are you waiting for?
Proper. Yo, DuPont. Is that the?
No, it's an LE blue.
Oh, LE blue.
LE blue, but beautiful combination. See the
gold. Gorgeous. Yeah. It's a jet flame.
Yeah, it is.
Nice.
It is.
Wow.
So, I have the matching cutter, but unfortunately, the cutter is really more for show. It sucks. I'd rather use a regular cutter.
Incredible.
All right, let me go put this back and relocate myself outside.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off.
Mike, thank you for joining us today. You've been on for very long. Go take
care,
a break.
Mike.
Take care.
Thank you.
Good seeing you.
Good seeing you as always.
Thank you so much for all the help with the Pete Mitchell interview.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I always like talking to Pete.
Derek M, thank you so much for being a member for 41 months. He says scooped up the Cartier Roadster blue dial today. Whoa, is it the new Roadster or the old model? Because there's a new Roadster that just came out.
I noticed, Kojak, you're wearing a sweater. That must hint that it's a little cold there by the coast outside, or?
I was in the hot tub earlier on, and we're finishing off the champagne with the roommate. And, I'm sitting by an open window, so I thought rather than catching a bit of a chill.
Okay. Oh. Well, it's lousy weather here.
It's set to be 100 degrees, over 100 degrees tomorrow in the UK.
Yeah, well, it's going back to winter over here. It's like 10.
Well, Fahrenheit.
No, Celsius. So what is that? About 50 something? What is it? 50 something or 60?
52.
Yeah, it's kind of cloudy, rainy, lousy.
Well, that's a shame.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
76 degrees here.
That's actually very nice.
Perfect.
Travis, it's been brutally hot for 2 weeks here in the 90s.
Oh, really? And with the humidity?
Hot.
And has it been humid, I assume?
Yeah, and it's very humid too.
Yeah.
It's been brutal.
Oh, hey,
anyway,
John.
So let me cut.
What's happening?
John joining us. Hey, how you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. I haven't seen a star-studded panel like this in a while. Figured I'd
Hey, John,
come in
how
and
are you?
say hello.
Hey, John, long time no speak.
Yeah,
Nice
it's like
to
a
see
reunion
you.
here.
Yo, yes.
Yeah.
It's like the LA bro.
It's the LA frat house reunion. Sorry if I sound a little congested. I'm battling cold.
Beautiful.
Here.
Look at that cut, Kojak.
How's the Barolo treating you?
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh,
Doesn't
muzzle
stand a
top.
chance.
Huh?
Mazel tov.
Mazel tov.
Mazel.
Oh,
Mazel tov,
okay.
Manny.
I'm so flattered in being using the word. Okay.
Mazel Manny.
Mazel Manny.
How you guys been? I feel like we haven't talked in a while. I know I haven't talked to you in a while, Tim. What's new?
No, nothing new. I'm working on my weight loss, just focusing on health.
Okay.
Well, the show is kind of chugging along. It's I need to get healthier to kind of it's just I have no energy, to do a live stream plus additional content to grow the channel. It requires a lot of energy, and I just didn't have the energy. So I figured, you know what? Let me fix my health. Let me get healthier.
Yeah.
Hit the gym. Do some fasting to really cut into the fat, and then when I get healthier, focus on growing the channel.
And
Yeah.
watch Manny smoke a cigar instead of him.
Yeah, yeah.
Cheers,
Well,
Kojak.
you look like you've
No,
lost a little
you
bit of
cheers.
weight.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Nice. Take a picture of that, Manny, with the watch, cigar, and the watch.
I put it in my room already.
Oh, okay.
Remember, I had to come outside.
Gotcha. And
Yeah.
Kojak, let's see that cigar.
Daniel with the inhaler.
Brutal.
That's where,
Daniel had
that's where I'm at,
the
buddy.
inhaler.
Hey, John, you joke about that, but I actually got Daniel in LA to try a little bit of a vejique. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
He took
Well,
a couple
we
of
were all
puffs from it.
Yeah, well, you told me it was around the mouth, so I actually got a taste of it.
Uh-huh.
You know, I didn't have to over breathe it in or anything. So
No, you don't breathe it in.
yeah.
Ever.
Yeah, that whole night was a little bit of a blur towards the end. I do remember Sean showing us all how to properly light a cigar. I remember that whole interaction. He had that, what was it like? It was some vintage lighter that he had.
It was a ST DuPont. It was a ST DuPont.
The
dual
DuPont.
flame. Yeah.
The DuPont, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that lighter was
Perfect ping.
more expensive than my watch.
Not quite. But...
Well, yeah, maybe. But yeah, Tim, you look like you've lost some weight, man.
He has. He was water fasting.
Wow, you're looking, yeah.
He's
Starting to see that jawline.
Yeah.
No triple chins, just
That's
double
the first.
chin.
That's the first place you're gonna notice it.
Yeah.
But it's the old hiker from way back.
And you still got the Pepsi.
Still got the Pepsi, exactly.
Still got the Pepsi.
Yeah.
Loving the Pepsi. Got my subby over here. I'm wearing the subby, but then because it's Memorial Day,
That's
and
right.
Pete said, "Oh, it's red, white, and blue." I'm
Red, white, and blue.
wearing
There you
the
go.
Pepsi.
Okay.
Whacked it on. Doing good. Still got a lot more fat loss to go. But
I was gonna say, with the fat loss, is there any plans on slimming the collection down?
yes. Oh yeah.
What's next on the chopping block?
We got this Sermon that I need to desperately get rid of.
Yeah.
That's
That
number
shouldn't be tough.
Yeah.
one. It's actually tougher than it looks.
Yeah.
It's buying one. It's like expensive. They want like 15, 14. But then when you try to sell it, they give you 11 or less. Like 11, that would be very generous. They give you nothing to buy it.
It's brutal, Timmy, to sell watches back.
Yeah.
You know. So, John, we haven't spoken in a while. I've sold a lot of pieces.
Really? What have you
Including the
sold?
piece you got to try on in LA.
You sold the Brigade?
I sold the Brigade Marine. Yes, I did.
Oh, that was the Manny piece. That was the staple.
I know.
Did you just sell it to free up cash, or just didn't wear it as much? Or
Cash, mainly to free up cash, and then slim down the collection.
yeah.
I still have a Brigade, which it's my Grail Brigade. It's the tradition in white gold.
Okay. Well,
You know.
as
So
long as you still have-
I was sad to let it go, but it's not like I'm out of Brigade.
yeah, as long as you still have one.
Yeah. No, and I have the most important one, right? That was always my Grail watch. But I sold the Blancpain Bathyscaphe ceramic too,
Okay.
which is a beautiful watch, but I don't wear big watches anymore, John, you know? So I've decided it has to be between 39 41, right?
Mm-hmm.
And otherwise, I won't wear it.
I think that's that sweet spot. I've been looking at, again, I always say I'm a one watch guy, but I've been shopping around, just window shopping for now, but I've been looking at vintage day dates, and something about the 36, it's still, I don't know. I mean, I don't have a huge wrist, but the 36 just, I mean, I'm assuming it's because I'm so used to the 41 that when I put on a 36, it just kind of looks too small, but maybe if I wore it for a few days, it would feel normal, because I know that that's a traditional size, but that's the only thing that I've been eyeing up. And obviously still looking at the VCs. I think that's probably, if I ever transition out of Rolex, that's probably where I'm going, is VC.
That's where I've been on the fence for a while. And I actually had an overseas dual time on order, and I got the call.
Okay.
Really?
Years ago. But
I've heard their boutique experience actually pretty decent. Compared to Rolex.
It is. And in Miami, they actually had kind of like not a booth, but a spot in a mall area in the design district. And they now have a dedicated building, which I meant to go see on Friday, but I never made it. The same way Rolex actually has a 2-story building at the design district.
Yeah.
So I do love Vacheron, but like I said, that at that time, that overseas, we're talking, God, I was still living in Georgia, so maybe 3 years ago. It did not fit well. I actually came to Miami. I went to the design district. They didn't have one on a bracelet, but he let me try on a gold one with the strap. And he even said, it doesn't fit you nice. It flares out too much.
Yeah, that's what I've heard about those. I've heard you got to really try those on, but man, you're in a tough market there. You're competing with a lot of drug money. It's a tough market to buy luxury goods. Yeah, that's why I'm glad I'm in the middle of nowhere. Thank God.
But anyway, so I just picked up. I don't know if you've been watching, John.
No, I just hopped on because I saw Timmy was on.
I picked up a Moser.
Oh, that's what it was. It was a Moser.
Yeah, it's a Moser.
Because I saw the black dial.
Exactly. Yeah. So I just picked that up on Friday. Again, I've always liked the brand. I like the company. I like the people. And it's just I like unique pieces.
Yeah. You're not.
If you notice, I've never had really anything that's common.
You're not the hype guy. Yeah.
I'm not the hype guy.
No offense, Timmy. He's not wearing a Pepsi.
No.
He wouldn't be caught dead with a Pepsi.
No, I mean, I had, and Timmy knows this, I had a Pepsi on my hand. I was storing it for somebody for a while.
Yeah.
About a month.
Yeah.
But would I buy one?
No.
Manny, you were saying...
If you could get one at retail, you got to buy one.
Well, that's different, right?
Yeah.
But then the question is, would I keep it or would I flip it?
That's exactly the question I had.
Yes.
Answered it 2 years later, and I sold it. That thing it lasted 2 years, so I guess that's not really a flip if you have it for 2 years and you wear it.
No.
Right.
Yeah. To me, flipping is you walk out and you immediately sell it.
You go to another dealer and say, hey, brand new, I want to sell it.
Brand new still has a couple stickers left from the AD that they forgot to remove. But yeah, I bet now it's going to be tough. It was funny because I was talking to Oshin about this. As soon as they discontinued the Pepsi, I was looking at a lot of the websites, and they either completely removed it, like they had them for sale the day before, and then you'd log back in and they were gone. So they were just waiting to see where the price would settle, because initially after the announcement it was like 30, 45 on Chrono, all these insane numbers, but it looks like now it's settled back down to like 24, 25, just depending on the year conditions. So I thought it was going to go above the Daytona, but I guess not. It's not even it's still as desirable as the Daytona, because those are still 30, but I haven't seen Pepsi's go up that high. So I was kind of kicking myself initially for selling mine when I did, but I sold it a year before, and I thought, damn, if I would have just waited another year, that might have been an extra 10 grand in my pocket. But realizing where it's at now, probably only a couple thousand, so I wasn't too disheartened.
Yeah. Yeah, and James the advisor. Yeah, Daytona is it's common, right? But I think they're harder to get. And for me, the reason that I bought the Daytona was I'm big into motorsports. I'm big into cars. You guys all know this, right? You know, my main passion and hobby has always been cars. And obviously Daytona represents, you know, the Daytona 500.
Big.
Not the Daytona
Part of
500, I'm
car
sorry, the
culture.
the Rolex 24 at Daytona. And that's basically the watch that they give to the winners of the race. It's a two-tone yellow gold. The only thing is the dial
The
is
non-hype
white.
version.
Yeah, the dial is
Yeah.
white, not black.
Not the one you have, Timmy.
Not the
No.
yeah.
Exactly.
What the hell happened?
I can't afford. By the way, you know what? Like, I literally can't afford buying non-hype watches. I shouldn't be. The Maurice Grossman. That's a financial disaster for me. I shouldn't be owning shit like that.
Well, I
You know
made the
that?
joke. I made the joke with somebody. I don't know if it was with you guys, but the most expensive watch I owned was the G-Shock because that actually cost me money because I
Right.
can't turn around and sell it.
Right,
So
because you got the other one from trading in one that you
yeah,
had.
I got
Yeah.
everything. But even if you get one from the AD, I mean, I mean, it's essentially. I think Tim, you mentioned it as a free watch. You just park
Yeah.
your money in it for a year, 2, 10, however long you keep it. You're never going to
Yeah.
lose principal
All
on it.
my
So,
Rolexes are free watches.
yeah, they're free watches plus equity.
Yeah.
You know,
I
it's
made
like,
I made money on all of my
yeah,
Rolexes.
Because you bought them at the right time, and you bought them brand new
bought them
Yep.
at retail.
at retail.
Yeah.
You know,
That's the way to go.
again,
And then I thought, oh no, I'm too good for just hype. I'll get Maurice Grossman. What a disaster that was.
but you know what, Timmy? I know you want to sell it, but if you don't need to sell it and you love it, that's the reality. I went ahead and reached out to my guy that I bought 3 watches in 2 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I sold him the Marine, and I sold him the Blancpain, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it was a little more than European watch company because they will kill you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you try to trade in a watch to them or sell it to them, not trade it in. But I still lost a lot of money. So anyway, out of curiosity, I said, okay, what about now that I was going to sell it, what about the tradition?
Yeah.
Right? I paid really good money for that, right? I got a great discount at the time.
Yeah.
And mind you, that watch is $48,000 right now, sticker. Okay, so if you go to Breguet and you look up 7097 in white gold, it's $48,000. You know how much he offered me? Take a guess.
I'm going to say
48 is list price, yeah?
48 is less, yes.
I'm going to say he offered you 25.
I wish
20.
I paid 25.
20.
18?
17.
Oh,
17.
Whoa.
I said, you out of your effing mind.
Jesus.
You know, I paid 25 brand new 4 years ago, and I didn't pay taxes and I didn't pay shipping. Because again, I had a relationship with that AD. You know, I bought 3 watches within 2 months.
Yeah.
But when he said 17, I said, you out of, I said, never mind, you know?
Yeah. Wow.
So that's just the way the game is, Timmy.
Yeah,
You know?
it's brutal, right?
Selling watches, and one time I even wanted to get out of the hobby because I'm like, you know, with my Ulysse Nardans, and those are the worst. You know, I'm like, this is ridiculous. You know, I buy the watch, I think I'm doing good. I think I got 30% off, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the watch, when I go to sell it back, I lost another 50% on top.
Crazy.
You want to know the ironic thing about my watch collection? The only watch that I've got that is worth more than what I paid for it.
What's that?
And you get a kick out of this. It's the Monaco. It's the Steve McQueen Monaco.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
and
good?
that's because I bought it at 45% off.
Yeah.
brand new. It was from the dealer, and so that's the only reason why it's worth more than what I paid for it. But obviously, it's not worth anywhere near what the retail price is. So that's the only watch I've got that I'm making a smidgen of money on it.
Yeah,
it's just bizarre.
It's the reality. It's the reality. I mean, one thing is you see Chrono 24, and which I stopped even using that service because it was misleading. Versus what you could really get for it if you sell it to a dealer, it's shocking. I mean, when I went to sell, I'll tell you this. I went to sell. Listen to this. I said, all right, what if I sell you 2 watches? I'll sell you the Blancpain, and that list was an expensive watch. It was about $14K. Now, I did get a good discount. What if I sell you the Blancpain and the Tudor? 2 watches, right? You know what they offer me for both?
What?
$6K.
So,
for both. I said, you're out of your effing mind. I said,
this is
no.
in Miami? Is this in Miami?
No, this is a European watch company in Boston.
European watch company.
Wow. Yeah, they're brutal. European watch company is.
They are
sound almost as bad as Bob's watches. I've heard Bob's is probably the worst as far as lowballing you on anything. Yeah, that was my first experience because I sold my very first Rolex was the 114060 no date, and I was looking to get rid of it because I was getting a date just, and I think at the time I paid because I got it at retail, so I paid what $8,500 or whatever it was back in 2020. And I remember, I think I was just emailing random places, and Bob's Watches was one of the first ones that I just found on Google.
Yeah.
I think they offered me $9. I was like, are you kidding me? This is the height of this is 2021, the height of everything, the hype market. Everything was, going through the roof or starting to go through the roof. And I ended up selling it to a friend for 11 at the time because he was trying to get one at retail and he couldn't land a sub to save his life.
Right.
So he was getting married, and I think I just offered him a kind of a reasonable price at first, and he was like, no, that's too low. I'm like, it's not too low. It's 10. I think I offered him 10.5, and then he was like, I'll give you 11 because I feel bad. I'm like, well, okay. But at the time they were going for 13. They were on the market. They were 13.5. So
yeah.
And he wasn't going to pay that, but I couldn't sell it. So that margin was so huge because places weren't going to offer you, anywhere near that. You look at the sale price and you think, okay, they're selling it for 13.5. That means I can get, 12.5. No, they're going to offer you 10 or 9 and then make some crazy excuse about how they already have 5 of them, in stock, and it's a very common watch, and well, we have to polish it and service it. If there's scratches on it, they're going to give you that whole song and dance. So I don't know. I found a few places that are pretty decent, but I haven't really been looking lately. So not much of a concern these days.
Yeah, I mean, John, I wasn't looking at all, and Timmy knows this. I was content on having a 3-watch collection.
That's where it's at, man. One or three.
That's what I have. That's
one or three. That's where it's at. Travis.
That's what I had, and I
look how happy Travis is. Look at him. He's just.
I think you talk about we're talking about the 114060. I paid in 2019 $7,500 retail for my no date sub. Yeah, those days are over.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those days are over.
And here's the funny thing. This is about how kind of screwed up the psychology of the ADs are. A buddy of mine was looking for a sub, and he called me and he was like, hey, any advice about going to an AD and asking for a Submariner? And I kind of gave him, the song and dance of, listen, it's kind of a tough watch to get as your first watch. And he's like, well, you got any tricks? You got any ideas? And I'd never thought this would work, but it actually worked. I said, all right, here's what you do. Try this. See if this works. When you walk in, you tell them you're looking for a Submariner and ask them about either the bluesy or the full gold Submariner.
Okay.
And start there. And then as you're talking, ask to try on the stainless steel and see what you think. And kind of him and hom, you're not quite sure. You really like the gold, but you think it might be too much. And maybe you're going to get the stainless steel eventually, or you'll get the gold first, and you're not quite sure.
Mm-hmm.
But you definitely love the Submariner. That's kind of the watch you want.
Right.
And so the idea is that the expectation is that you're kind of front loading to the salesperson is that you have the money for the full gold. And that's the one you're kind of thinking about. But the stainless steel is kind of your second choice. And I said, don't buy anything. Whatever you do, don't buy anything that day. Just tell them that's what you're interested in, and you'll think about it and walk out.
Yeah.
And so he kind of did this whole thing. And then he said about 2 weeks went by, the AD checked in with him, and they said, are you still interested? We were, we just wanted to make sure, how are you, type of thing. And he's like, yeah, I am kind of leaning more towards the stainless steel, but I really like the gold one. I'm not quite sure. I'll probably eventually end up getting both, but basically call me when you get something in, and I'll go from there. Kind of put it off, don't seem like you're very eager to get the stainless steel. And so that was 2 weeks after he stopped in, and then another 2 weeks went by, and they called him and offered him the stainless steel. So apparently the psychological trick worked, because the idea was they were like, all right, well, this guy's willing to drop, 60 grand on a gold piece. Let's lure him in, and maybe we'll eventually sell it to him or sell him more stuff.
I see.
But right now, and I guess they didn't have the full gold available anyway. But the whole point was that the psychology of it was completely reversed, where he was after the stainless steel the whole time. But he made it seem like he was in the market for basically anything, that price was no object. So they kind of got greedy, and they said, all right, well, here, we're going to sell him this thing first, and then he'll eventually come back and buy more. And he obviously has the money for the gold piece.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe that it worked, because I kind of just thought about it, from the psychological aspect of it, of what I would do if I was in his position. But it's kind of the same thing. Like if you go to an AD, you want to wear a nice watch, because it signals that you have decent taste and you already have a watch,
and you have the means.
And you have the means. Yeah, you're just kind of, if you walk in with a Breguet and you walk into a Rolex AD and they realize, okay, this guy has the money for a Breguet, he's obviously got a wallet for a Rolex.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it maybe, I don't know, maybe the market really is shifting a little bit, because I don't think that would have worked, in 2023.
Yeah, the market is very different right now than it was.
It is.
Yeah, I think I only waited 5 months for my Submariner. That was my first purchase.
Yeah, and that's what mine was in 2020.
So you got on the list, and they actually got it for you?
Yeah. I went in February of 2019, and I was wearing my Speedmaster. That was the only nice watch I had at the time.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, I would like they had nothing in the case. And I said, I'd like a Submariner, no date. They said, okay, and they took my information down, and 5 months later they called me.
You got lucky.
Yeah. That was in 2019.
I think you guys know my story with Rolex.
Yeah.
And the root beer, and that's ultimately what prompted me to. That was my first time I was going to buy new from them. And what happened with them is, supposedly I got on the list. I wasn't a newbie, I was a customer from this AD.
Yeah.
And I kept checking in every 3 months, every 6 months. And then the girl that supposedly added me to the list, I guess, left. So a year goes by, a year and 2 months go by, and I call again. And I talk to this other guy, a prick. And he's like, what list? I said, excuse me.
Yeah.
I've been patiently waiting. I've had other watch brands.
There we go.
I'm ready to pull the trigger. Oh no, there is no list. There is no such thing. The owner decides who gets what. And I knew the owner. I was a customer.
What year was this, man? What year was this?
This was in 2022.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
In 2022.
That was the hardest time to get a watch.
In
Yeah.
2022.
Well, I'm the first to tell you, there is definitely no list, because that's how I got a Pepsi. I waited 8 months for a Pepsi, and that was my first purchase from that AD.
Yeah.
With no previous history. So there's
anyway,
definitely no list.
No, I know. So to make a long story short, I said, really? Okay. Well, the one time I was gonna basically be a Rolex owner, I said, you're screwed. So I started calling around looking for the watch you tried on, you wore for a little bit, my Breguet Marine. And I found 2 brand new in the US, and one of them was my AD in New Jersey. You know? So we negotiated a little bit. I didn't get too much of a discount because it was my first watch from him, and I bought it. And then basically 2 months go by, and I bought 2 other watches from him. You know? And I you know what? And I called him and I said, you know what? I'm not trying to flaunt here, but I said, you know what? You lost a lot of potential sales because of what you did. I've just spent $55,000.
You had your pretty woman moment.
You know?
Yeah. Exactly. It is a little bit. It is a little bit of a roulette as well because early 23, I did a walk-in at a bookerer and I was able to get my first Rolex without any previous history.
Yeah. So when was that?
That was 2023.
Okay.
And I was just walking. I didn't have an appointment. Just walked in. We just had a nice conversation, and we talked about the sort of watches I would be interested in, and I mentioned the Explorer 2.
Yeah.
And my wife was there. She vetoed the white dialed Explorer 2, and then the sales associate said, "Well, would you be interested in the black dial Explorer 2?" And before I could say anything, my wife said, "Yes." Now I give her a pass because she ended up buying it for me, so it was a very generous present.
Oh, so it's really a free watch.
It's
right. It's double free.
It's literally a free watch.
It comes out.
I know, but give Kojak credit. He did buy some nice pieces for his wife last year.
Well, no, just this year, just recently.
Was it this year? No, last year. Last year. When you and I got together.
That's right. Yeah, towards the end of last year.
At the end of last year. It was the end of last year. Yep.
But we're talking about experiences with AD, and I know, hopefully he won't mind me discussing it. But somebody we know in the community just ended up picking up fairly recently a Patek Philippe 5320 gold, white gold. I think it was. He traded in. How many watches do you think he traded in for an even trade?
3.
I was going to say at least
more than that.
At least
4. 5.
Traded in. He tried to check 7 watches.
7.
Wow.
7 watches.
7 for 1.
7 watches and a first round draft pick.
He traded in. Let me just get the list up. He traded. Okay, so these aren't like. Not all of these are cheap watches either. Okay. So we'll start off with the lower tier one. So Tudor Black Bay Heritage Burgundy, okay, 2021. Tudor Black Bay Silver.
Yeah.
Panerai PAM 1033. And Zenith El Primero, the dress, not the chronograph one, it's just a normal time only piece.
Yeah.
A Vacheron Constantin 56 blue dial.
Wow.
Jesus.
An H Moser Pioneer red dial. This is why I was saying to you, Manny, that the Pioneer is got a massive dial because this guy has one and I've seen it and I've tried it on. It's massive.
Yeah.
An Explorer 2 polar dial, and which was not enough. Take it over the edge. A Rolex Submariner Summit 23. 7 watches.
Wow.
He had actually an 8th watch to trade in, but they didn't want it.
Wow.
So it's just like absolutely. But the thing is, and
This is for CPO. Where did he trade this?
No, this was great. This was Subdial, which is
gray market dealer. Oh, Subdial.
Gray
Oh, I know Subdial. Yeah.
I feel like walking in and trading in 8 watches is like the watch equivalent of walking in with like a bag of pennies and just like paying in change. Like, here you go. I'm gonna pay you exactly in the denomination, but it's gonna be change in $1 bills.
Right.
Damn, 8
Well,
watches. I know.
Imagine
the thing is,
trading in 8
this-
cars for one.
Yeah,
I know,
my
I
God,
know.
man, that's a
but
hell
this
of a
guy,
deal.
this guy's got a massive. I mean, even though he got rid of 7 watches, he's still got
Oh, I'm sure.
loads and loads of watches. So, and then I was having a cigar with him in London, and we were just talking about it, and I just said to him, if you're not wearing them, you're not getting any enjoyment out of it. Why don't you? I just jokingly said, why don't you just get rid of them? And then it obviously stuck with him, and then he said oh, by the way, Kojak, I've decided to. Because he was trying to get into the AD Patek Philippe to get a Nautilus. I said, you're never going to get that. You're never going to get that. No. So he looked at grey market, and he ended up getting this Perpetual calendar Patek Philippe, cream dialed, very pretty watch. But it's obviously upgraded. It's obviously a higher tier than any of the other stuff that he's got. But to get to that, he had to kiss a lot of frogs to get you to go one. But he's obviously very, and even then he's still got loads. He's got a Pepsi. He's got
so he still has a lot of other watches left.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he would mind because I think he's already talked about it. It's Muhammad Ali. He's
Oh yeah, of course I know.
He's got,
yeah.
So
he got the land
loads
recently.
Yeah.
He's still got the Land Dweller. He's still got the Pepsi. He's still got overseas.
Oh, nice.
So he's focused. He's consolidating sort of the watches that he enjoys wearing more.
Yeah.
If you're not wearing, unless it's of sentimental value, like Manny, you got the Tag Heuer Lynx. Yeah, which is your first watch. You're never going to sell that because it's not worth it. It's not financially worth anything, but it's also sentimental value to you. It's the same thing. Same thing with if you're not wearing watches and they're just rotting away, and you could somebody else might be able to enjoy them, and especially if it gets you onto another watch. It doesn't have to be a Patek.
Give me a second so I can turn on the light behind me so you can see me.
Yeah, it reminds me of my face is rotting away too. Just running away. Anyways, okay.
Well, this is hopefully what the AP Swatch collab will help introduce all these people to. I know you guys probably beat that horse to death already, but
no, we've not talked about the AP Swatch. What are you talking about, John?
What? What's AP Swatch? First time hearing.
You haven't covered that. You haven't covered that in depth already.
No.
AP Swatch. This is what it's going to introduce the newer generation to, is watch collecting, right? That's what it's going to do.
I sucked the juice out of the bone marrow on that discussion.
Yeah.
Capitalized to the full extent.
It is fascinating to see people still kind of defending it, though, as if the introduction is going to be what the point was, introducing a new generation to watch collecting. I don't think that's what the point
marketing
was.
line.
Yeah,
well, John, I mean, I take the opposing view because I think it's akin to you growing up as a child having posters of exotic sports cars or having models of sports cars, and maybe 0.01% of those people end up one day being in a position where they can realize their childhood dreams of actually owning the real watch.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that, but that's the whole aspirational piece of it, especially for a brand like AP. And I don't know, to me, it's like a really fine restaurant that everybody goes to on a regular basis, and it's like a special occasion restaurant, and they put in a kids menu, and it's like, what are we doing here? Do we need to put mac and cheese and chicken tenders on the menu here, or is this a fine Italian restaurant where I don't know? It just, to me, I mean, I get it what they're trying to do, the marketing behind it, but I don't know. I don't know that it's good for AP. I think it's great for Swatch, and it's probably great for just the overall watch market being boosted, but I always felt like AP was so up there. The Swatch and Moon Swatch kind of made more sense because I feel like Omega
it does.
with Omega being more commercialized because obviously of the Bond affiliation, I feel like Omega's kind of more mid tier. You know, it's more commercial, and everybody kind of seen it in the Bond movies, and that was a little bit of a more linear collab. But I feel like the asymmetry between AP status and Swatch, there's such an asymmetry there between those two brands that it kind of, I don't know. I wasn't a fan of it, but I mean.
Well, all they've done, John, is they've commercialized the merchandise of the real watch. You know, like instead of spending $10 on a poster of a watch, or let's say you have a wall clock of an AP Royal Oak on your wall or whatever, you're just like you're making the Labubu of APs.
That's what I mean. I just feel like it kind of cheapens the brand. It would be like if Rolex was giving away, like selling their swag, you know, like if Rolex partnered with a luggage designer and started making, you know, Rolex tote bags that you could buy. You know, it just, I don't know. To me, it just didn't seem.
Well, you know, AP could collabed with Marvel, so nothing surprises me.
Yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah, maybe they're trying to be more. I don't know. I mean, maybe they're hurting financially. I don't know. I guess their share of the market's kind of limited because they make so few watches that maybe they're trying to become more profitable because they are part of the Swatch group. So it's not like Rolex where they don't have shareholders to answer to. Swatch has, you know, shareholders to answer to.
A lot of money.
So maybe
AP's not making any money on this, John. They're supposed to be giving it all to sort of a charitable endeavor to train future watchmakers. I think the issue that AP has got, they don't know where their next generation of customers are coming from.
Yeah,
or they want to shift because they can't compete with Patek on the marketing line that Patek is. You don't own a Patek. You look after it for the next generation. AP's motto is you don't own an AP. You look after it until it needs repair for the repair center to keep them in business. So, and I know you came up with a restaurant analogy. The kiddie menu. That's quite a good analogy. I'm more of the feeling that you have sort of top tier chefs, and they have their main restaurant where they may go in and cook occasionally, but they also have satellite restaurants. You know, like Gordon Ramsay doesn't go around cooking in all these restaurants, does he? Yeah. He has a cookie cutter approach to releasing sort of lower tier versions of his. And anyone who goes and eats in these restaurants thinking that they're eating Gordon Ramsay food are fooling themselves.
Correct.
But maybe it costs a fifth of what it would cost to eat at a restaurant where he actually is at. So I sort of and it's just an advertising. It's just a bit of marketing, which they're making you pay through the nose for.
I know.
Which is the biggest con I think of it all.
I guess maybe the other questionable thing is the release, rather than releasing an actual watch that people could wear and kind of, like you said, like that aspirational thing. They kind of, I feel like the fact that they made it into a literal trinket, that kind of devalues the brand itself, to me, for AP. If they made a cheaper watch, even if it was just a plastic watch, but maybe it had a legitimate, AP dial and maybe some sort of modified manual wind movement, I can kind of see that being, that sort of like, let's try to go after the new clientele because they'll see AP and then they'll realize, oh, there's a tier above, this watch that I'm buying. But the fact that they kind of made it into like what you said, a Labubu type of, trinket that just kind of hangs off a purse, or it can be just kind of a fashion symbol. I think that kind of misaligns with the notion that this is going to kind of foster the new generation of watch enthusiasts, because it's not really a wristwatch. That's not what they're known for. It's not their thing. So it makes sense to some extent, but it's kind of like a Gordon Ramsay food truck. popping up
Yeah.
in a random neighborhood, and then it never comes back, and people are like, what the hell was that? Is that just another food truck? Is
Well,
Gordon Ramsay doing food trucks now? What happened to him?
yeah.
You know?
Or a line of supermarket food endorsed by Gordon Ramsay rather than
Yeah, I feel
restaurant.
like it just cheapens it a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah.
Oh,
But
I think you're describing a phenomenon that Krispy Kreme kind of went through. Krispy Kreme was known for making these amazing donuts in store that are fresh, and then they released Krispy Kreme donuts at a supermarket. And what happened was they actually hurt themselves
Yeah.
because then people were like, "Oh, I don't have to buy Krispy
I don't have
Kreme
to
here.
go
I
to a
can get
Krispy
them."
Kreme franchise. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have to go to Krispy Kreme franchise because I just get them at the supermarket. But then when they're at the supermarket, they go, "Well, actually, this is shit." The only
Yeah.
reason
but
to
that's
get
the
Krispy
same.
Kreme
That's
is it's
that's
fresh.
ostensibly the same product. It's just point of sale is different.
Yeah. Well, and I will tell you,
No, it's not the same product.
It's not the same product because, and I will tell you this as a former fat kid, the thing about Krispy Kremes that was cool too was if you went to the old style Krispy Kreme locations, you could literally see the conveyor belt line of them being made. So the whole point of the Krispy Kreme was you got it fresh.
Yeah.
It literally came off the assembly line and you got
Yeah.
it fresh in the box. So when they put it in the supermarket, that literally defeated the
stale.
entire purpose
It is.
of them being fresh because they were just sitting in a box. So
It's kind of like getting a Royal Oak. You get the one
Yeah.
with the hand finished steel bracelet, or you get a plastic one. That's the equivalent of
Oh.
getting
Yeah.
a fresh product
Yeah.
versus getting a stale product that has certain the recipe. Guess what? The recipe is going to be different as well because the supermarket version has stabilizers in their
In
recipe.
their recipe, yeah.
Yeah, and
I
it
mean,
tastes disgusting.
and I just think the mass appeal trap that brands chase, this is why Rolex, I think I've made this point before where, Swatch Group looks at the next quarter, Rolex looks at the next century.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the branding of it comes into play. And I think again, this is just my opinion. I'm not an expert in this field, but I will say from the consumer side, what I always think is kind of this is a weird paradox where people will chase what the audience wants. So it's the same thing with audience capture. Like if you're running a show or you're writing articles or you have a podcast, there's a kind of almost magnetic pull to give the audience what they want. And so whatever's reinforced by the audience, you just start doing that thing over and over again. But then you're not really being true to the art of whatever it is you're creating, which is what the audience originally came to you for, was your originality. And I think with brands, it's the same thing. They're looking to try to capture the market. And they're like, okay, well, we're kind of in this weird niche. We're part of Swatch Group, but we're AP. We're very exclusive. What do we do? How do we broaden our appeal? And how do we, generate more revenue and get more people interested in our product? And the irony of appealing to the masses is actually kind of the antidote to that, because then it makes your brand a little more common. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know if all the AP people are looking at their AP differently now. I don't think that's true. I think anybody who has an AP still appreciates the AP, but
Exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I think the fact that people want something and they can't get it, long term, it's a good thing. And this is anecdotal, but I was friends with a guy who had a very small bakery, and this was out in the middle of nowhere in Vermont when I lived there, and it probably seated maybe 20 people. That's as many people as could fit in there at any given point. And I would go in there all the time because I lived really close and I was friends with the guy. And he was a chef on a cruise ship for 20 years, retired, saved up all his money, opened up this bakery. And he'd have people driving up, from New York City, New Jersey, all these places. And I remember this vividly because this family came in from New York and he was full. There was no room. And they walked in and they looked around and they said, "Oh crap, no tables." And he's like, "Yeah, sorry, come back in an hour, maybe we'll have something available." And they're like, "Do you take reservations?" He's like, "Nope." So they leave.
Yeah.
And I remember talking to him and I said, "Hey, why don't you expand? You can add more tables, expand the building a little bit, and then you wouldn't have to do this." And he's
Right.
like, "Why?" He goes, that right there, what just happened, is perfect for me, because those people are going to leave. They're going to maybe come back in an hour, maybe they won't. But when they go back to New York City, they're going to tell everybody that we walked into this place and it was packed and that we couldn't get a table.
Right.
And the way they found out about this place is because somebody was in here that ate here and said it was amazing food, but it was very busy. And you better show up and try to time it right, because you can't get a reservation. And there's only like 5 tables. So good luck. And so he's like, I'm going to keep making the same food. And if I expand, I have to make more food, which means the quality is going to go down.
Oh, absolutely.
I'd rather make less money every quarter, but have a more viable business for the next 10 years than dilute my brand. So anyway.
In an attempt, John, to avoid talk of food because Tim's fasting and it really drives him crazy.
Yeah.
Sorry, Timmy.
So I was gonna say you were talking about the
building up tolerance.
The decision to release the sort of pocket watch AP. AP did actually have did have that Royal Oak pocket watch back in the 90s, was it? Or they did it a few times, I think.
Yeah, there was a pocket watch, but it was the real deal. By the way, we got a super chat from George Varghese.
Yeah.
$20.
Thank you, George.
Star panel this PM. Great convo with Pete. Congrats, Manny, on the Moser Banter Black. I just saw that watch yesterday at the Hyde Park Jewelers.
Nice.
Stunning piece. Cheers.
Cheers,
from
George.
Newport Code.
Hey, guys, let me move. It's raining. I'm going to move to another room back here.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Go.
Hey, George, that's exactly where we bought my wife's Reverso, was at that Hyde Park in Newport Coast.
Nice.
Cheers, neighbor.
Hyde Park is the name of the park that we had that impromptu cigar session, Tim, in London. Remember? We couldn't get to.
Yeah.
That was a funny night.
John, what you're saying is repeated over and over again in almost every industry. I'm not criticizing. I'm actually acknowledging what you're saying. That is whatever the trade, the art is, and then there's that dilemma of expanding and economies of scale production. It depends whether it's done in taste or the person that's approached, the artist, decides, no way, I'm just doing the 7-man show or woman show to do what I'm doing. It's a dilemma.
Well, don't you think what AP is doing is kind of clever? Because it's like he could have his high quality restaurant, and now because he knows how to build restaurants, he can open a second restaurant but call it something else instead of calling it I don't know, just Tim Wright restaurant. Call it some other name, completely unrelated, kind of like Rolex and Tudor. See, Rolex doesn't want to be associated with low quality shitters. So that I'm just joking. But that's why they don't want to be associated with lower quality watches, and so they created a Tudor brand where it's a kind of a more affordable, offering.
Well, and again, and like I'll tell you, with my friend's restaurant, what he ended up doing was he actually ended up marketing the baked goods that he had in the restaurant.
Bakery, like he opened a bakery,
and he would sell those online. So he would ship baked goods. He would ship maple syrup because he had I don't know, like some crazy 80-acre maple syrup farm that he had his own maple syrup. So he sold it at the store, but he would also ship it online. So that's kind of he still had the core of his business and he pivoted to it. Which again, I don't necessarily begrudge AP for doing this, but my two things is that I think the collaboration with Swatch was kind of unnecessary. I mean, maybe for production sake.
The theory? Did you hear the conspiracy theory about this collaboration? That it's actually not. That has nothing to do with marketing. It has nothing to do with making money. It has nothing to do with charity. It's all about creating evidence so that they could use during a patent filing, so they can get a trademark for the Royal Oak bezel. Because for the past couple of years, hey Sean, for the past couple of years, AP has unsuccessfully filed trademarks for the bezel, and the courts have denied them, saying that people don't actually going in to buy the Royal Oak because of the bezel, is because it says Audemars Piguet on the dial. And that's why this swatch collab is not a wristwatch, because they didn't want this to be confused. This gives them perfect evidence. Oh, people didn't go in. They didn't confuse the watch because it has the bracelet. They didn't confuse because it said Audemars Piguet on the dial. No, on the dial it says just AP, and it's the whole watch is just the bezel. So it's perfect evidence that they could use in court to get their
I mean, I guess that, I mean, listen, I'm sure AP has some brilliant corporate attorneys that work with patents, but I don't know. It just seems like a very roundabout way of doing that, if that's what they were going for. But even then, I would make the argument that, you know, the fact that something is going to be imitated is, again, actually a good thing. You know, if that's, I mean, if you look at the Submariner, it's the most imitated watch out there. You know, every dive watch sort of resembles the Submariner. Just the same way with if you see a black and, or I'm sorry, a blue and red GMT bezel, you immediately think of a Pepsi. And when you look closer, you go, oh, that's a Seiko. But the first thing you think of when you think red blue bezel on a GMT, the first thing that pops into your head is a Pepsi. So it's almost kind of a good thing if that's what people are doing. Or, but I don't know. I mean, are there other watch brands that use that shape of
yes,
of
there's
a
all
bezel?
these AP clones that use the exact shape of, because right now
I mean, I know
anybody can
G-Shock
copy.
did it. Like
Yeah,
G-Shock had the same kind of shape.
Well,
yeah, but they didn't do it one
GP is
for
an
one.
example. GP has the
It's
octagon.
similar. Yes,
Similar, doesn't have the screws, but
but the thing is, legally they could do it. Legally, any brand right now can make a Royal Oak bezel on their watch,
mhm.
and AP cannot say anything about that. But you know that Rolex actually has a patent for their fluted bezel, but it's for a very specific
Cut.
geometry. So basically, Rolex mathematically calculated the optimal angles for each fluid, and they scientifically kind of proven that this is like their invention to create these optimal angles. So they have a patent for, like, not for the fluted bezel, but for that particular fluted bezel with those optimal angle and shapes.
So look, talking about the
John
Royal Oak.
changed the name back to
Yeah.
Royal Fluff.
Right. So
I'm
back,
glad.
so
I'm
back
glad
to
I
the
have
Royal Oak.
I have one supporter
Uh-huh.
on the panel here who probably agrees
Brutal.
with me based on the name alone.
Yeah, so I swear to God, when I jumped off, I haven't been listening to you guys.
You were
I was
being
busy.
very, by the
I
way,
got
you were
home.
being a perfect gentleman with Peter, and I appreciated that.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah.
thank you. I got home and I turned on my iPad and I see Manny, I see Kojak, Daniel, Travis, I see John. I say, shit, let me go get a nice bottle of whiskey.
Woo!
And then all of a
Get a
sudden
cigar.
I hear Tim talk about AP, and I'm going, no, I'm not going to jump on. I'm going to just turn it off. At first,
I didn't
Timmy,
start. In my defense, I did not start.
No,
the
that's my
Timmy,
fault. That's my fault.
on the outside, let's say on the extreme, till your concept of this is why they did it because of a trademark issue.
Yeah.
It comes out that it is fact. I'm going to stick to my gun and say this was an absolute gigantic, enormous, universal flop.
Agreed.
I mean, this is.
I agree.
And whoever said,
I agree.
Tim also, today I was listening to him. Tim also made He's a smart guy, but he made a couple, and I wish Tim Moser was on the stream so we could have this debate. He said, he didn't say any what do you call it? Not propaganda. Any, what do they say it? When somebody is on the news, what do they say it? There's no bad
publicity.
There's no, yeah, he said no publicity is bad publicity, which is another way of saying there's no bad publicity. And again, the point is, when you're on top of the hill, there isn't much higher you can get. Yeah, there is a bad publicity is a bad publicity because you have a lot to lose. And he made the mistake of comparing Cartier's $4,000 quartz watch and saying, look at Cartier, they're selling these expensive jewelry, expensive watches, but they also offer a $4,000 watch. That's not the same as the Royal Flop. I suggested that AP should come up with a sub 10,000, sub 15,000 Royal Oak that's decontented and all that stuff. That's absolutely okay.
Yes.
But to have a competitor come out with a plastic toy,
I know.
And all these people that lined up, universally, none of them were there for the watches. They were there for speculation and to make money. Mm-hmm. And if you're gonna attach your brand, which is the most powerful, most valuable item you have, asset you have,
yeah,
and you're gonna equate that to these people lining up and fighting, and they have no idea what AP is about. They can't tell you the history of AP. They're never going to end up in your showroom 50 years from now buying a watch from you. It's a freaking disaster. How can you even justify that?
Yeah. I think that's the main takeaway for me is, there's that old saying, show me the incentives, I'll show you the results.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I think this is where the type of people that lined up for these, that tells you what the outcome is. That's the media response to this, because you're not seeing, like if Apple releases a new iPhone or a new, tech product, the people lining up for it are the tech enthusiasts that are actually into it, because there's no flip market there, because it's going to be available, but it's just you want to be the first one to get the newest iPhone, But here, this isn't even a limited run as far as I know. I mean, they're going to keep producing these, but people are still lining up, and it's the exact opposite type of clientele that they want to attract, because none of these people that are buying these right now are going to be aspirational AP owners at another time. It makes no sense. So
No.
that's what I'm trying to say. Sean said it a lot better than I did, but if AP wanted to widen the aperture of their client base, the way to do that is to come out with a more affordable AP.
100%.
If you want to release something like kind of an entry level Royal Oak or some other model,
or even a code 1159 that's more affordable. And John, these people right now, they don't have enough inventory to feed the public that wants it. And who do they give these watches? This is the issue they're making. There's the problem that there is out there that I don't know why they're being so blind. They keep on giving their inventory to the collectors that already have 9, 10, 12. We have in our community, we have people that are AP collectors that are not even crazy about the AP brand. There are other Swiss brands that rank higher than AP because of the experience they had, but they'll never turn away when AP calls and says, here, I have this version of a Royal Oak for you, because they want to keep it going instead of feeding somebody that already is full on your product. Why don't you give it to somebody that's maybe their first or second watch and they want it, and they really want to get on the bus with you, but you keep on filling up your bus with people that already been on the ride and really don't value the ride, but they're just, it's gluttony. They're given to people that already have your watch, and then you're trying to go out there, put out a watch that's a toy, so you can bring new blood to the showroom. There's new blood out there waiting for you to feed it, and you're not.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's completely counterproductive because the people that are lining up for these AP Swatch collabs, they don't have 10,000 to spend on a Rolex, let alone 40, 50,000 to spend on an AP. But meanwhile, there are other people in the community, you know, even people on this panel that might have the money for a real AP. But I know if I walk into an AP boutique and ask for a Royal Oak, there's no way they're gonna there's no way they're gonna sell me one. So
and they might even sell you the code 1159.
They might not sell me anything. So it's like at that point, it becomes completely counterproductive for me to even bother going to AP.
Yeah, but listen, guys, I think we're looking at it way too sort of closely. I think you should just treat the AP, whatever Sean wants to call it, just call it. You know, it's like it's a masturbatory experience compared to having sex with a real woman. It's not going to compare. So it's just, you still get some enjoyment out of it. Yeah.
I think it cheapens the whole thing. That's how I look at it. I think
let me if you want to say this plastic AP is like you having a plastic doll.
It's the AP fleshlight.
Okay, so here's the deal. If somebody that loves AP and is a true collector, it's like you making a blow-up doll of that person's wife or sister and giving it to the mass and say, "Go ahead."
Yeah. This is like Sydney Sweeney releasing a fleshlight.
And people will be queuing for that for miles.
Yeah.
But not the type of people you want.
I know. And then talking about AP, you know, I bought a code 1159 because I wanted it last year for my birthday in February. And I love that watch.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And when they came out with the code 1159, I said, you know, finally something different. Right? Not that I have anything against the Royal Oak.
Yeah.
And when they came up with the last variation, which is the one that I bought, I love it. Everybody that sees that watch loves it. Now, I am on the list for 2 Royal Oaks. Okay? And my contact, Kelly, now works at the new AP house. And she lives nearby, and I saw her actually at Starbucks. She's like, Manny, when are you going to come over, you know, so I can show you the AP house and all of that stuff? And I said, I'll let you know, Kelly. But the reality is, and she's like, and you are at the top of my list for the Royal Oak. Right, you're my priority. But the reality is going to be, I have 2 on the list. Okay, one is the Chrono, and the other one, of course, is the Jumbo. Right. The reality is, they're not going to call me for the Jumbo. Extremely unlikely. Right. They'll probably call me for the Chrono, and I will probably turn her down.
Manny, I put my name on the Chrono when Boston Collector and I went to the AP on Rodeo.
Yeah.
Okay. This was in 2022, I think. It's 2026. I'm a local guy. They knew who I was. I was part of the community. I was part of the business community. All right. And I still haven't got it. Okay, and I'm not going to be chasing it. Right? And then what do? And then they call people that already have a bunch of these, and they're not even waiting. Their name is not even on the list for a specific watch that you or I may have our name. But they just want to feed those people. They want to bring them, and then you're asking for fresh blood to be walking to your showroom. Are you fucking kidding me? You want to bring people in 5 years from now when you got somebody that's ready to buy their piece from you right now, you and I both, and millions of hundreds of thousands of people that are waiting. You cannot satisfy them, and you want fresh meat to be coming in to do what?
But they're not. That's the thing. They're not going to go in and buy this watch. The lifetime
whole thing is bullshit.
But this is the thing. Do you think, you know, like John, was it John that mentioned that Rolex thinks in centuries, other people think in quarters, Swatch Group thinks in quarters. To build up, do you think that there is a genuine concern about, you know, amongst AP and other houses that they're going to see dwindling sales going forwards. And the only way they can do is try and build up a pipeline of potential customers going forward by keeping the interest in the brand. And it may be a generational thing rather than, oh, you buy an AP plot today and then tomorrow you pop into an AP house. That's not going to happen.
Right now, out of 7 people on this panel, there are 2 of them that are waiting for Royal Oak.
Me being one of them.
Yeah. What pipeline of interest? The reason.
No, we're talking decades. I'm not talking about years. I'm talking about 2040.
But listen, let me just say this: for you to get to the decades, first you need to take care of day one.
Okay.
All right. Now here.
But also, by the way, I mean, and again, that whole thing of scale. I mean, if you look at, because like Swatch did this with Blancpain too, it didn't work. It didn't go anywhere. There wasn't this massive interest in Blancpain, which is one of the OGs of watches, you know, and there wasn't all of a sudden this boom in people deciding that, oh my God, the Swatch Blancpain collab. Now I'm interested in Blancpain and I'm going to start looking at those. And you see this throughout other industries. If you look at cars, you know, there's certain cars that are very, very hard to get. They don't make many of them, but they're still aspirational, and no one, you know, there's a wait list and you can't just walk in and buy one, even if you have the money. And nobody feels that need to dilute the brand and kind of widen that aperture to a bigger audience just to generate more sales. So, I mean, again, unless AP is really struggling, I just don't see the benefit for them. I mean, look, if they had ulterior motives, if the funding is going to go to, you know, training watchmakers or whatever they said, or they're looking at this as a way to get around patent for their actual, the shape of the bezel, I mean, I guess, but I think everything kind of shifted with the new CEO. And because she came from the fashion world, I think she's taking that new approach of, we need to make this bigger and more kind of, you know, more of a mass appeal and be less of a, you know, kind of unattainable piece.
But the previous CEO of AP was also a huge fan of what Swatch did with the Speedmaster. And he said, oh, you know, I wish I could do this as well with AP. So there was already some appetite to do something like this.
Yeah.
It just got actioned by another person taking over the helm. Had this person still been in power, it would have still happened. It might have still happened.
I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's hard to judge because we're obviously judging it as the audience and not as the makers. But yeah, this is almost like the same trap that people fall into when somebody makes a great classic movie, and then they think, let's make a sequel. And the sequel is never as good as the original. You know, the sequel always leaves you nostalgic for the original. It doesn't kind of scratch the same itch, and it usually ends up being a flop, or at least a flop compared to the original. You know, the original still stands on its own, but with
especially when the sequel was not planned out. If the sequel is planned out,
it's not
like,
a story.
Lord of the Rings, right?
That's
they
different.
planned that there was going to be 3 films. That's a logical sequel. But then when they create a movie, and that has a complete story, and then they're like, we're gonna make a sequel, just to make money, because the first one did really well, but it was a fully encapsulated story. Then what they do, sometimes a movie has stories that go nowhere. For example, here's an example. Han Solo from Star Wars. You know, he's got his jacket, he's got his gun, he's got I traveled 10 parsecs, right? He's got these stories, right, that we don't get to see it. This is just stuff that he says in the movie, right? But then when inevitably they made a Han Solo standalone movie, it was a total disaster because they made the movie about those things that were never supposed to make sense or be a movie in the first place, like about doing that shipment delivery under 10 parsecs or whatever. I forget exact quote. That's where the sequels failed. We were never supposed to see Han Solo's story. It was always supposed to be a thing that he just says as a not a throwaway line, but like a line that gives him credibility.
But I guess at the end of the day, the results will obviously speak for themselves. But I mean, even let's just consider the position of this being successful. What is AP's position and approach further? Let's say this thing blows up and now all of a sudden there are people calling and lining up in front of an AP boutique and they're saying, hey, I saw this Swatch collab and I'm in love with the AP brand now. I'd like to buy an AP now. Are they going to sell them one? Like what's the end state? What's their version of success look like? Because what are they going to do with those?
Their version of success is 3 words. You ready for it? You want to hear the 3 magical words?
Yeah.
11 billion impressions.
Okay,
I thought you were going to say,
Timmy. That's what I asked weeks
ago.
When this thing came up.
It's high.
So you got the impressions. What is the end result? How are you going to generate dollars?
That's how it's going to generate. Convert 11 billion impressions into new customers.
So how can if those 11 billion impressions, 1% of them walk into the AP showroom, how is that going to generate money?
If they can't get the watch,
buy the watch.
If they can't get the damn
no, they can get a code 1159. They don't want to sell Royal Oak. They're not interested in selling the Royal Oak. They want to sell code 1159. They're not interested in customers that can afford. Well, look, I'm just looking at how they market their watches. AP is not interested in customers that can afford a Royal Oak because a Royal Oak is a free watch. If you walk in, it's like Daytona. Rolex is not going to sell people Daytona. It's equivalent of complaining about why can't we buy Daytona as our first watch?
Timmy.
Because it's a free watch.
Timmy,
it's like handing cash. This is like saying, why can't I walk into a store and them handing me $20,000?
The guy that's introduced to AP through a Royal Pop, which is not even a wristwatch, is a lady's pendant or a Hermes bag accessory. It's not even a wristwatch. If that person somehow is going to walk into an AP store, that person, I guarantee you, can't even afford not even 1159 is not a cheap watch. They won't be able to afford anything that AP has to offer.
Everyone can afford a Royal Oak Jumbo because they can put $30,000 on the credit card, go to 47th Street and flip it for $60,000.
Timmy, it's just like me bringing people into Beverly Hills because they see the pictures for them to thinking that they can afford a real estate in Beverly Hills.
Sean, I tell you right now, everyone on the planet can afford a Royal Oak.
Timmy, AP doesn't have a product for these people that show up in their showrooms. 11 billion impressions to do what?
To sell code 1159.
Huh?
But Tim, here's
$30,000.
I'll explain. Just let me explain it to you, okay? Okay.
Hold on,
you ready?
Tim.
Let me explain it to you guys. AP is not interested in selling watches that go above retail as a first watch to the customer. Because that's like you know what?
Timmy,
why can't they walk into the bank and they don't give me just $10,000 cash?
Timmy,
why can't they Sean, answer me this. Why can't they go into the bank and get $10,000 cash for nothing?
They don't have a watch for these people.
No, they have watches. They can make watches, but they're purposely not making.
Entry ticket to AP is $30,000.
It's not for the 11 billion. It's for the
let me just
0.001% of the 11 billion that can afford to buy 3 watches.
Here's a flaw in your what you're suggesting. The person that right now is ready to go to AP and spend $30,000 after the Royal Pop already knows about AP. This is not somebody.
No, it's not. It's not the person who will buy. No, Sean.
Bullshit idea that all of a sudden Royal Pop is introducing these people to go
Sean,
in there and pay $30,000 for an AP.
That's not how. That's not how Royal Pop. No, Sean. This is not how Royal Pop is introducing people to buy the Royal Oak. The way it's introducing is that it's making waves on social media. And inevitably, there's going to be millionaires, multi-millionaires, business owners that will be scrolling on Instagram, and they'll watch people killing each other to get this plastic watch, and they'll do a little bit of research, and they'll go, whoa, actually, oh, this is a part of AP. What is AP? And then they'll watch a video on YouTube about AP, and then they'll go to AP, and this is what's going to happen. Let me finish. They'll go to AP, and AP will tell them, oh, well, if to buy the Royal Oak, you first have to buy a code 1159. Would you like this code 1159? And then we'll sell you that one. They'll say, I'll take 3 code 1159s for my. I'll get one for my wife. I'll get one for my cousin. I'll buy one for my grandmother.
It wouldn't. Listen, there's a way to eat food which is like this. You could also try to eat food, bring your arm around like this.
Right.
All right. Instead of them playing these games, if they want to do the royal flop, then back it up with a product that's more affordable when people show up. But the problem with AP is when they bring out a product that's less than 20 grand, 15 grand, or less than 10 grand, you're going to have people line up, and they're going to be shoving. You're going to have probably multi-billionaires lining up to get it, and the regular guy's not going to get it unless they spend in 6 figures for that $9,000 AP that they just released. The problem is they don't have the production, the volume to, or maybe they're controlling the volume because they are
controlling the volume.
And if that's the case, then why the fuck are you putting a plastic toy to bring more people when you can't even feed the hunger?
Sean, because they can't sell, because they don't have. No, Sean.
2 and 2 does not equal 4.
No, Sean, they can't sell more Royal Oaks because then their whole business model will collapse. If they sell more Royal Oaks, they have no business model.
Let me super chat.
Okay, Jose B, $5 super chat.
Yeah.
Is the Royal Oak silhouette more recognizable today by the average person on the internet than it was 2 weeks ago?
Yes, but maybe, but so what?
But that still doesn't change.
That is potential.
Right now, by the way, the average guy that doesn't know about Royal Oak right now thinks that's Royal Oak. They think Royal Pop is Royal Oak. What a shit! What a fucked up thing to do to Gerald Genta and to Royal Oak for people to think this garbage toy that they put out is Royal Oak.
I agree with Sean.
That's a fair point. Yeah,
I know.
We got more super chats here. George, $5. Sean, how would you feel about a Swatch Breguet watch? Please explain pros and cons.
Oh God. No, George.
Are you trying to give Sean a heart attack?
No.
Come on.
You know I'm a big Breguet fan too. Hell no.
At least Breguet
let me ask you.
to sell. So if they bring more people in, they'll be able to sell them a watch. AP can't do it. What's the end result?
Sean, I love the passion.
There's a butt. Where's the butt? Bring the butt.
Let me ask. Do you think Rolex need to advertise? Do you think Rolex need to sponsor? Do you think Rolex would sell any fewer watches if they didn't advertise or sponsor tennis events or golf events or whatever sporting event they want to be in? They cannot make enough watches given the eyeballs that they're getting on their brand through their sponsorship deals and their advertising.
So why do you think
they don't have enough?
Think they sponsor? Why do you think they have the PGA and all of the? Why do you think they're doing the sponsoring? Why?
Because I think they're just trying.
What's but notice
it's about mind share. It's about getting the brand recognizable. Let me tell you what it is. You asked the question, you answer
it. They're advertising. Look at the location on the back of the really high end where publications where the average demographic is educated, of affluent. Look at the sports and the events that they sponsor, right? These are all high dollar affluent demographics. They don't go after a plastic toy buyer. They're doing that because they want to keep their image up. They want to keep their brand level high. What AP did is not elevating their brand. The demographics that responded are the flippers and the guy that's in there trying to get it, make money, and doesn't give a shit. They probably never even gonna wear a watch on their hand.
Okay, but hang on a sec. Okay, so let me just break this down, because there's a couple of streams of argument here. These guys that have ended up buying the watches and flipping them, that is, we could agree we don't like these people necessarily, but people got to do what they got to do. They're still selling them to people that actually do. Yeah, but they are still being sold and bought by people that actually want the AP block. Okay. So my question is, why do those people want to buy the AP block?
Because
presumably
of a hype.
Presumably they're because they want to have this watch, but they can't afford to spend 5 days in a line, and they're willing to pay somebody else to do it. Jenny, the watch YouTuber, she bought an AP plot for 3x.
And what was her review of it? What did she say about the watch?
I didn't see the review. I just thought it was garbage.
Okay,
that's fine.
But
that's
I think
fine. But the brand, you cannot buy this sort of level of advertising. To what end? Yeah, okay, fine. You know what? Most people go on about restaurants, about like, oh, this fantastic restaurant. I went to this. Manny was talking about having this taster menu, the 7 courses or whatever. And people go, oh, I went to the Fat Duck with this person, or I went to this fantastic restaurant. Most people will never go back to that restaurant ever again. Do you know what restaurants people do go to on a regular basis? It's McDonald's. Every time somebody goes to a 3 Michelin starred restaurant, thousands and thousands of more people go to McDonald's.
So let me ask you a question. Everybody says any publicity is good publicity. If tomorrow McDonald's is a known quantity, right? So McDonald's is one of those people that can hurt from bad publicity because people already recognize the name, just like AP. If tomorrow it comes out that there's salmonella in McDonald's, or if there's a cockroach, or there's a human bone fragment in the food, it's going to hurt them. So you can't tell me any publicity is good publicity. Any publicity is good publicity if you're an unknown factor. If people don't know you, AP is a well-recognized brand, and it's on top of the food chain.
Okay.
And they need to be very protective of their brand. These comparisons that people are making, you can't do that. You have to know what kind of a brand you have, what value the brand has.
Okay. Yeah. Here's my question. Can I? Oh, sorry, John. You go first. You've been trying to talk.
I just want to make a couple quick points. Yeah. First, yeah. I think there's a difference between market share and market concentration, and I think this is where if you have a large enough following and people know who you are, yes, obviously, like the McDonald's comparison. But the thing with AP, their entire image is based on exclusivity. So the idea that nobody knows what AP is not really true. And if you think about this, this is the paradox of what Tim is saying. When AP announced this collaboration with Swatch, the immediate viral reaction was not, what the hell is AP? Everybody knew what AP was because rappers, celebrities, it's in the zeitgeist.
That's why
a lot of people didn't, though.
It was in pop culture zeitgeist. Everybody knows what it is or has heard of it, just like Rolex.
Not everyone.
Well, okay, not all 8 billion people on the planet, sure.
Now,
but anybody who is in, well, hold on.
Well, they still can't get.
Not only is it not a good thing,
but there's going to be people who didn't know. It's inevitable. Literally, I was at AP boutique in Boston. Their phone wouldn't stop ringing. They had to give all the time to Natasha to sit at the phone and keep answering.
Let me finish my other point.
Yeah, go finish, and then I want to say my point. Go.
Let me finish my other point. This is the other thing with marketing, right? And Sean alluded to this. There's a reason why Rolex advertises at the PGA, they advertise at Wimbledon, they advertise racing. They don't sponsor with NASCAR. They're not advertising at professional wrestling or the UFC.
No.
Why? That's a
because they
lot
got
of eyeballs.
to advertise at those events. That's
Exactly.
the lower price point brand.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's my point. AP doesn't. So by default, again, I know this sounds elitist, but appeal to the masses is not what a brand like AP should be doing, because it is not for the masses. Not only is it not for the masses, it's not even for everyone who has the means to even acquire one.
It's for the mega elites.
That's the exclusivity that they should be protecting.
John is spot on, because Louis Vuitton tried to get market share, and now it has become the secretary's brand. Okay, we've talked about this.
But their profits increased.
Hold on. Yeah, I mean they can go after the money. They can do the money grab. All of a sudden, their brand shifts.
Yes.
Okay.
AP is going for a money grab.
So where does a buyer go? Where does a buyer go from LV? Then you got Goyard that's going to benefit. You're gonna have those buyers. They always went to Hermes, and now the second tier that at one time didn't want to go to Hermes because they were being satisfied by having the exclusivity of Louis Vuitton. Now those guys are going to Hermes because Louis Vuitton has become a common brand, and that's what he's saying. Where does the thing is? They can go either way. They just have to be very clear. Does AP want to become go after market share and sell to the masses and go for them? And if they do, then this is fine. But if they want to keep exclusivity and they want to keep themselves one of the top three and then attract the most coveted collectors and keep their brand up there, then this was a disaster.
Okay. Can I pop in for a second?
Yeah, go, Danny.
I almost don't exist. I just want to say this. I'm actually agreeing with Sean, 1% with Alex, and with John. I'm kidding. But the thing is, I think unfortunately they're just going for the masses and not for the like. We can ask, what was the president or the CEO of the Hayek family, whoever, thinking? That's the question, and the answer would be they don't care about the exclusivity anymore, which could be dead wrong. They're just going for what Tim said, which is just this masses thing. And it's unfortunate. And I'm actually agreeing with you, Sean, the situation, the dilemma. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying it's just this greed thing. They just want to go for the masses. And it's
which is fine. I mean, businesses have the right to be
I mean,
greedy.
this is and again, we've seen this in other industries. This is what happened to the Delta Lounge or the American Express Platinum card. You know?
After John, after you finish. Sorry.
No, that's all I was going to say. It's the same delusion that happened with the Delta Lounges, where now everybody has access to the Delta Lounge.
Delta Lounges. There's a regular Delta Lounge. They have the Delta One Lounge.
Delta One, if you're flying Delta One, and the same thing happened with the American Express Platinum card. The American Express Platinum card used to be a very difficult card to get, and then now pretty much everybody
has
the
black card.
And now they have a black card.
And that's why Royal Oak, there's a Royal Oak, and then there's the Royal Oak Concept. That's the black card.
No,
but again, notice American Express.
Why don't you listen? It's more difficult to establish a higher level brand. Do what Rolex did. Cherish your brand. Keep it at a high level and bring in a lower level one and let that ride the coattail of the coveted brand.
Yeah.
Just like they did with the Tudor. Are you telling me Rolex would be better off if they water down their brand and then they come up with something higher than Rolex? That doesn't make sense.
Well, there's two strategies. There's the Rolex strategy, and then there's the Patek strategy. And I'm thinking, Sean, is that AP basically can't compete with Patek, so they figured they'll go a different route.
Who says they can?
AP's trying to compete with.
They have their brand. They just have to come up with better product. They
can't
have to come up with a fresh product instead of breaking up the brand. Here, have the AP for A level. Come up with a BP for your level 2 brand. That's a
you never know. They could. Would you be surprised if in, say, a few years' time, they launch a sister brand to AP? or to sort of to cater
and that's
to
absolutely fine.
more mass-produced watches. Just like we have Tudor and we have
I
Rolex.
need to catch up on the super chats, guys. Sorry, I need to catch up on super chats. LAJ, sorry guys. I need to catch up on super chats. LAJ, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says AP needs to make a new entry-level model for 10,000. For those new people, they need an entry-level model anyway.
Amen.
No, but they would be lowering their brand. They would be lowering their brand into a Rolex category.
You're right.
Yes, good point. Because LAJ, his question is, the entry-level model for AP is Rolex. They're going after the same people. The people that own Rolex want to aspire to own something bigger than Rolex, and that's what AP is supposed to be. But I agree that this was a royal flop, and I agree with Sean. It was a royal flop. The Swatch.
Jose B, $5 super chat. AP just won the court of public opinion. The China lawsuit doesn't matter now. AP did this to protect Genta's Royal Oak design, not desecrate it. That might be the reason they actually did it, so they could trademark it, because right now it's non-trademarked, and anybody could just take the design and use it and do whatever they want with it. And Be in Town, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He sent it twice. He said, but why is that on the people that are fans? Why isn't that on AP? Why isn't that on AP? Why do they have to be not the right type of people? Well, I think what some panelists were saying is that most people, 99.9% of people lined up to get the AP Royal Pop on the release date. They didn't even know what the watch was, but they knew that this was something that will be flippable, and they were in line to either sell their spot in line or to get the watch and then instantly flip it for profit.
And that's what we meant.
So that people who actually want the watch because they like it wouldn't be able to get.
Yeah, I'm not sure Beantown got very caught up on that the way we phrased it. I'm not saying there's a.
We're not putting down the people.
Yeah, we're not saying there's a specific type of human being that deserves a watch. What we're saying is that when something drops like that, there's people that genuinely want the product.
Yeah.
And then there are people who don't care about the product whatsoever, and they know that there's profit in it, so they're buying it just to flip it. And I would say the same thing about anybody flipping, a Rolex, where they're just immediately flipping it. They don't care. They're trading it like any kind of commodity. That's what we meant.
They couldn't care less about the Gerald. They don't even know who Gerald Genta is. They don't know what Le Chute de France is. They don't care what the Guilloche is. They couldn't give a fuck about what the Grand Tapisserie is or hand finished movements. Okay, the only thing they're looking to hand finish is their dick at the end of the night. Anyways,
it reminds me of Day of the Locust. Anyways,
the Day of the Locust. It was the Hunger Games. Humble Pine, $50. Upvote, except for Kojak.
Timmy, the gentleman that did the to $5, he also put something in the chat. Can you read that, because we need to read his chat, because
is there any before you do that, Timmy, is there any truth in the rumor that now that AP have done a collab with Swatch, that Swatch are going to do a collab with AP? We're going to see.
I don't think so. No, there isn't.
With Swatch.
But look at it this way, guys. Look at it this way, okay? Usually the AP customer pipeline looks conversion pipeline looks something like this, okay? Somebody sees an AP on an athlete or a musician or on social media, right? That's how it starts. You have to see it on somebody somewhere. And usually those people would be athletes, musicians, or some kind of a social media personality. I mean, it's possible that they come across a post of like their friend or something wearing an AP, but they learn about the AP. That's number one. Then they learn what the Royal Oak shape is. They're like, oh, that's a design language, kind of like a Porsche 911. Once you know 911, you can never unsee it. Same thing with the Royal Oak bezel. Once you see the bezel, you start seeing it everywhere. Once you see 911, you know exactly, oh, there's a 911. Oh, and once you see a BMW, you know that grill. When you see a Mercedes, you can never unsee it. Okay, so they learn about, they see it on an athlete, they learn what the Royal Oak shape is, then they become emotionally attached to the shape. Oh, it's cool. Cool people wear it. It means success. Then they enter to the watch rabbit hole. They start learning, how do I get one? Maybe they try to Google and go to their local AP authorized dealer. And then, you know, someday they end up buying the AP. Okay, that's how the pipeline works.
I know, but that's
Right.
here's the issue. The same thing that Sean brought up
No,
earlier.
but well, let
That's
me
a
finish. Let me
fantasy.
finish. Sorry, I haven't finished. Sorry,
That's a
sorry,
fantasy.
Manny. Okay,
Can I just
now
ask?
comes the AP Royal Pop.
Mhm.
The
Can I just
product
ask,
itself
is-
is not the point, guys. The product, again, listen to what I have to say. It's not about Royal Pop. The memory is the point, okay? Somebody is going to see on the news, oh, look what happened here. These people are lining up to get an Audemars PK Swatch collab, right? That will be their first memory. The first thing that they ever heard about AP is something on the news, people lining up to get it. That's the start of the pipeline.
Disagree.
And 11 billion people now heard about it.
Can I just ask?
5 billion
Can I ask Sean a
people
question?
probably heard about it for the first time. Later, they'll
Can I
hear
ask-
more about it.
Can I ask a question though? For
Let me
Sean,
just
because-
finish with these super chats. Sorry,
All right.
Kojak. We just got 2 more super
That's all
chats that I
That's
need
all
to
right, brother.
address. George, $5. I was at the APAD at South Coast Plaza. The AD response was, all publicity is good publicity. Seeing more calls from people and more sales. Boom! There you go.
That's such a.
I don't agree with that.
I know.
AP, Sean, if you go to AP and just
unknown brand. Listen, the people that say that have no clue how powerful
No.
and how valuable brand can be.
Yeah, not only that. So
That's
so
bullshit.
I know. Let me.
I agree. Bullshit.
Right?
Bullshit.
Look how long Sean's been waiting, and what you described. And again, I did not buy a code 1159 looking for a Royal Oak, right? But the reality is, it doesn't work to me unless you're buying a bunch of watches from them, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the big issue with AP, and it has pissed off a lot of collectors, right? Is you buy the code, and again, I didn't do it for the Royal Oak, but I said, you know what? I'll add myself to 2 Royal Oaks. Let's see what happens. The reality is very unlikely that this lady's going to call me this year, and I don't want her to anymore. Honestly,
Manny, I'm gonna ask you a simple question. If Epstein was alive, would he say yes? All publicity is good publicity? Bullshit.
I tell you what, we're gonna do an experiment. I'll be in Chicago in August, and I'm going to go to the AP boutique in Chicago, and I'm going to tell them that I'm interested in buying my first AP.
Yes.
Because I saw all the hype around the AP Swatch collab.
Okay.
And I've been introduced to the world of AP based on this collab with Swatch.
Okay.
And I want to see what their response is to me, and if they sell me a watch.
Better yet, John, bring a Royal Pop with you.
I'm a new customer. I'm a new customer.
I
Yeah, I already
Pop.
listen. I'm gonna walk in. I'm gonna say, look, I already have a Rolex, you know. But obviously, if AP is on par with collaborating with Swatch, which is a juggernaut in the watch industry, clearly I've been asleep and I haven't realized what AP is. But because this collab has brought this to light, I'm going to now dive into the world of AP. Thank you for the collab, and I'll see what they tell me.
Can I ask Sean my question? Sorry, I just Sean, are you eating cereal at the moment?
No, I'm not. I'll show you what I'm eating. I knew you were the one that was putting me on. This is a guy that works with
trail mix.
These are air fried corn and peanuts and garlic. I mean, this is so good.
Well, where can we get some?
And look, guys, this is garlic. Put me back on.
It looked like you were having
garlic.
cereal.
That looks awesome.
Cereal whilst having a glass of whiskey, which I thought was a bit of a strange combo. That'd be like
tell us what it's called.
That'd be like having an AP. That'd be like having an AP plop in one hand and an AP Royal Oak in your wrist at the same time.
Yeah. And again, apologies to Beantown. This is a live show, and sometimes people misspeak.
Beantown, $5 super chat. Then say resellers. Don't say the new fans they may attract are the wrong type of people.
No,
come on.
No.
Well, dude,
No.
look,
No,
these
what-
are
what
not.
we-
We're not
what-
doing
what
a
we
pre-written
said-
show
Yeah.
where
yeah.
every word is picked out perfectly
you
so
and I,
that
John.
nobody's
That's all
right.
offended. Look, it's a talking watches.
And everyone's
Right, right.
drinking.
Everybody's
only hear you,
drinking.
John.
We're talking watches. That's the name of the channel. We're not like professionals pre-scripting, to make sure that
Tim, you went mute.
I'm mute.
No, I can
I
hear
hear
it.
you.
I can hear it.
I can
Oh,
hear
maybe
Shoot, I have
Sean.
to let me get back.
Reboot. Sorry. So look, we're not trying to be offensive on purpose, right? We're not talking. This is not politics channel where we're discussing race relations or something like that. So you just gotta take these live streams with a grain of salt. Not every nitpicking every word is gonna get yourself in trouble. Beantown,
people
another
say all
$5.
sorts of. You shouldn't
Yeah.
take things seriously
Yeah.
just because
Look,
I'm called. I've got the nickname
Yeah.
of an elitist jerk. Doesn't mean I am an elitist. I
We're
am a
all-
jerk.
Exactly. It's just
But I'm
a
not.
joke.
We're all literally just talking shit and drinking wine.
Oh,
Okay,
Yeah.
and
It's not that
and
Shit
serious.
talking.
Beantown, that's the point. These people that when they people that try to make sense of what AP did, they're
Oh,
saying.
be careful,
they're
Sean. You
trying
just
to-
said these people.
Oh shit!
Right,
Oh, shit.
AP strategy to bring all the newcomers to their showroom, and that's the problem. These newcomers that come to the showroom, they're going to be standing in the line because they're not going to be able to get that because they don't have a purchase history, and this
Do you know what
Royal
was-
Club doesn't count as one.
If we go back a bit, do you know, it's so funny when the Moon Swatch came out, the amount of people going into Omega boutiques spiked immensely, and they were all going there to buy the Moon Swatch because they said, "Well, it's an Omega Speedmaster's Moon Swatch," and it was like, and they got so frustrated. The staff was so fed up of.
Look at it this way. Look at the range of watches that they offered. People went from $250 Moon Swatch, and they could still get a $4,000 Omega. The difference is you're going from a $400 Royal Pop. Now you have to go to a $30,000 piece of watch.
No,
the gap
40
is
something.
just humongous.
40 something.
Well, I'm talking about code 1159. I'm not even talking about Royal Oak. I'm
Yeah.
just talking about entry level $29,000, $28,000 code 1159.
Yeah, and
The
even
sales
there,
of Speedmaster did go up by 50% when the Moon Swatch did come out.
yeah, but even then, it's not a fair comparison because the availability
where are
is
they
so
now?
much different.
And where are they now, Mr. Kojak? You're gonna
they're
get
down.
it spiked, but then the Speedmaster was $8,000. It wasn't $30,000.
Yeah.
Right.
But I still
but
think, but I still think there's a big difference there between AP and Omega and Rolex because yes, even if you walk into a Rolex boutique and maybe you saw a GMT Master 2 on somebody's wrist and that's the watch you want, you might not be able to get that watch obviously as a walk-in purchase, but you can buy other watches and you may eventually get that GMT. Same thing goes with the Speedmaster. People that saw the Moon Swatch and then thought, oh wow, maybe one day I'll be able to get a Speedy. They can get the Speedy. The problem with a brand like AP is their manufacturing is so much more limited that even if they were able to accommodate everybody, they don't have the volume in production to even do it, even if they wanted to. So it's completely moot.
Beantown, $5 super chat. But what's the difference? People that go to buy a $7,000 watch still get put on the wait list in spite of what they can afford.
Which brand? Which
like
$7,000
Rolex,
watch?
I guess he's saying like Rolex. If you want to get a Daytona, you have to buy like a Datejust to start out, and then you have to buy some other stuff before you get. And you
No, I agree with you, Beantown. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, the way.
What matters there is scale. Scale is what matters.
Yeah. Rolex
Yes.
makes 1 million watches a year.
If you want to
AP
buy,
makes 50,000.
Again, scale matters. If you want to buy a GMT Master 2 at retail from a Rolex AD, your chances might be 1 in 100,000. But if you want to buy a Royal Oak from an AP boutique, your chances are 1 in 10 million. So the scale of it is what matters here.
Yeah. Do you know what's the interesting thing, John and the guys? You know, I hardly wear my Rolexes. Nice. What you got there? XO.
Oh, XO.
Cru de Cognac.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. I hardly wear my Rolexes. I hardly wear my AP. Why? Because it's hype. Everybody knows, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to, you know.
Every douchebag got one.
What? So you know, I wear.
Including me.
The more you get into
these types of people,
these type of douchebag flexers.
Yeah, the more you've been, you're in collecting, and I'm probably, what am I, in my 5th decade of watches? You know, wearing watches and lusting after watches. You go back to simplicity of the timepieces. You go away from the grand complications, the shiny stuff, and you go to more subtle stuff. And it's interesting because now when you're watching, and we've been talking about this forever, and now you watch some of these YouTube, other YouTube programs where they interview with people, and you're hearing this from other collectors that they're going to time only. They're going away from super complicated stuff. And honestly, that's really encouraging to hear. Because it tells you that after you've satisfied that hunger and thirst and desire for the newest, the greatest, the most razzmatazz piece, you go back to the essence of timekeeping and manufacturing timepieces, which is just time-only pieces. I mean, and that's fantastic because that's sustainable. You can keep that going for long term. But this hunger of the newest, greatest, the newest gimmicky thing, it just becomes too gimmicky. And I think that's why people start reverting back to time only.
It goes through cycles, doesn't it, Sean? So at the moment, there may be an interest in skeletonized watches. There may be some interesting grand complications. And then people want to go back to sort of time-only pieces, maybe dress watches. Maybe sports watches will end up resurging in popularity again in a few years' time.
I think interesting dials will always beat complications.
The collector that goes back to, I've been on the time only for a long time, and when the collector that goes back to time only will stay with time only. It's just like, you know, we have. I wish Michael Lewis was on, and he will tell you when you go from all these other variations of wines, then you go back to the pure essence of the wine, and you go to Burgundies, right? You go to simple pleasures, right, of wine. And I think it's the same way. You know, you just go to the essence of what makes these things great. And, you know, anyways, it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's a good thing. Look forward to it.
Here we go. We got a super chat from Beantown, $10. But what does the scale have to do with what a fan or new fan may want? How does no purchase history or production numbers have to do with what anyone deserves? Well, some don't deserve AP because of scarcity.
No, it's actually what I think John said when he brought up the scale. He meant they don't have the product. Correct me if I'm wrong, John. Is he still on?
Yeah.
I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think when you said it's about the scale, I think you talked about the availability of the supply, you know, of the supply of watches, where it's going to be able to feed the hunger, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is by scale. I mean, I'm not saying anybody morally deserves or doesn't deserve a specific watch. Nobody deserves anything. People deserve whatever they want. That's fine. Everybody is entitled to an AP if they want to get an AP. The point I'm making with scale is that if AP only puts out 40,000 watches a year, it's just a numbers game at that point. So the point of opening up the aperture of awareness for millions of people to be aware of what AP is without simultaneously increasing production, it makes no sense. It's the same thing with flying first class. If there's only 8 seats in the first class cabin, you can advertise that first class cabin as much as you want. Once you sell those 8 seats, it's over. That's it. There's nowhere else anybody can sit in that first class cabin. So my point with Rolex is it's not comparable because of that scale. So while Rolex is difficult to get from the retailer, it's much easier to get a Rolex at the AD at the MSRP than it is to get a Patek or an AP, simply because of the limited amount that those watch brands make compared to something like Rolex. That's what I mean by scale.
Also, Rolex is number one volume seller.
Also, guys, yes, some people don't deserve AP, and I'll tell you who doesn't deserve AP. People who want to get the AP just so they can flip it for profit on the secondary market. Those people don't deserve the AP because they don't actually want to buy one. They just want to buy it to flip it, and fuck the true collectors who actually want to wear the watch in the ass. Those people don't deserve jack shit. The only thing they deserve is boot up their ass.
I know, but you know that's happening.
Anyone can buy whatever they want as long as they're willing to pay the market price, whatever the market price is.
But that's why. But here's the thing: the market price on the AP is secondary price is higher than the retail price. So
the price is.
So actually, literally anyone can afford it. Anyone with the credit card, a bum with the credit card, can technically afford an AP because they're not going to keep it. They're going to buy it.
Yeah,
they're going to go to 47th Street and flip it.
The retail price is superfluous. The retail price is superfluous. Yeah. It's whatever it trades for on the market. That's what the price is.
Yeah, but that if anybody wants to take issue with people saying that not everybody deserves an AP, it's not us saying it. AP is saying it because they won't sell it to everybody.
Well, no, actually, look, if AP was just selling Royal Oak to the first come first serve basis, right? Imagine this. Imagine if AP said, you know what, we got a new system. We get our shipments on Monday morning. First come first serve. Okay, we get our 15202s. We get 3 15202s every Monday morning. You want one?
You see a bunch of 60-year-olds fist fighting each other in Beverly Hills.
Yeah, there would be people lining up for Monday release a month before. There'd be 4 lines a month in advance. There'll be people coming in and saying, "Oh, this is the first line." There'll be people sitting literally a month to get the. If they were told this is you're guaranteed you're gonna get a 15202, okay?
Yeah,
they'd be sitting there from Monday.
Even if there was a real list, like a list of order, you put your name down, and more or less how long you have to wait, and it's actually going to come in, and that's yours. You're actually prepaying for the watch. Even if that was the case, even if you didn't have to do first come first serve, but the list was a real list, and you just had to wait your turn.
Yeah, and it doesn't
even then that would be more fair. But again, they're not doing that. Rolex doesn't do that. AP doesn't do that. Patek doesn't do that. They don't do that. They sell to preferred clients. So they're the ones telling you not everybody deserves it because they're not selling it to everybody. It's not us saying it.
We're just analyzing what's going on. We're trying to understand what is going on in the market. Jose B, $2 super chat. But don't we all flip watches? Room of slippers.
Flippers. He meant flippers.
Sorry, not everybody just flips watches. Look at the Kojak, for example. Entire collection completely unflippable. I've got a whole bunch. I got a whole bunch of
you piece of shit.
It's flippable because it's completely
Tim,
underwater.
Are you coming into London then?
I
Tim, are you coming to London?
can't. I don't have the money. I wish.
Sell your Pepsi.
Yeah, I would have to, but like that's financially responsible. Like I would love to hang out with my friends, but I can't also be financially irresponsible to do it. You know, as much as I would love to do it, it's not a right thing to do. I don't have a home in London, right? With a nice fancy backyard where I could just
Well,
you know,
do. That's where Kojak lives.
Yeah,
you have a home in London.
But if Tim
you just don't pay rent.
Yeah.
If Tim did decide to sell a watch, he's going to sell it at the market price, not the retail price.
Yeah, because you're not a flipper.
Right. Right. Exactly.
The market price is the price.
Can I tell you?
And the market price on my Moritz Grossman is $5.
In my book, the flipper, the guy that goes and buys it to sell it for a higher dollar value, where you find it in the gray market, is much more honorable than the manufacturers like AP, where they'll tell you up front that you have to buy all of these other watches. You have to spend well into six figures so you can get my $30,000 steel watch. And I think those flippers, the gray market, serves a purpose. That flipper, if you're after the Royal Oak steel, or you're after a certain Rolex that maybe an authorized dealer that they sell also jewelry where you go and spend 70, 80, 120 grand so you can get yourself on a $40,000 Rolex, that gray market guy that sells that watch to you for 60 grand is a lot more honorable than that store that forces you to buy all these other junk that you don't want and have to wait. And like a kid, oh, I hope I get the call this month. I hope I get the call next month, in 6 months. These guys are providing you a service. You can get the watch now. You just have to pay more. And in the long run, you'll pay less than paying this authorized dealer, and you have your dignity, and you still have your balls in your shorts.
Yeah.
It's a good point. How much is your dignity worth? A lot of people...
You're on the Tim Wright show, Sean. What dignity are we talking about here?
Well, it's just a concept.
Yeah, they all serve a purpose.
Look, a lot of people, they really lowered themselves when they tried to get these watches, and they don't understand it. Alpha Foxtrot, $7 super chat. The jury remains out pending Ray-Ray's final adjudication on this critical matter. Link for Ray.
Thank you for the super chat.
And we got Humble Pine, $50 out of here. Have a good show. Roommate, kiss Tim. Oh, no, on the never mind. I don't care. Oh, definitely no bang bang tonight.
Am I the only one that thinks the flipper term is constantly misused too? Because I think somebody that flips a watch is somebody who literally buys it at the AD and then immediately sells it and has no intention of wearing it. Whereas somebody that buys a watch, wears it for a couple years, and then decides, you know what, I want to buy something else. Let me sell this one and free up some cash to buy this new thing. I don't know if I consider that person a flipper.
I don't think that's a flipper.
I don't think that's a flipper.
Flipper is somebody who's in watches for pure financial gain, and they don't have a real job. That's the difference between the flipper and somebody who's a watch collector, who's constantly readjusting their collection, maybe trading in two watches to get the new watch, right? They're building collection and they like watches. They're adding something to the hobby. They're in the forums. They're contributing to the discussion. They're going to the Geneva. They're going to the Patek Philippe Museum. They're in the hobby because they love the passion, they love the business, and they want to support the entire infrastructure. Whereas a flipper are the parasites that come in, they have no soul. Their only intent is, how can we screw the collectors? They see that there's a lot of money.
Well, they're not screwing the collector, Timmy.
They are screwing the collector.
They're not screwing the collector. Okay, so right now, if I want to get a Royal Oak, the stainless steel, okay, the jumbo.
Yeah.
Am I better off? And I want it now. Am I better off going to an AP, or am I better off going on the gray market and getting one right away?
Right now, definitely gray market. Okay,
then how are you tell? Then why are you saying that the flipper is there to screw the guy?
Because the flippers bought those.
The environment,
because the flippers.
The environment is screwing the collector.
No. Because the flippers have. By the way, so for example, the Wizard was a master manipulator. He was fleecing people. He was one of the AP customers. He was pretending that he was a customer, and he was just buying watches to resell them. But he was pretending like he cares about watches.
Can we just have an intimate?
Can we just wants to make profit because of circumstances in the market? A thief is different than that. This guy's an opportunist. A thief is an opportunist. Is not a thief.
No. What I'm saying is the Wizard was pretending that he's building a collection. He had a relationship with AP Boutique. He was buying watches directly from AP, and he was on the journey. He was buying whatever. He bought a Codeland 59.
But he was not delivering
he knew how
to.
To
he was not delivering it to the buyer.
To get better watches than he otherwise should have.
He was a thief. He wasn't delivering it to the buyer. It's a different that you.
No. Some watches he was actually reselling for profit.
There were others that he did.
He was buying from AP and selling it for more to the end customer. He was a leecher.
Can we just have a little bit
let me just finish with these super chats. Just let me finish with the super chats. Jose B, $5. If you sold a watch that you got from an AD for retail for profit, you're a flipper. Wearing it for a year doesn't make you honorable.
Yeah.
Oh,
if you bought a watch,
I somewhat agree with him.
glad we cleared that up.
But if you bought a watch and then you fell out of love with it.
A flipper does not want to take risk, and you wearing it and putting scratches on it and holding on to it for a year where the market can change, you're taking on some risk. So in that respect, I don't think that guy is the same as a flipper.
Right. And people don't have infinite money. If they're using this money to, let's say they bought a watch and they find that it just doesn't fit their lifestyle. If, they thought that the watch is going to, they had certain expectations, but then the watch doesn't meet their expectation and they sell it and to get another watch. That's not a flipper. That's
and also this guy, the guy that's holding up to it for a year and wearing it and then selling it, obviously he's actually buying it because he's enjoying that watch. It's not just pure profit.
Does it matter if you take a loss on the watch? Are you still a flipper if you lose money on the watch that you sold after wearing it for 2 years?
Well, that's the Sean's point, isn't it? If you wear the watch,
a timepiece gentleman.
Sell it.
Well, I mean, listen, by that logic, then I'm also a car flipper and a house flipper because I've sold houses and cars.
Can I just
let me just finish this last one. Oshin, I have to finish this last super chat. Oshin Everything Bagel, $5 super chat. AP, Patek, and Rolex are Weblin goods. They're bought, not sold. Other watches need to be sold. We all know this. Brutal.
Can I just ask for a brief intermission because I think we've lost sight of Manny sharing with us his lovely new watch, and I wondered if he could actually just bring it out once again, just to show us that that lovely new timepiece.
Bring it up. Let me just answer this one. Beantown, what does lowering themselves mean? What it means is there are successful people, people from the industry. They might be multi-millionaire. They run, some type of business, and then they go into a Rolex AD, and then they start sucking up to a sales associate trying to get a Rolex watch.
It's quite simple.
Pathetic. And then they start, I'll do anything. I'll buy 3 garbage watches that I don't want to get the watch that I actually do want. That's what it means lowering themselves.
Beantown, jump on the panel, Beantown. Come on.
It's quite simple. So the consumer dictates the market, not the sellers.
Yeah.
So when everybody's chasing the same pieces, expect those pieces to go up in market.
Yeah, I mean, it's basic supply and demand. I don't know why people are confused.
Let's just
by
remind
this.
ourselves why we're here. Let's just remind ourselves why we're here. Manny was very, very excited to share with us the news of his new purchase.
Oh wow! Are
and
you serious? All right.
Yeah, Sean, you missed out on.
Oh,
I don't know who
missed out.
derailed this conversation, who the asshole was that
It was you,
derailed this
John.
conversation and brought up AP. What a jerk.
Oh wow.
But yeah,
Yeah,
Manny
I'm
would
sorry.
love to see that watch again. Just to cleanse the palate before we keep on going.
I think Tim is going to have to.
Jose B, $5 super chat. Asked the guy who wanted to watch that he wanted to wear for a lifetime that you sold a year later thinks you're a flipper or a collector. Ask the guy who wanted a watch that he wanted to wear for a lifetime. Well, that's what happens. Sometimes people come in the hobby, they think that this is a watch that they will wear for the lifetime because of how it gets advertised and presented in the watch community. It gets overhyped, so people think, oh, this watch cures all the disease and it'll give me a permanent erection. And then when they get it, they realize, wait a second.
Yeah,
I mean, the cure erection.
Look at that. Look at that.
That's beautiful. Look at those logs. Did you see the logs? Did you see the case? The side profile, please. Holy cow!
It's scalloped sides, rose gold. It's a Moser Vanta black.
I thought it would be a Moser. Nice, beautiful. When did you pick that up?
Congrats! If we haven't said it before, Manny, congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, Manny, that's a great looking watch.
So Sean, I went.
That's beautiful.
I had no intention on buying this. I went on Friday to Booker and saw my friend there, and we went to dinner, and then I came back, and we had dinner and drinks, and I came back and I wanted a coffee. He's like, "I'll make you a coffee." So we started talking about watches again, and some watches I was considering at European, right? A Patek, an AP, but not necessarily pulling the trigger. And I said, you know what? I love Moser, right? I love H. Moser. But the issue I have with H. Moser, they're an expensive brand. Especially when you're talking steel.
Yeah.
And the one that they had was just like this one. In steel, and he's like, "You want me to bring it back out?" I said, "Yeah, bring it out." I looked at it again. I had seen it multiple times before, and when I mentioned the fact that it's just the value prop was not there for the money for the material. He's like, "Well, first he explained it to me why it was so expensive, and I kind of shared this with the group." So if you look at the steel one, and Timmy, in a little bit, if you want to pull up my Instagram, because I have the pictures there of both side by side. But anyway, so he's like, the difference is the actual movement, okay, looks the same. But if you notice the bridge, click on the one with me and Andrew there. Click on that one. And then there's multiple pictures there. So there it is.
Wow.
So there's a steel. And then there's the one that I picked up.
And yours is gold?
Beautiful.
Mine is rose gold, yes.
Yeah.
Rose gold.
Yeah, beautiful.
So anyway, Sean, when I mentioned gold, he's like, "Oh, I have one." I said, "You do?" He's like, "Yeah, I have that watch in rose gold. I got it 2 weeks ago for a customer." And he ended up buying the tourbillon version of it.
Fuck.
Okay, so I said, yeah, bring it out. Let me see. And when he brought it, I said, "Damn you." Damn you. And I looked at it and it's a gorgeous watch, right? The rose gold with this strap, which is a special leather, by the way, guys. This is not calf skinned. This actually comes from a South African antelope.
Shit.
Okay.
It's called a kudu. And I saw it, and I'm like, kept going back and forth, and I said, you know what? I shouldn't do this. I really shouldn't do this right now, but let's do it.
Congratulations. Is that a 42 mil?
It's a 40.
It's a 40.
Nice.
Can you
Big dollar.
Because when you take a photo, it makes
You want me to put it on the wrist?
a lot bigger on your wrist.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's show it.
All right.
Yeah, show it
Let's
to us,
do
would you
it.
please?
Yeah.
Congratulations,
absolutely.
my man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you know who loves those kind of watches, those kind of dials?
Who?
Timmy knows.
I know who you're talking about.
Who?
The wrist chick?
No.
Who?
Timmy, who loves those kind of dials?
He does
the-
like the Vanta Black.
PG.
PG actually has. I think
PG loves
he has
those.
the DLC
Really?
blacked out version.
Yeah.
He does?
You got
Yeah,
black on black. Yeah.
Yeah. PG loves those kind of dials, man.
He got it in black.
No, wait a second. Beantown tried to jump
B-Town.
on.
No,
Timmy.
no. Jump on.
Jump on, Beantown. Come
No,
on.
he tried to jump on earlier without the camera.
Beantown, turn
And
the camera on so
I
he can
didn't
bring you
know
on.
who that was.
Because StreamYard, if you don't have your camera on, he can't bring you on. Same thing happened a couple of days ago to somebody else.
Yeah.
So there you go, Sean.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
beautiful.
gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Can you
looks
hold,
great.
Can you hold it back a little bit further and just like to your
Yeah.
that's you see
Perfect
now
size,
that's
yeah.
a normal that looks like a 40 now.
It
But
is a
when you
40.
take
Yeah.
a photo, it looks like a 42 because it just looks bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Well, it's got a
beautiful.
big. It's just all. It's all dial, isn't it? That's the H Moser. If you get the not the is it the Pioneer? That is a 42 mil watch. It
Is
looks
that crown
massive.
stainless steel or is that crown?
No, it's gold. It's all rose gold, 18 karat rose gold.
Oh, okay, it's just the lighting. It looked like
the
a
lighting,
different
yeah.
material.
Yeah.
Manny,
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Manny, I would get an sumptuous, delicious alligator strap with rose gold or gold stitching on it.
Oh,
Okay.
to match the rose gold.
Yeah, I would just go deep black,
Uh-huh.
shiny, beautiful, strap, and just put gold on it. You don't even have to put the gold on it, but it's just going to be beautiful. I know that's a special strap. It's just that that's such a deep black. I think that's beautiful. It's just like you've seen my Panerai with black, right? Rose gold and black.
Yeah.
Let me bring
Yeah, bring it out. Bring it out.
Humble
Look at
Pine
this guy.
says,
This
congrats,
piece of
Manny.
shit.
F you, Kojak.
Thank you, Humble Pine.
Fuck you.
Yeah, a black alligator would look great on that watch, man.
Yeah. I ordered 2 more straps. He threw in 2 more straps, and I ordered one that was it wasn't alligator, but it was a very cool pattern, and it was brown because I figured rose gold and brown also look good together. And then I ordered a navy blue, also.
Oh, look nice. Yeah.
Interesting.
But after talking to my brother, he's like, maybe you could get like a Tiffany blue, right? Like a light blue, Miami blue, leather strap with it as well.
Yeah, with the
Vanta
black
blue.
dial, anything will work.
So
That black dial, anything will work.
we'll see. We'll see.
You
have
said
another
that
look.
the H Moser is expensive, but I've tried them on, and I'm very impressed with the finishing you get for the price.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
they're
definitely high horology right there.
yeah. I mean, they're not cheap. I mean, this was expensive.
Yeah.
This was 34,500.
No, it's gorgeous. I mean, that's
Beautiful.
beautiful. Like that, this is nowhere near what you have.
Let me
but
see.
just-
Yeah, put Tom G.
Oh, sorry. Put what?
Put Tom there. Sean
Oh,
G.
yeah.
of
Oh,
course,
yes.
yours is
Very
all black.
similar in style. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you go alligator, it just makes that rose gold even pop more with the dial that you have.
Yeah.
Should he go shiny or totally matte black
I
or
would go
Vanta
shiny
black?
just because
I'd go shiny on that one.
I would go shiny. This
Yeah.
one's like a medium,
Okay.
but because yours is all just deep
Semi.
black, it's just like
Yeah.
this one obviously has the indices. I think
Yeah,
yours
yeah.
is awesome, and this one's got a little bit of contrast stitching, but yeah, I would definitely get something like that. Just,
I wonder with the Vanta Black, maybe a matte black crocodile style, because you don't want to outshine the
Right,
dial.
and that's what this one is, right? This
Yeah.
one's not shiny.
Be careful with matte. I mean, I have a
See?
matte Rolex for my Daytona that I got, and it's just a little bit too matte. if you go shiny, there's at least go medium. But the thing is, if you get a shiny one, and this thing was pretty oily, they get dull over time.
Yeah,
don't stay shiny, but at least go medium. Don't go matte, because I
agree. I think the shinier croc would look really good on that.
I would go matte if you have a brushed case. You would go matte, but if you have yours is fully polished, I would make sure that the strap has a little bit of shine.
Okay.
Because otherwise, there's too much contrast.
I agree.
Yeah, Sean, the brown one that I ordered, because I ordered two straps. He threw in two extra straps. It's dark brown, but it's not alligator. It's almost like a woven leather.
Oh, okay.
Which I thought was really cool and unique.
Interesting.
So we'll see what that one looks like when it comes in. And
it makes it sportier. It makes it sportier.
Yeah, and then the other one was, your typical navy, right? Navy leather. I think that one was a croc. Yeah.
So are you? Is the strap? Is it like Bottega Veneta? They have the bags, the duffel bags that are woven. Does it look like that? Somewhat.
We'll see when it comes in. That's what I remember, right? It almost had like a woven pattern.
Yeah. Here, guys, I'm gonna show you. I got a great deal today. I have to share it with you. Since we're talking about bags.
Kojak, thanks for the palate cleanser.
Now we were talking about the AP plot again.
Nice job, nice job. Everybody settled down again. Everybody's calm. Tim is still gonna have to make this members only.
For my trip, I have a couple of.
Timmy's already queuing up the members only.
I wanted to get a backpack that's got like the shoulder straps, because I don't have that. I have the one that like slingshot. I have the St. Dupont, which Timmy, you've seen it, the blue one, and blue on leather, which is fantastic. I wanted something that's a little bit bigger so I can slide my computer when I go. And also, I want to just put it full on with a double strap. So I went to, and I didn't want to get something that's got logos on it. I didn't want to, but I wanted to get something on the higher end of it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
This is their full leather, and it's really nice. You got the look at the handle. The handle is nice.
Wow. Yeah.
All leather, all metal. Look at it. Even this thing's got metal. They put
your initials
there.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I got a great deal.
Is that a new bag for them?
Huh?
Is that a new backpack for them?
It's interesting because I went to I'm going to tell you this. I went to Tumi. Their new one like this is actually not full leather. They have a little bit of difference. Instead of the Tumi being metal here, they have it like sideways with their logo. It's not full leather. It's actually less expensive than this one. This one is $11.95. Their new one is $9.95. So this one, I was at Thousand Oaks, my brother's house, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna go to, because their outlet in Camarillo, they have it to me, and they had this one alone. It was $11.95, and I got it for it was like 40% off.
Wow.
And then you can put your laptop, and you can put a 17-inch laptop here for its own compartment. Nice. And it's full leather, man. This is awesome. And you got this whole compartment here with a bunch of zippers and stuff like that. You got, and again, look at the hardware. This is metal, man. This is not plastic. It's really cool. Really, it's their highest level bag. So I think I got a good deal.
You got a great deal.
Came out to like $800 including tax.
You got a great deal, because
even these have leather and metal. It's just beautiful.
Yeah.
Nice attention to detail. This is Tumi?
This is the top of the line Tumi.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Nice. It's not too big. It's just for.
It's perfect.
Because if you get too big of a bag, then you actually add all the extra stuff that you never end up using anyways.
Exactly.
So it's nice to have small. That way you just carry the essentials.
And the beauty is, I can even put it on the handle for the carry-on or the
for the
suitcase.
carry-on.
Nice.
Yeah.
You just put the watches, a watch roll in there.
Exactly.
A
Watch
fine
roll,
pen.
my computer, laptop, my toothbrush, and whatever else. that
And the
you need
watches.
to-
That's it.
And then look at it. Even the front here. The front has this compartment here. Look at this.
Oh,
Look at
nice.
this. And everything is like metal, man.
Wow,
Look
that's
at
like
it.
an
Just
iPad
hard,
can go in there.
high level. I mean, look at it. Compartment after compartment. I can put my passport here.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's just like, look at it. Even this thing, the tag is metal.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
Also,
like,
they have like 2 levels now,
no,
huh?
this is their, they call
Tumi
this is their
makes
high line.
stuff.
It's called the Arrive. Arrive is
Oh,
the,
shit.
go online and pull it up to me. Arrive.
Arrive. Let's see.
And I
Yeah,
was
I mean-
trying to see what else they have, but this is the last piece that they had.
Yeah. No,
And
no,
look at
you got-
even Timmy. I mean, I can carry it like this. I can carry it like this, and it's
Yeah.
metal, man. It's fantastic, metal, and it's gorgeous.
Oh, check this out.
Yeah, and George is right. I mean, I love it.
You see, that's their new. Go up to me. That's the no, right there. It was.
Oh,
right
like
there.
this one right here. So this is like
but
the
that's
new version.
one. You see, that one is not all leather. It's and
Oh,
doesn't have
you're
all the
right.
metal. You see, that's fabric. Yeah,
Right.
you see that they have and this is much better. And that's
Yeah.
$9.95. This thing is $11.95. It's all leather, and
What the? Yeah, this one is more expensive.
like, okay,
For yeah.
I said I'll take it.
Hell yeah. Oh, it's
Yeah,
not
see,
even leather. No,
it was-
there's just this little piece of trim that's leather. That's it.
That's it. Yeah, this is all leather, back,
Oh.
front, everything. There's no fabric on this. It's
Yeah,
leather
even on
and
the back you got leather, right? Because
Yeah,
here
even the
they
back
got
is
the
leather.
foam.
even the strap is leather.
Oh, look, there's a pocket behind the
Yeah.
side pocket.
Yeah, there's side pockets here, and yeah, it's really cool, man. I scored. And look at even the tag is. Look at the tag. The tag is like freaking. It's got screws on it and metal, and it's really cool.
Cool stuff.
Yeah, and then this was the last one they had on display. I said, "Can I get another one?" And she said, "I'm sorry, this is the last one." I said, "Well, then can you knock something off?" It was 30% off, and then she actually gave me 15% on top of the 30%. So it's not really 45%. It comes out to almost like 40% off.
You know, Sean, actually my journey into high quality goods actually started with the Tumi backpack.
Yeah.
It was such a good quality.
Yeah.
I had it for years, and then I went to Korea with the roommate, and her sister's husband loved my backpack so much he literally bought it for the price I paid for it.
Yeah. No, my
Flipper.
suitcase.
I flipped it. Yeah.
Oh, you took
Yeah.
the words out of my mouth.
Flipper.
A backpack flipper.
You're
The
literally
very definition.
You're literally a backpacker.
I'm a
flipper.
backpack flipper. Fuck.
I checked out the Mont Blanc backpacks, Timmy, and honestly, this is better quality than that. The hardware and all that, and the way I think that they've been into making luggages and backpacks and bags. I mean, the design and everything, practicality wise, this was much better than the Mont Blanc, and it was a little bit less price too. I think Mont Blancs were about $1,700-1,800.
Yeah, that's a solid brand. There's another one out there called Briggs and Riley.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of them. That's another one that's really solid.
Lifetime warranty on those bags.
Yeah, you got a great deal, Sean, because you've seen my McLaren.
Yeah.
And so has Kojak. And so has Timmy. And that bag was expensive.
Yeah.
I paid $1,300 for that backpack.
Whoosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got a good deal, and it's all leather.
Yeah, it is.
That's a really nice. That's gonna be a great bag for trips to Europe.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. There's
Compact.
so many compartments in this. Perfect.
No, that's nice.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good recommendation, by the way, Manny, on the Cohiba. That was
Which
a very
Cohiba
good
is that?
spec. This was a Siglo 3.
Siglo 3, and I smoked a Siglo 4.
Nice.
Siglo 4.
Oh,
But
by
you
the
smoked
way,
yours in
guys,
double
I
quick
got a
time.
new humidor.
You did?
Pull up New Air X Boveda.
Movida. That's a great
Movida.
humidor.
It's
Can't get it in the UK, though.
Huh?
You can't get it in the UK. You can't get it in the UK.
Oh,
I just got it
No.
last week. It got delivered to my doorstep.
250 capacity.
And then the beauty about it is it's got its own compartment where you put three Boveda 320s, and it's just beautiful. You see those compartments, so you don't have to You don't have to try to find the spot for those Bovedas. It's got their own compartment that you can put them. It's beautiful. And it's got the pen system, so you can take the sticks out and you can actually compartmentalize them so they don't slide back and forth. It's beautiful.
Sean,
I love it.
You
it's
like
quiet.
who doesn't like a good pegging system?
Oh man, I would love to come and peg mall thread.
What? You sick puppy, and you wonder why you're not gonna have any good time with the roommate tonight.
That's already no bang bang. I ruined my chances.
Yeah, this I highly recommend this one. And even if it's for 500, but you really don't have to have 500 in there. You just don't want to. I was squishing my cigars in the old one that I had, and it was just not good. There was a circulation issue with the air. So I said, you know what? I'm just gonna get this, and I gave my brother already has one, and I just took the old one. I dropped it off at my brother's, and then from there I went on. It was close enough to Camarillo outlet, and I found this bag. So.
Okay. So they have a 250 count.
That's what I had. I had the 250, yeah, and then it has it controls the temperature. Either it has a heater and a cooler. And
Oh, but it doesn't have a compartment for Boveda pack.
No, it doesn't have the compartment for Boveda pack. So I kept on trying to, and it was just. I had too much cigars. And
the one that Sean has got is a collab with Boveda. So not all collabs are bad.
Oh,
yeah, this collab was good.
It's a Boveda collab.
We came full circle.
Oh, they also have wine coolers.
Yeah.
Look at this.
And the construction is really good.
Fuck!
Yeah. I need to get
Do they have a wine cigar combo cooler?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Okay, yeah. Ridiculous.
Yeah, they got dual chamber. You can get dual chamber ones, but I don't know.
Really? Wow. These are pretty cool. Oh, look at this, for Coke and for wine.
Well, you have a dual zone. You can put white wine and red wine. You can take your white wine that lower temperature than your red wine.
I need to get something like this.
That would look really good behind.
55.
Right?
This would be backdrop.
Yeah, I can start collecting wine.
Well, I tell you what, it's always great to see Kojak and Manny, but it's great to see two guys that haven't been on in a long time, and that's Travis and John.
And John, yeah.
The last time we had both of you guys on, when you guys were here in October for the Animal House.
I know.
Yeah, for the Barossa.
The Barossa launch too. Yeah.
Great to see you too. Great to see you guys.
Yeah, that was great, John. I appreciate that.
It's almost a reunion. Yeah.
It's a reunion. We're having like a reunion today. What an event. Huh?
And next time you guys are here, the restaurant that I told you I wanted to get you guys the Persian food, but they were like too far away. They just opened one up in Beverly Hills. So when you guys are here, our next Animal House, the freaking filet kebab.
Is that Ralphie?
Unreal.
Was that the place you ended up ordering from, though?
This one, their filet is better than Rafi. Their filet is better than Rafi.
Was that the place you? That was the same place you ordered from, right? Didn't you call them and have them deliver?
I got this one from the one that's in Santa Monica. It's called the one that's here. They have one in Thousand Oaks and one in Encino. It's called Setup.
Oh, okay.
And they just opened one up in Beverly Hills. They're like a higher.
Oh, that's the place you wanted to take us to.
Yeah, and then this
That's
one
right.
I ordered from Daria, which is in Santa Monica, and it's very popular, but they screwed up the order.
I remember you yelling at them on the phone.
To be honest with you, I was pissed off.
I remember you yelled at them on the phone. I remember that.
No, I mean I was cool. The guy's like, well,
Sean has a bit of a temper on him.
I knew it was serious because
I'm
he switched.
really
He switched to
till you
Persian.
take me to the limit, then I'll bite back.
Do you remember when you were when you guys were in London and we were going to Duke's Bar and you were trying to get out of my car, Sean, and then the person behind you started beeping and you turned around and gave them the what the fuck are you doing? And it was Malthred.
And I realized it's Malthred. I mean, I'm like, what an idiot! The guy's honking and this. I'm like, get out! What the fuck do you want? And then also it ends up being Malthred.
That was funny.
Malthred was like behind us, stalking us in the car and beeping. We didn't know who the heck that was. We thought, like, what the heck kind of psycho follows you onto like a sidewalk? He wasn't even driving in the middle of the street. He's like, he's like a shark from Jaws. He's just sneaking behind us.
But remember when I landed in U.S. I landed in Manhattan when I was 14 years old. So I have to grow a thick skin. I still have a little bit of New York in me, man.
When you're in London, when are you back in London, Sean? You coming this year at all? Or?
I'm gonna be in the neighborhood in June. Depending if I have the time, I may come for a day trip and pay you a visit. I'll let you know if I can. If I can, I will do that.
Yeah.
Just like just get a train and come back.
You going to Paris then? You going to? Paris
that's my last leg of the trip, and then if there's enough time, I would love to see you and Malthred and the gang, Mohammed. We can go and do our regular shenanigans.
Awesome. Those good times.
That'd be freaking amazing.
As long as Timmy doesn't
when's
come
your next trip?
Trust me, I am not in the financial position.
You're not in the trip. You're not planning one anytime soon.
I've got something where I'm going, but it's for others. It's for business related stuff.
Okay.
Not for like fun,
It's a painting doors conference.
Gig, yeah.
Man, I'm enjoying this.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this.
Which one? What are you drinking there, Sean?
This is the Glendronach 21.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
You want to try the Glenallachie.
Which one?
So the Glenallachie, the former distillery over at Glendronach moved over to Glenallachie, and they've done some fantastic expressions since he's moved over there.
Cool. I cleared my man. I had so much booze. I gave a bunch to my brother. Glenlivet 18 unopened, bunch of them. I mean, just when we fumigated the place, I took everything out. I didn't want to leave anything behind, so I took it to my garage. My garage was like a little liquor store. I'm like, even beer. I had so much beer. I had so much Peroni, and so I just gave those away. And so because I'm not going to drink it all,
Hey, George, welcome.
Hey,
George.
Nice to see you, George.
Georgie.
Good afternoon from.
Oh no.
You're choppy.
Richmond's Wi-Fi. Richmond's.
This reminds me, I'm gonna go grab some more wine.
Lost you.
Good for you. Grab some. George.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We
Now
can
we
hear
can.
you.
Just
Your
so-
video's
Now we can.
choppy.
There you go. Can you guys see this all right?
Yeah.
Just showing you. So this right here is my home in the OC.
Oh, you're in
out.
SoCal. You're in SoCal.
Yeah. So this is my home right here.
Is
that's
is
Pacific
is
Coast
that
Highway.
Yeah. I kind of know which area you're at.
Right. So I thought I'd just show you. We're gonna have a beautiful sunset this evening over here. So
Oh,
Wow.
So it's going to be nice. So I thought I'd just get in a good walk and listen to your guys' discussion. I couldn't help myself. It's awesome.
That's all.
Oh,
This
that's
is this is awesome. And I'll just
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for sharing the sunset, George.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you,
So,
George.
Manny, congratulations, man. That's a beautiful watch. I was,
It is. It
think
is.
Travis was talking about like Hyde Park. I
Beautiful.
was down at
Gorgeous.
Fashion Island yesterday, and I tried that almost the same watch, but it was the stainless steel version.
Yeah.
And it's an awesome watch. Awesome watch.
Yeah, when he brought this one up, they had the stainless steel,
Right.
And I wanted a precious metal, and when he brought this one out, and I saw the gray kudu strap to go with it, I'm like,
Yep.
you know, I was sold.
Something about the black dial and the rose gold is something about it. It's just amazing, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just beautiful.
It's great pickup. It's a great pickup. I love that watch. I have to admit, I'm not the biggest Moser fan, but when I tried it on, I thought it was damn well done. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
It's a serious company, and they've risen through the ranks very quickly.
No, and George, they're really nice people. I mean, I know the CEO personally. I met him in November at a Moser party.
Right.
And when I picked up the watch, I texted him that night from Booker. You know?
Nice.
And he texted me back. So,
You know, I had kebabs with the CEO's son in
did?
Geneva at like in the middle of the night, like 3 o'clock in the morning. We were hanging out with Red Shovel. Me and Red Shovel were at the Leopard Lounge, right? Just getting cocktails. And then, you know, I saw this guy who was wearing Studio Underdog Moser collab. So he was wearing the Moser version of the Studio Underdog collab.
Right.
And we started chatting, and it turns out he's the son of the CEO.
Of the global CEO.
Of the global CEO.
Yeah, no, I know the North America CEO.
Yeah. And get this, we're like getting drinks and having good time.
Oh, good. Me too.
Nice to meet you.
Ron.
George, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
John, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Go Huskies.
Oh.
Yeah,
What is he wearing, John?
Hey,
What is
John. Yeah, what watch is he
John
wearing?
He's wearing an iPhone watch, Apple Watch.
Oh.
These are some of my watch buddies. They're on YouTube. They want to know what watch you were wearing.
Oh. These are great. I love them.
So yeah, sorry about that, gentlemen. Go ahead.
No problem. You got to tell him he's got to get a sports watch. He's got to get a Cartier Santos.
They said you got to get a Cartier Santos.
And then tell him that there's no iPhones. That's a phone for his wrist.
That's right. So
there's no iWatch. There's no iWatches. That's a phone for his
puppy.
wrist.
It is.
Somebody said that. Who was it that came up with that? I thought that was brilliant to me. That was on your screen. Somebody came up with that. They said there are no iWatches. They're the phone for your wrist.
Oh, that was
Ray.
That was Ray. That was brilliant.
It was wrist phone. It's not an Apple Watch. It's a wrist phone.
He got work on. I love Ray.
Brutal. Brutal. Check this out. This was in Geneva in the Leopard Lounge. And this was actually his assistant.
Who's that?
That's CEO's assistant. He was wearing this one, the Moser.
Yeah, Booker has that one too.
Oh yeah, that's the Studio Underdog collab. And that's Red Shovel, which we're unrecognizable.
Tim, that doesn't even look like you.
Look how fat we are. It's two slugs. It's two slugs, two Jabba the Hutts.
Wow. And look at
Red
Red.
Shovel looks like a mountain.
Look at Red.
Younger now. Jesus.
Yeah. Red was really bad. Nah, I was horrible too. I mean, look at that, 8 chins.
Oh my God.
Looks like a balloon.
How much did you weigh there, Tim?
220 pounds.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was the record. I broke the record at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is inside the leopard
See, that's
lounge.
a better looking picture.
Yeah,
I think
the
it's the
angle
angle.
of that thing
It's
was
the
a-
angle. That angle is a yeah.
Was the most unflattering. Yeah, I always go for the
Never-
most unflattering angle.
Yeah.
The Plump Brothers, brutal, man, brutal.
Hey, George, take a look, because I don't think you saw this when I showed it on the stream.
Let me see.
So this is the state of the collection right now.
By the way, so Manny, what happened was
Beautiful.
we're getting kebabs, and by the way, he paid for the kebabs. He got everybody kebabs. Very generous guy. And then we walk outside. Some guy tries to like attack him.
Really?
Yeah. So
Ooh.
I had to intervene and tell the guy to fuck off.
Right.
You know. So
Who
it
was this?
the Moser CEO's son. So after the Leopard Lounge, we all went out to get kebabs. And while we're getting kebabs, we walk out with kebabs in hand, and some guy just starts coming on to the CEO's son for like for no reason.
Why though?
Just some crazy psycho.
Wow.
Probably drugged up or something.
Right.
It was the middle of the night. It was like 3 o'clock at night.
Where was this
And,
at? Was this in London?
in Geneva?
In Geneva.
Oh, I'll say Geneva.
Yeah, because there's like a shady part of town there. It's
Is that
it's
where you
kind of-
guys were?
It's a red district. Yeah.
Listen,
the
John,
Red
if you haven't
District.
been there, you're going from a good part of the town to that shaded area like in like nanosecond.
In one block.
Yeah, that's
One
what I've
block.
heard. It
I mean, you're like-
changes quick.
You're close to the lake and all that. All of a sudden, you go, wait a second. So I had my after I said goodbye. The first night I said goodbye to everybody. This is like past midnight. I'm going to my hotel, right? And all of a sudden, I have my backpack and I have my watches in my backpack, and I'm wearing decent clothes, and I'm going. All of a sudden, I'm in there, and they're like they're hookers lined up there. One of the hookers, she actually comes and she's like grabbing
But
me,
grabbing you.
So I had to freaking get freaky with her to let her let me go. You know what I mean? Get your hands off of me.
Wow.
Literally fighting them off, man.
Yeah. Then
Yeah.
the paper is right there too, probably. And then
Because
anyway,
it's all
yeah.
legal over there.
Yeah. So then you get this angry look in your face, like you're Timmy. Look, put me full screen. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck with me? I'm gonna fucking get you. You know. And then so they walk away. I put my
You gotta go
scary face
psycho
up.
on them, otherwise they're not gonna let you go.
Yeah.
'Cause if
That's when
try
you
to-
just start. That's when you just start talking to yourself, so they think
Yeah.
you're nuts. You just got to be crazier than them.
No,
gotta-
they were all weird characters hanging around,
Yeah.
2-3 guys, and and you're walking, and you're like freaking, you got like like you got neon lights. Everyone's like looking, what the fuck? So I'm gonna look like a fucking madman.
Yeah. You gotta do what you gotta do to survive.
Yeah.
So Sean, was she at least good looking? Was she attractive?
I damn fuck.
No, disgusting.
Disgusting.
No, the ones that are
you feel
outside in
better
the
than
street
human
are
being, and
nasty.
It's sad that they're there. So I don't pass judgment why they're doing it. You know what I mean? I mean, if I bet if they had choices, they would have been rather be somewhere else, doing something else. So you have to feel bad for them. They're human beings. You know what I mean?
Correct.
It's just that they made choices or they were in circumstances that led them to there. So who am I? I didn't walk in their shoes. I didn't walk their path. So who am I? But
I know.
Definitely didn't want to get robbed or so you have to look like
So what is
you
it?
don't want to be messed around with.
By the way, so the friend there of the Moser, they were with Entourage. There was a bunch of employees that worked for Moser.
Okay.
The girl was wearing basically your watch, but with the sticks.
Indexes. Also,
Yeah, early version.
Yeah.
And you want to see something cool? Well, I don't know how cool this is, but you tell me if this is cool. Okay, check this out. It was a guy, and he.
Oh, that's a Calatrava.
Yeah, it is.
That's a Calatrava.
You see that?
Tattoo.
You got a Calatrava tattoo.
Tattoo.
Yeah. What do you think? Is that cool or is that not cool?
Yeah, and then
Not cool.
that's two men. That's two men, like statuettes on that.
On the bracelet.
On the bracelet.
Yeah, some interesting bracelet, and can you recognize the strap?
GP, baby. GP.
Yeah.
GP
on a wrist that has Calatrava.
That's an interesting tattoo. Yeah.
Right?
That's brand loyalty right there.
Yeah. So check out the watch.
Ah, beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh, that's a GP, huh?
That's a GP.
This guy was interesting character, nonetheless.
That GP looks like a Breguet.
It does.
Right?
Yeah.
It looks like a Breguet, and it looks a little bit like the Cartier.
Yeah.
What's it called? With the tonneau shape.
Yeah.
Tortue, yeah.
This
But
looks
this is not a monoportion.
Heritage Breguet.
Tim, let me ask you. I mean, you guys have been to Watches and Wonders. Is it worth it? Is it worth it just going once just to say you've been there, or is it a repeat event?
Well, we could go around the table, but for me, it was worth it going once.
So one time and just experience it. And maybe if you've never been to Geneva, it's kind of a cool experience.
Exactly. Now, would I go back to Geneva? Obviously, we didn't do as much sightseeing as we wanted to. But as far as Watches and Wonders for me, once is enough.
One and done. Okay.
Yeah. Dubai Watch Week, I'd rather go to Dubai Watch Week all day long.
Okay.
Yeah. The first year, I mean, the only year that I went to, which was 24 with the gang, after it was done, I'm like, I don't want to go back again. Mm-hmm. But you know what? I do want to go one more time because now you know how it is. I think you'll enjoy it more, and you'll know the lay of the land a little bit better. So golf talk. Yeah. But I want to do it one more time this year. When with all the releases and all the the news and Timmy and the gang over there, I wanted to be there, quite frankly. But definitely, I want to do the watch week. But here's the deal with the watch week. When you Dubai Watch Week, when you do that, I think you'll have a lot more fun time with the watch content. And but as far as the scenery and the lake and where you go eat and drink and all that, I think Geneva is probably more of a after you do the watch, you get yourself drenched in watches. After that, probably Geneva is
I've never had a desire to really go to Dubai. Dubai's always kind of struck me as like the Las Vegas of the Middle East. I've never really had any aspirations to go there, but Geneva does look like it'd be an interesting town, even without the watch.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. It was cool, and Sean and I had VIP all the way, right?
Yeah.
Most places we went to the VIP. We met with the executives. They brought us champagne, right? Caviar in one case.
I mean, listen, that's anywhere with Sean. I remember walking around Beverly Hills, and I felt like I was part of the mayor's security detail, just walking with the mayor of Beverly Hills. Everybody, Sean.
Yeah, actually, it was both of us, but I really am the one that kind of initiated all of that. Remember, Sean?
Yeah, man,
here, John. The reason they paid attention to us is because you were there with me.
No, please, come on. I was in the background, like the Secret Service is just kind of in the background and nobody notices them. You were everywhere from the Creed store to the Breguet boutique. That was a hell of a weekend.
It was
fun. We should do it again.
Hey, we should. That was fun.
It's definitely worth doing at least once, John. It is if you're a watch enthusiast, it's like going to Mecca if you're a Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
your vote is, but as far as the repeat experience, are you for it, or is it more of
No,
just
not
if
really.
you've done it once, it's once is enough?
I think once is enough. Look, if you've got if you're really cashed up, it is worth go. Like if you're super into watches and you want to visit the business places, you want to go to the workshops, you want to go to the manufacturer, you want to
Uh-huh.
visit the watchmaker. If that's the only place where you could do that,
Where you
so
could do that. I
you
know.
have to go repeat. But
Yeah.
going at least once, you don't even have to be a watch collector to go at least once. It is an interesting experience. Watches and Wonders just chose those 3 days: Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Actually, Friday. You have to come in on Friday because you want to go for the independence. You want to go to Bourrivage. You want to go to ACHI. You want to go to a Time Dome. Then you're gonna go to Watches and Wonders for 1 day at least. Then you have to spend 1 day downtown. You gotta go up the hill, visit Reshepie, and yeah, and then you
Timmy,
gotta
can I
experience the food.
Patek
It's
Museum.
disgusting, by the way. Patek Museum.
John went to that.
Patek Museum is a must. You have to see it. Can I say something real quick to John? John, this time I go, I'm gonna pay the extra money if it's available. The tickets. I'm gonna go when the general public is not going. I'll pay the extra money. Do they have that, Timmy, to go?
Free the public? Is that what you're
Uh-huh.
saying? You go pre-public?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do they have that, Timmy? Can you pay and go pre-public? Do they have like a?
It's not about payment. It's about having a connection
Okay,
with.
then-
So,
then-
for example, if you talk to your Breguet people,
Yeah.
they'll get you set up.
Yeah, but
You need to know
or
somebody.
if I'm gonna go the Friday and Saturday, I'll pay the extra money so that I can go behind the scenes. It's worth it doing it that way. But I can tell you this, John. Do you know which watch event was the funnest? And I look forward to definitely. I want to not only I want to go second time, I want to go third and fourth time.
What's that?
I want to
I
go
would
every
say
other year.
the
one in-
Miami show.
I want to go to the one in London with the guys.
Oh, the London.
Ah.
Okay.
Yeah. You have D-Time there. You have that gentleman, Haste, Jonathan Haste, I think is his name.
Oh, that's
Kodak
happening
is
right
there.
now.
That's
What
gonna be
about
this
I-
what
you
about
have
the
British
Miami
crew there. I mean,
antique
it's
show?
so much fun.
Is that worth it?
Not
The
worth
show-
it. Not worth it. Not
The
worth
Miami one is not worth it.
I want to go there once. I want to go just because I love vintage stuff, and there's some great vintage stuff there.
Yeah.
But as far as the fun part of it, outside that,
Yeah.
you can't beat London. I mean,
So rank wise, if you had to go to one watch show, you would put London over
you have to
Watches
do
and Wonders.
you have to do Watches and Wonders and get
At
it
least
out
once.
of the way,
At least once.
because but once you got that out of the way, I would take the London Watch Week over the just because it's fun. The
Yeah.
people there, they're just fun. I mean, and the fun is during the shows and outside the shows, and there's so many different. I mean, we went to Drake's, and Drake's is a clothing place, right? But they had several of the vintage people that were there, and the whole I think the watch scene and the people involved in the watch scene with the Time and Tide and all that, it's just they're more enthusiasts in line, in tune with you. You know what I mean? They're just
Okay.
fun people. And Kojak obviously is there, and it's just
Montres,
Say-
Red
yeah.
Shovel.
it's just fantastic.
Yeah.
You had me at Kojak is there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But John, I
We
hear
missed
you.
Kojak at the Bro House in Miami because if we had
Yeah, I'm sorry I
Kojak
missed
there,
that.
dude.
Yeah, we missed him. You should have had
Because
him
we
there,
had Manny, the master chef,
yeah.
but we needed somebody to do the drinks.
Yes.
Manny is a great roommate to have. I mean, I'm telling you, Manny is organized.
The best.
Everything goes to the T.
Like, Daniel and I kept the house clean
Yeah.
Yeah.
every morning.
Well, Daniel
Dan-
was the
Daniel
one who was
was-
making it dirty in the morning, and then in the
Yeah,
evening he was
exactly.
cleaning it up, or making it dirty
Yeah.
in the evening, cleaning up in the morning.
That's
All
right.
the banana
I do have
halves.
yeah, so like yeah, I mean Daniel was busy sort of using other people's toothbrushes, But I have some news on Daniel's ban in Europe. It actually is being potentially going to be overturned.
No.
So yeah, apparently they had approach from Canada and saying, why should we have to deal with Daniel Katz? Daniel Katz is a global problem, and we need to share it.
Global ban.
Global ban. Now, so Daniel asked if I was going to represent him, and what he doesn't know is that I've actually been contracted by the watch community to fight for the ban to stay in place. So I'm going to be like Clint Eastwood in A Fistful of Dollars. I'm going to play each side off each other and get more money.
You're actually testifying for the prosecution, is what you're saying.
I'll do both.
You're the expert.
Do you guys realize that Daniel
Kojak's making Daniel Katz sound like he's COVID part 2?
Well, I was gonna say, George, Daniel Katz is on the wanted list on CDC, Center for Disease Control.
Center for no, not disease, dessert. Center for Dessert Control.
Exactly.
And no chocolate on the floor.
Yeah, Mike Lewis. I want to go to Dubai Watch Week. But do you know what's great, John, about London? It's such a great city for men. It's such a great city for men. I mean, it's just
there's something about Dubai that I just don't find appealing, but London is definitely. I've only been to London once, and it was years and years ago. I was a lot younger, but that would definitely be a.
Guys, next time we do a trip to London, when we all plan for it, we have to make sure we have John in there with us.
Yeah, Timmy, sell one of your watches so you can go.
John,
you only need one.
I'm working on it.
To go for good food, for drink. I mean, Kojak can get us to all these different bars. And by the way, there's a bar in London, of course, certain bars. And just the way the tradition, the way they make it, it's just like before you even have the drink, you're already tipsy. I mean, it's just so beautiful. The whole
it seems like a good experience. And hey, I hear there's a large.
But when it comes to alcohol, and it's cocktails, it is like pageantry. It's just on a different level, and it's just great, man.
I hear there's a huge Russian population there. So whichever bars Kojak can't get us into, I'll get us into those. We might not want to get into those, but
right.
By the way, Timmy, I was at Novikov. I told you today, right? I had borscht, and then I had the stuff, and then I had to make the Hugo Spritz, and the gentleman that was at the bar actually, he sounded like Russian. So I said, I had seen him for the first time there. And I said, by any chance, are you Ukrainian? He goes, you're the first guy that didn't tell me I'm Russian.
Nice.
He was Ukrainian.
Wow.
From
Ukraine.
And I guess we lost you, Timmy. I guess he was saying last night the Russians hit Kiev hard. He was saying they got hit hard last night.
Well, I think it was
By the way,
also
Humble Pine.
the Ukrainians hit Moscow a couple days ago. I think it was.
Did they?
I think it was Moscow. Yeah, they hit an apartment building with a drone.
With the drones.
Yeah, so they're reaching further and further into
Man, they're resilient. These guys are resilient, man. You have to admire their spirit, brother. It's just
Humble Pine, thank you so much for the $5 super chat.
Timmy, you're silent. Timmy, you're silent. You have to reboot. I hope you don't have to reboot.
No, I can hear.
I can hear him.
I can hear you, Timmy.
I can hear
you, Timmy. It might be you, Sean.
Drop off
Sorry, it's me.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
Travis Watts, $20 super chat. Had to run. Thanks for having me on. Have a great night. And congratulations, Manny, on the new timepiece.
Thank you, Travis. Appreciate it. So John, really quick, as a follow-up to Dubai, I'm with you. I had no intentions on going to Dubai. And then, basically it was Mike that said, it's very inexpensive, you know. So I hear what you're saying. Like, it's like the Vegas image. We did have a lot of nice friends there, right? And we had a great time.
Yeah.
You know, and we actually know somebody that has a house there, and we all had dinner at his place and his family, which is great. But just from a watch standpoint,
yeah,
move aside the friendships and the fun stuff. It's so much nicely organized.
Yeah, that's what, and you have exposure. You have exposure to it, right? There's no barriers stopping you.
There's no barriers. It's very intimate.
That's the plus on that.
And you see CEOs, right? I met Bobet's CEO and his daughter. We were talking to them for a while.
So it's a lot more personal
is
than
she as pretty is she as pretty in person?
She is
nice in person.
She is.
Yeah, she's charming.
Yeah, because Watches and Wonders gives off a very corporate.
It does totally
vibe, very clinical.
Right. I'll give you another example. Right, when we first got there, Mike and I went to Langa. Okay, very nice people. They're like, "Why didn't you come back in 30 minutes?" Right? There's somebody special that's going to be here. We came back, and you know who it was? It was
Schultz.
It was the designer of the Zeigwerk. The guy that actually created the watch. Yes. And he wore it. The first piece he created, he still wears it. He still owns it.
Wow.
And we talked for like an hour.
That's awesome.
He brought
that's the
movements.
exposure you won't have.
I know. He brought movements with him. We talked about, I mean, you don't get that at Watches and Wonders.
Yeah, because like from all the footage I've seen, it looks like Watches and Wonders like Disneyland. You know, you kind of everybody queues up and waits in line, and they run out. They close the exhibit. You know,
and that's why you pay a few $100 more, and you have access. You get access. You have to pay for that access. I thought you could get in before the public, but during the Saturday and Friday and Saturday Sunday, you can buy access. It's costlier. I don't know, $500-600 I think it is, but then you don't have to stay in the lines, and you can get in.
There is no lines, Sean. It's a scam. It's just a big scam. The $500 ticket is no different than the regular ticket. You just get access to a lounge where you can get some beverages. It's a scam. And you have a different entrance where you can arrive in your Bugatti or whatever, and you can park it safely. That's the only difference.
I think the thing is with Watches and Wonders, it is a trade show. It is where all the business is done. But you can go, if you can get a press pass, you can go in the week prior to the public days. I think
it's not even
Tom
press
and
pass. You gotta have a VIP invite from one of the brands.
So we have to do that.
Yeah, you have to talk to Breguet that you want to go to Geneva. So when you pick up your next watch from Breguet, Sean, you have to tell them that you want to go to Geneva.
Yeah.
Okay, and they'll. Oh, actually, no. Breguet is not in Geneva.
Well, they'll be. They're not. They're not at Watches and Wonders.
Well, it's Swatch, isn't it? Swatch Group. They're not there.
Swatch, they're not. But now that AP is in there, maybe they'll jump in there.
AP?
Collab. Maybe that would be one positive from that collab.
No, but I've got the. If I rock up with my AP plops, I'm going to get one of every single color. Will that contribute to my purchase history for an AP?
Please.
You know, a friend of Humble Pine, he got the new IWC Ventura, you know, the one with the crownless. They flew him in first class. They toured him for a week around Geneva, all paid expenses.
Tim, we have to ask Mike Lewis to get us in through JLC.
JLC.
Yeah. No choice. Yeah. Actually, Mike Lewis might have the hookup.
Manny through Moser.
There you go.
All that Mike Lewis has to do is ask, or your Moser. Yeah, Manny, you have to talk to the Moser guy.
Let's go.
You want to visit Geneva?
I'll go with Manny, and then you go with Mike.
Yeah,
let's go.
I could call Claudio, the CEO, and he could hook me up.
There you go.
And Tim, you met the son of the global CEO, so.
And you saved
Moser. Yeah. I can contact him.
If you have his contact info saved.
That might not work.
He's on Instagram somewhere.
They probably blacklist Tim.
Yeah, he's going to say, aren't you the guy that was trying to mug me?
I was the guy who was
I'm the guy that
defending
saved
you.
your. I'm the guy that saved your life.
Yeah.
I saved you from a mugging. Remember me?
Yeah.
Oh dear God.
But by the way, the gentleman that was chatting, he said that he tried to jump on, but he couldn't. I hope
He didn't try to jump on again. He tried
he
to jump
didn't.
on the
I hope
first
he
time, but
tries.
without camera. I didn't know who that was. I thought maybe it's one of the trolls, and I booted
No,
him.
he's not a troll. He's
Well, no,
Well, he was
I think
he started off
I
kind
think
of
he's
trolling.
No, I think he was just. I think he maybe misunderstood what was being said.
Yeah,
but
no,
like,
he's not-
Yeah.
he
I think this is
wasn't
just
trolling.
it's just to remind people that want to jump on.
Yeah.
You don't need to have your camera on when you're on the panel, but Tim needs to see who you are to make sure that you're legit, and then you can come on the panel with your camera off. So it's just to sort of make sure to
Right.
weed out sort of
Kojak,
troublemakers.
I thought if you don't enable your camera, StreamYard won't allow you to jump on. Is that
Yes,
correct?
if camera is not enabled, then
It
I
has to
can't
be
even add
enabled.
you.
No, the camera being on, that's Timmy, but it has to be enabled.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So I think but you,
I would
Tim,
prefer,
you can remind us.
people to come on with their cameras on. You
Yeah,
know,
that's-
obviously we
that's
do
the-
exceptions for John because we know John. We met him in
G.
real life.
Yes.
You know, obviously we could do that exception.
Yeah.
But you know, other people
But
that I don't
panelists don't-
know.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
new people are welcome to join the panel, aren't they, Tim? It's
Please,
just
that would
Yeah.
be
Oh
great,
yeah, of
actually.
course.
the sort of, yeah.
That's
Everybody's
how we met
welcome.
So if you-
Manny, that's how we met
If he is
Travis.
if he is listening, you know, try again, please. It's always good to have discussion.
It's always good to have fresh blood.
Yeah, I remember Travis and Mike Lewis. They jumped on almost at around the same time.
Mm.
They were chatting, and we were like, "Man, those are kind comments. Why don't you jump on?" And then they
Cool
did,
dudes.
and it was good.
Yeah, and you know, I think they had some good time through the show.
Yeah,
It's an amazing show.
Yeah.
There's amazing people in the watch community.
yeah. After all, Sundays
There's some
wouldn't be the
okay
same
people.
without
There's a lot of
Manny.
assholes, but
Sundays
look,
wouldn't be
that's
the same
life.
without
Why?
Manny. Like,
A lot of
That-
douchebags.
You gotta take
Watch-
the good with the bad, right? Like
Yeah.
nothing is
Watch who you're
perfect.
calling. Watch who you're calling asshole.
There's some elitist jerks.
Yeah, there's
There's
some
all kinds.
douchebags who won't even turn
Yeah.
their camera on and
There's some
Yeah,
say
flippers, there's
Timmy-
flippers.
say things like those people.
Yeah,
those
Timmy, be
people.
careful
There's those
who you.
in the community as well. You can meet some of them.
Timmy, be careful who you're calling an asshole. You can actually offend assholes.
Yeah, right. Uh,
That's right.
well, it's real life. It truly is real life. And if you're cool, if you're willing to take the good with the bad, then you could go a long way in the community. You can have a lot of fun, a lot of great time. And I think yeah.
Wait a
it's just-
second. Humble.
Okay.
Can you? I love Humble Pine. Humble Pine. You're like the stalker. You come in, you drop the big box, then you say you have to go, then you do these chats. Just jump on and join the party, man.
I think
No,
he's
he's
out
a pussy.
somewhere. No, he's
he-
traveling,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
he's
No, Humble Pie can suck a dick. He
Well, I'm not saying that he can't, but he can jump on.
Nobody said, there's a lot of dick sucking going on in the watch community. That's true. That's true. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
We're all inclusive.
Yeah. There's all kinds of
we
sucking
like to
Don't
going
pass
on.
judgments.
Yeah.
no, we like to offend everybody. We're
Yes.
equal opportunities offenders.
We're equally offensive to everybody.
As I said
guys,
before, Tim will definitely have to make this a members only.
Definitely members only.
So, guys, I just want to confirm right now, as of right now, at least till September, you don't need to get a visa, or you don't have to.
That's correct. You
Okay,
don't.
September you do, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
To go
But,
where?
but
To go
they're
where?
constantly
mainland
constantly
Europe.
moving the day, because remember it used to be, it was like April.
Yeah, that's
then
what I
they
Go
thought too.
where?
They weren't ready. So
Yeah.
when it gets close to September, check, and it might get moved again.
Where are you asking for to get a visa to go where?
because Europe now at some point, I mean, they're going to be. I thought it was earlier in the year, but I guess they pushed it to September. I just wanted to make sure you have to get a permit to get it going, just like UK has been doing it.
UK has been, UK requires that.
Well, that's the EES system.
Global entry system.
Well, it's all they do is they take your finger. They take your. It's just I think they take your fingerprints on an electronic kiosk, and it's just to sort of biometrically keep tabs on who's coming and who's going.
But you have to no. But you have to pay the £10
correct
ahead of time, and then they're really
that lasts for
£10
24 hours. And I guess they do their background and all that, and they'll say, okay, you're good to go. And
you're
good for 6 months.
Oh yeah, so pre-registration, yeah. I think it lasts for 4 years, I think. But since then they've also introduced electronic biometric data collections.
That one Europe has that too, and
but that's at the border.
At the border,
that's everybody. But you actually to get a permit to go in. Europe's gonna enforce it, I guess, in September. They were supposed to do it earlier in the year.
Yeah, they pushed it back. They pushed it back.
What's that all about?
And I think it's £10 and it lasts for 2, 3, 4 years. I think
because US is requesting it now. That's what it's just like tit for tat.
Oh,
yeah.
It's tit
for tat. But Sean, it's been pushed out because before I went to Biarritz, which was not too long ago, I checked. Because I was concerned, I'm like, is this active now? But no, it's been pushed out. They weren't ready.
And the reason for that, it's not really because of the money; it's the security aspect of it. Because when you buy a ticket or when you buy that permit, it's running all those financials. So whatever credit card you use or use your checking account, that's linked to you as a person.
Yeah.
So they're scrubbing you on their end to make sure you're not a terrorist, essentially. At least that's what they're telling you.
Right.
The American system is called ESTA, isn't it, or something?
Yeah,
like that. They have something equivalent.
Yeah, so they have the visa waiver program that you don't actually need to go to an American consulate to get a visa from certain countries, but you still have to apply through the ESTA program, and it does the same thing. But when you arrive, biometrics obviously get taken, and that's just to make sure you don't overstay, or if you do overstay, it gets flagged and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I need to wear this more often, man. You see, thank you for unboxing your watch.
The reason they're checking is to make sure that you're not in some naughty movies.
Fuck is
Dingo.
What the hell?
You're the man, Dingo.
Tango Queen.
Doggy Dave.
Wow.
Jesus.
Wow.
Doggy Dave and Rika Peraleo.
Holy
wow.
Holy cow.
I'm gonna download it for later tonight since there's no bang bang with roommates.
Man, wait a second. Can you go back? Can you go back to that picture? The proportion of hands and the guy's Dingo's head are not right.
He's got a big head.
That looks AI. Want to go out on a limb here? It looks say that's AI. That doesn't look. Doesn't look real.
It looks like Microsoft Paint, man.
That's Photoshop version 1.
Yeah. Pretty good, guys. We gotta wrap this show up.
6 hours, Timmy.
Yeah, 7 hours. 7 hours.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the lively conversation, and thanks for letting me nurse my cold here with my Barolo. I appreciate everybody.
John, it was so good.
Feel better.
You too, man. Good seeing everybody. Good catching up. And
always great to hear somebody that's intelligent, clear-minded, and very eloquent, and it communicates his thoughts.
Completely opposite.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I was gonna say, Sean, I have no idea who you're talking about. That guy sounds awesome, but thanks for speaking with me. I appreciate it.
Manny, thank you so much for hopping on to unbox your new Moser. Congrats. Beautiful piece.
Yeah, Manny, congrats. That's a beautiful
Congratulations,
watch.
brother.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Kojak. Good times.
Yeah.
You're enjoying your vacation?
Well, in about 3 hours, I'll be setting off to go back home to London. So I've got a
might as
bit
well
of
go for another
long
3
drive.
hours then.
Man, that's not a bad thing going back to London.
Or do you need some sleep?
I'll probably I need to pack up a little bit, and then I'll probably catch 40 winks. And then when the sun rises, I'll probably take my dog down to the beach and get him to have a little walk there.
He was having fun earlier today.
Oh, he's been having the best time.
Say hi to Mrs. By the way.
Will do, Sean, and she's looking forward to meeting up at some point when you're next in town.
Likewise. Shout out to Malter. It was great to see Malter on your stream, Timmy.
Yes, it was.
Well,
it was a really good time. The hijacking. That was hilarious.
Oh my God, I heard they were pounding you.
Oh yeah.
I felt bad for you.
They're like, "You're not my friend if you don't do this. If you don't financially ruin yourself, then you're no friend of ours."
Sean, as Tim was saying, I don't know if we've talked about this. There's the Tim's apparently not coming to London for the London Watch Week, which is in June the 2nd or 3rd, I think it starts. And one of the events is a Zenith Gala event at the BMW on Park Lane. So that's a ticketed event.
Oh, wow.
So D was able to hook us up with some tickets for that. So shout out to D.
Wow. DP is great.
And yeah. So that'll be good.
If
good
I
evening.
could, I would be there. If Timmy could, Timmy, actually, if you would have known earlier, you could have probably planned it to go there and then just
no, Sean, I've already mentioned this a month ago.
Booked and everything, yeah.
Yeah, no, I advertised this show 2 months ago and then a month ago.
Yeah.
And there was no interest. Without sponsorship, I can't just go there.
It's expensive.
It's freaking expensive. Yeah.
If the chat, if you haven't traveled to Europe in the past year, it is so much more expensive.
Yeah.
Everything is more expensive, and the dollar is weaker now, so everything is more expensive over there for us.
It is.
And the airline tickets are more, obviously, because of the fuel and everything. It's just
hotel, the food, everything.
Yeah, so it's more of a burden for
Manny. I tried to save you money last time. I said let's not eat any food when we went to Duke's Bar,
and it worked for about 3 hours, and then we have to go eat and drink coffee until 3 a.m.
Yeah, we did.
But then, Timmy, you could do your fasting when you start your fasting when you get to London.
There you go. Water's free.
I don't think so, because Malter said he wants to go do a pub crawl, so I would have to drink like 20 pints of Guinness.
But here for people that
I'm not gonna be able to control myself.
I know Timmy was telling everybody that he's gonna do the pity and all that. It's just gonna be a different thing. So maybe you guys will like it. It's different, So
I already had pity planned. Look, if there was no PT, maybe I would have been able to do a London Watch Week. But PT, I'm going for, a different type of content. It's never been done.
Let's see how it works out. I mean, here's the deal.
Way cheaper as well.
If you guys have been following Pity or looked at Pity, I mean, these guys. I'm not talking about the clowns.
I told these guys.
Cool. I'm not talking about the clowns that go in there and the peak. I shouldn't be calling them clowns, but some of them are just like overly colorful and they just want to be different. I'm talking about still the classic stuff that you see and you say, hey, I could wear that. There are a lot of good stuff there that's classic and it's not fashion, but it's great style. But one thing that's lacking at Pity is timepieces. As great as these people are, they have a sense of style. They have there's very little knowledge about timepieces and how to match it to. So I think with Timmy going and covering, nobody's done that. Nobody has been to Pity. This will be Pity number 110. Okay, so Pity has been. That means 55 years of Pity, right? Because there are two of them every year. and nobody has really done any in-depth look into the wristwatches and menswear and so forth. So hopefully, Timmy's going to be able to be the first guy to go in and really zero in. He's not going to go in and zero in on fashion and all that men's fashion. Yeah, it's going to be there, but that's going to be the secondary thing. It's going to be more about watches in the world of men's fashion and menswear and so forth. So hopefully, he'll be able to deliver that. And if he does, he'll be the first one. Why not? He's like Captain Kirk of watch world. He's going where no other man has ever been before.
Yeah, and if Moser and Alex want to join
you like that,
Benny?
You like that,
Benny? I do.
You get it, right? You get it?
Join us there.
I do.
The USS Star Trek.
All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll be back tomorrow. This outro song is from Manny.
Thank you, Timmy.
Live long, prosper, everybody.
Timmy, if I send you something, can you do a second outro also? It's really a lot of energy.
Send it. You got to be quick.
All right. Thank you, Timmy.
No problem.
Dites-moi d'où il vient, enfin je saurai où je vais. Maman dit que lorsqu'on cherche bien, on finit toujours par trouver. Elle dit qu'il n'est jamais très loin, qu'il part très souvent travailler. Maman dit travailler c'est bien, bien mieux qu'être mal accompagné, pas vrai? Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, c'est ce qui ne va pas. Un sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey. Où t'es papa, où t'es? Où t'es papa, où t'es? Où t'es papa, où t'es? Où t'es, où t'es papa, où t'es? 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 Où t'es, où t'es papa, où t'es? Qu'on y croit ou pas, il y aura bien un jour, on n'y croira plus. Un jour ou l'autre, on sera tous papa, et d'un jour à l'autre, on aura disparu. Serons-nous détestables? Serons-nous admirables? Des géniteurs ou des génies? Dites-nous qui donne naissance aux irresponsables. Ah, dites-nous qui? Tiens, tout le monde sait comment on fait des bébés, mais personne sait comment on fait des papas. Monsieur, je sais tout, on aurait hérité. C'est ça, faut le sucer de son pouce ou quoi? Dites-nous où c'est caché. Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois qu'on a bouffé nos doigts. Hey! Où t'es? Papa, où t'es? Où t'es? Papa, où t'es? Où t'es? Papa, où t'es? Où t'es? Où t'es? Où papa, où t'es? Où t'es? 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 Où t'es? Où papa, où t'es? Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey. Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Un sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey! Où t'es?